But good afternoon, everybody. It's time. It's the final table. Wait for it all week long. Stacked final table lineup. Very shortly. Joining me in the booth once more, Mr. Manuel Zapf. How you doing, buddy? 9 players left, £100,000 to win. Let's get to it, bud.
Knock, knock, Andrew.
Oh no. Okay, who's there?
It's the main event, and what a great day this is to be watching the Dusk Till Dawn live streams. Here are the raw numbers. 9 players, you just said it. 100k up top. 1 WSOP circuit ring to rule them all. This is the highlight. Welcome everybody, lean back, enjoy the ride. I feel this one is going to be absolutely epic. We have multiple players around and above the 1 million live winnings region. So I expect high class final table. And of course, some high class commentating from you, my friend.
Well, speaking of high class, I hope your jokes improve as we go, my friend. That was an absolute shocker. But in any case, all love, my friend, all love. Welcome along, everybody, in the YouTube streets. As always, feel free to interact with myself and Manuel as we go. And as Manny mentioned there, we have got an absolutely stacked lineup at this final table. Steve Warburton, over 2.4 million in live cashes. Jamie O'Connor there, who you see bluffing away at this river. Let's watch this first, Manny, then we'll get back to it. Jamie is going for a big river bomb with just queen high. And Pham in a difficult spot. She has a good bluff catch in hand. Gonna go into the time bank streets. I believe Jamie opened the cutoff here. Ace coming on the river is going to try to rep it, Manny, betting around about 80% pot.
Looks like she called. And what a great call this is. What a way to start off this final table with the first hero call in the first hand.
Wow, and she does find the call. Big hit to Jamie Boz O'Connor there in your picture in the green top. Bets 800k and does get looked up by Hong. Calls him down with the king 9. Wow, what a start, Manny. I was not even prepared for it right off the bat. Big call from Hong. And
we've seen crazy action here in the last 2 live streams in the 5k high roll and in the opening event. And now we're starting off like this. It can only mean very good things for what's waiting for us. What a banger to start this off with a hero call. That's not an easy call to make, Andrew.
Yeah, absolutely, especially first hand at the FT. Takes her up to around about 6.5 million. She is the chip leader. So we have Pham in the chip lead, Mr. Jonathan McCann, who is on an absolute tear in the live streets. Paul Hizer, who won a World Series of Poker Colossus event in Vegas last year. Then we have Warbs, Stephen Warburton, Jamie Boz O'Connor, Matthew Gray, John Adderley, Gary Miller, and Lee French. Stacked lineup indeed. Right into the action. Steve has woken up with the aces, makes it 120k. Blinds are 30 and 60k at the moment. Round 2, Gary Miller in the big blind. Very experienced live reg. Does get out of the way. No action for Warbs in his infamous, shall we say, lucky, apparently, Manny. That's his lucky bucket hat. There you go, a little bit of extra info for you. Manny, when you're playing, you got any lucky items of clothing?
No, I don't really have some lucky items. I have some lucky players. When they run deep, I always run deep and see them at the last 2 or 3 tables. But then when they get moved to my table, I immediately bust. So maybe it's not even that lucky for me.
Yeah, I don't have any lucky underpants myself, Manny. I like to just keep it old school.
Yeah, I mean, need to believe in the luck, right? that's all that gives you a little bit of the confidence boost. If you believe you're gonna be lucky, you have a pretty good chance. Don't need no underwear. I mean, you should need some underwear maybe, but not lucky ones.
So there you have it, folks. The law of attraction dominating the lucky underwear. We'll see. As you see, Jamie there, very unfortunate first hand. Brave bluff first hand to the FT. As we go, guys, £100,000 for the win in this event. Take you through the rest of the payouts. 9 players left. Everybody has £9,000 locked up. And we go from 11,000 up to 15, 20, 26k for 5th, 34k for 4th, 45k for 3rd, 64 for 2nd, and £100,000 and a World Series of Poker Circuit ring for the winner. Guys, this is the main event final table, and we're coming to you live from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham.
And it's not any ring, it's the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. And it's the main event as well. This is the big one. This is the one you want to win. Most money up top. Players really going to be sweating this one.
Yeah, for sure. We've given away 12 circuit rings across the series. And myself and Manuel, we will be here the whole way through this final table, taking you through to the conclusion, where we'll crown the champ. I think we may have a misdeal. No, we do seem to have action. Okay, John opening with the King 10 of diamonds. And Hong Pham does call with the Ace 10 on the button. Matthew with 3s in the big. John does flop top pair. Hong with an overcard and a 10 high flush draw.
Yeah, I love to see the check here from John. Very aware of the ranges that we can't just see bet this board a lot. And feels like we have a bet from Hong, and this should be a call from John, I guess. I don't think we can just check fold top pair yet, even with ICM going on.
We do have the Ace of Spades on the turn. Just waiting for our graphics to catch up. Hong does turn flush. Believe the turn has checked through. I think flop may have checked through also, Manny. Hong going for a little deception. Does not bet the turn. She is going to go for value on the river. John in a very difficult spot here with just a pair of kings.
Yeah, small little pot here for Hong. Checking back the river on the paired board. Can definitely see it. Don't want to get raised. It's going to be tough in this ICM scenario for the opponent to call anything worse. He doesn't have a lot of spades that even open that are worse than the 10. Of course, some, but definitely limited amount here. So safe check back takes down the pot.
Yeah, certainly seems reasonable to check back with just the 10 of spades. We are 9-handed, guys, at this main event final table. Promised I wouldn't give Warbs too much disrespect for the bucket hat, but Manny, I just can't get there. And every fiber of my being is fighting.
I mean, I like it. You know, a little bit more fashion. It goes in both ways. If you wanna wear something colorful, I like it. If you wanna wear this hat, I think it's charming.
Charming has been declared. I think it really depends on the definition of fashion, Manny. Anyway, back into the action. And Hong has started this final table on fire. Wakes up with the queens in the cutoff. opens to 125k. Warbs is going to defend with the 9-7. King, Jack, 5 flop. Hong is going to go for a small c-bet. Does come with 1/3 pot. Very easy fold for Steve. What a start of this FT, Manny, for Hong. That's got to feel good. Picking off big bluff from Jamie on hand 1 and winning, I believe, every hand thus far at the FT. Takes herself up to 7.5 million in chips. Good for a nice chip lead at this final.
Yeah, very nice start, and always good to come in as a chip leader on a final table. It's a great feeling. Then if you win the first hands, yeah, it's a great start. I mean, we've seen it in the high roller, Roberto Romanello chip leading. The chip lead can just do so much. He ended up winning this event. Gonna be interesting to see if Hong can really keep up the pressure.
Yeah, very interesting. I did a little bit of research, of course, before this final. Couldn't find too much on Miss Pham. As we say, lots of beasts at this final table. So far, so good. Now Jamie back into the action, does open with the King Jack under the gun 1. Working with around about 15 bigs to start the hand. We do have an all-in from Mr. Lee French, shipping in the pocket queens. Oh, and Steve Warburton has jammed behind. We are going to have a huge flip here, Manny, early at this FT.
Yeah, what a classic race. You mentioned it, there will be a lot of snap acting today, and that was the quickest all-in with ace-king I've ever seen.
This is going quick. Big flip, and right in the window, the King of Hearts. Steve gonna take the lead. Lee is in big trouble, needs one of the remaining 2 queens. He is gonna be out in 9th. And it is the 4 of clubs, and just like that, we lose Lee French in at 9th place. Good run, Lee. GG. Sometimes nothing to be done. Losing a big flip against Steve Warburton. And yeah, Lee out in 9th for £9,000. Just like that, Manny, we are quickly down to 8 at this final.
Yeah, you don't even get a chance to present yourself at the final table. Always a little bit sad to go out this early. First hand you play, pick up pocket queens, very clear decision, and boom, you're out. That's sometimes how it goes. GG, well played from me as well.
As you know, got to win your flips. Big one for Steve. He's up to around about 4 million. Blinds are 30-60k, guys. Takes him up to around about 70 bigs. What a sweet feeling, Manny, to just drill that king. You know you need to win it.
Yeah, I mean, he put the chips in so quick. Felt like he almost knew he was going to win that hand. Very confident there.
Okay, I take it back. It was the hat.
It was the hat.
All hail the bucket hat.
The battle of the hats today.
Really looking forward to this FT. Some lineup of players. This is Mr. Paul Hizer. As I referenced earlier, he won the World Series Colossus event last year for around about $450,000. And he is opening with the Ace Jack of around about 4.2 million.
So did he use this one time already for the Colossus? Is he allowed to win another one like this?
I'm sure he's allowed. I don't think that's ever worked, by the way, in the history of poker. Well, Gary is using his one time, wakes up with the aces. Is it going to 3-bet to 350k? Jonathan McCann there, you can see in the small, in the tank.
What do you think here? Any argument for flatting the aces?
I think I probably prefer it here. Very difficult here to rep light 3-bets. Gary working off 18 big blinds pre. We're not going to want to do too much inducing at a final table. It's going to look incredibly strong, as we know. Would have liked to see a flat. Easy for us to say so when we see Paul's holding. But yeah, Gary going to take down a small one.
Yeah, nice disciplined fold there by Paul. Let's give a few shout outs in the chat. Spin Launch TV, nice to have you here, mate. And Harlow Buchan says, had Hong on my table for 2 days. She is such a sick player. Can see her taking it down. Just bullied the table all day. Lol.
There you go. Always good to get a little extra info from the chat. Guys, if you want to interact with myself and Manuel, please feel free. 8 players left, £100,000 up top. This could be anybody's game, Manny. I wouldn't like to call a winner in this lineup.
Oh, come on. I'm not buying it. We always call the winner, Andrew.
All right, fine. I'll take Mr. Bucket Hat. Mr. Warburton. Who you got? Who you taking?
All right, give me a second. Shall we make it the battle of the hats?
We got 2 hats. 1 cap, 1 hat.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with John. I played a lot with him, even though he's short. He is such an amazing player. Played with him for many days, haven't seen one single misstep. He knows what he's talking about, and he has the experience. So maybe he grinds up this short stack. Would love to see it.
Yep, we'll be interested to see how things develop. Oz gets the reshove through with the pocket 5s. Gonna feel good about that after a difficult start at this FT. Lots of love in the chat for Hong Pham. She looks very composed. As I say, I was looking for some information on her, Manny. She's like a woman of mystery. Couldn't find anything.
Yeah, I didn't find anything either. I looked it up. Really big names here at the final table. Lots of winnings, lots of big titles. I mean, I've said it, around the $1 million, some even above live winnings. But I couldn't find anything about Hong either. But she seems to know what she's doing. So far, great start to the final table.
Yep, absolutely. You have Gary Miller in your shot there, just under 1 million in live cashes. Mr. Bucket Hat Warburton, around 2.5 million in the live streets, is going to open to 120k with the ace-4. Look at this, Boz also waking up with aces. Does go for the non-all-in 3-bet. Fortunately for him, Warbs with just ace-4 does let it go. Nice recovery though from Jamie after that rocky start. Just working on a couple of small graphic issues, guys, to bring you the best possible coverage. Span says Hong plays quite a bit live in the UK. She's not afraid to mix it up. Seems like she is our wild card at this FT, Manny. She's way out in front at the moment, around about 8 million in chips.
Yeah, astonishing chip lead so far. We're gonna see how she plays the blind battle, Very standard check here with king 5 suited, I would say. Let's go to a flop.
Yeah, Paul does flop best, limping the 7-8 of clubs, flops bottom pair with some backdoors working for him. Hong with just the king high. She is going to start with a bluff.
Targeting some low pocket pairs, maybe some ace highs, some better king highs. But gonna be tough to get the pair to fold here with one bet.
Yeah, does come with 40% pot. Paul with a relatively simple check call does do so. Turn is a blank 3 of hearts. Hong with the decision about whether to follow through here or give it up.
We have some natural bluffs, which mainly are gut shots, straight draws. Maybe you want to even mix in some of the worst king highs when you bet the flop, but she decides to take the check approach.
Yeah, no additional equity. Don't hate the give up. It is going to go check, check. Paul going to take down a small one with the pair of sevens. As always, guys, welcome along. Anyone just joining us. This is the World Series of Poker Circuit event final table. We're coming to you live from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. And if you want to keep up, guys, with anything happening at Dusk Till Dawn, please check out our social media at DTD Live. And you can get that on Twitter and Instagram. All information and all things Dusk Till Dawn related. See, we on our brand new table setup, we have lots and lots of live events upcoming, so keep your eyes on our socials for information on that. Round 2, Paul Hizer on the button is going to come in for an open. Does have a legitimate hand. Opens the ace queen. And wow, Hong waking up with the exact same hand. Makes it 450k to go from the small. Be an awkward spot here, Manuel, with ICM considerations for Paul.
I think there are definitely situations where you can lay down the ace queen with ICM. 2 or 3 bet. I think button versus small blind, even versus a chip leader. This is not one of those cases. We're gonna definitely go to see a flop here.
Yeah, absolutely. Paul does make the call. Flop is king 9-5 rainbow. Hong with the betting lead.
It's gonna be very interesting.
Yeah, difficult to continue here.
Yeah, depending on the size. If she goes super small, I guess we can still float one in position. If she goes anything around the 50% region, it's gonna get really, really rough for us to continue. Even against this size, this is not a fun spot, obviously.
Paul, not a believer, does peel one off. Very interesting here. And wow, both turn top pair.
Yeah, both should be really interested in not playing a huge pot with his hand. Of course, we can see another bet here, but I do think this is going to end up mostly in a chop pot. I can't see any of the players broking their entire stack here with ace queen, with all the short stacks being around. They're both fairly deep.
Very interesting. Hong bets 850k. Just a shade below half. If she does go 3 streets here, Manny, Paul can be in a tough spot. Does make the call. Pot up to 3.5 million.
Yeah, this could actually go in.
Yeah, Paul with around about 75% pot behind.
Yeah, I guess this is going to change things. Absolute bad card for specifically ace-queen. The hearts come in. The kicker does not play anymore. I can see this going check-check very often now.
Yeah, Hong does elect to check. Yeah, Paul does decide to check back. You know we like blood on the felt, Manny. I wanted to see an all-in from either player there just to see what would happen. But they are going to chop it up. 3.5 million.
Yeah, I agree with you. They say everybody loves a chop pot, but I think no one wants to see a chop pot on this final table, especially the other players rooting for a big clash here.
Cards are back in the air. Do fold round to Jamie in the hijack, working with around about 15 big blinds. Blinds are up, guys, to 40-80k. Jamie comes in for an open with the 9-10 of clubs. He is going to get that one through.
Very nice pickup here. Another example of how to open as a short stack on a final table. These awkward stack sizes between 12 and 18 big blinds where no one really has a lot of 3-bet folds against. Of course, some sickos can find them, and at this table there might be one. But yeah, he's realizing that this stack size is perfect to just try to get a steal through, and gets the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. Boz, very experienced player, both live and online. Not many soft spots at this FT, that is for sure. Do you have an open from Paul in the hijack with the ace-7 of hearts? Hong is going to take one, peel one off with the ace-6 of clubs in the cutoff. Warbs does complete with the jack-10. 9-3 deuce rainbow board. Action does check round to Hong in the cutoff.
A nice little backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw with the 6. Definitely coming in for a bet here. I really like it. The aggressive approach, most likely to pay off here, especially in an ICM scenario. Paul gonna have a really tough time calling here.
Yeah, and Hong with another nice pickup takes herself up to 8 million. Paul gonna have some awkward waters to navigate with the chip leader having direct position on his left.
Yeah, gonna be very interesting to see how Paul is gonna adjust his range. Is he gonna open raise a little bit less now that he's already seen a few examples of the chip leader back playing? He got 3-bet once, now he got flatted in position. Maybe he's gonna tighten up the range a little bit? What do you think?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. He probably wants to just feel it out a little bit, see how she responds to his aggression. You know, sometimes a chip leader is really going to put you in the bin constantly with position. Paul is around about third in chips, I believe. It can be awkward to navigate. We will see how things develop. Tell you something, Steve, he's getting a lot of FaceTime, Manuel. The cameraman loves the bucket hat too.
So that's already 2 at least that like that. Come on, YouTube, 1 in the chat if you like the hat.
Here we go, yet another example here of what we just alluded to. Paul opening with the King Jack of clubs and Hong with a very wide peel. Does have 4 ranges behind her, but she is going to call with the 4-5 of clubs. Gary going to overcall with the King 10 of hearts in the cutoff.
Very interesting overcall here. Usually you don't want to do this a lot, especially on a final table. Probably should, with his stack, have a lot of shoves and quite some folds. Little to none calls, but he decides that he wants to take it post-flop with the King 10 suited.
Yeah, absolutely. Typically not going to see too much peeling for sure off the round about the 15 bigs. Paul does flop best. Jack 9 deuce. Does have 2 players behind. Would expect him to check this flop quite often. Out of position. But he is going to come in for a c-bet. Looks like around about third pot. Is exactly that.
Again, maybe a little bit of testing out the waters. He's not been c-betting the last board. Now he's just going to try to see how is Hong reacting. Does she float very wide, or does she have a few auto faults in her range as well on a Jack 9 deuce board, which hits her very, very good. Her range, not her hand. Yeah, working out fine.
Yeah, Gary gets out of the way with the overcard and gut shot. Part of the problem when we peel off this stack size money, tough to go down the streets, even with a bunch of equity.
Yeah, this is exactly, there's not going to be too many flops, even in position at this stack size, where you're going to be happy to get it in. Even if you flop a 1 pair type of hand, it's going to be very marginal. So we have a few, one in the chat, one hashtag team bucket hat. So there is some love, there's some love.
Very much a Marmite situation, the old bucket hat. I just don't think I could pull that look off, Manny, with panache, with some style.
Maybe it's not style, maybe he just went to a fishing trip this morning. Right before the final table, who knows?
Lots of love coming in from the YouTube chat. Welcome along, everybody. 350 viewers. Beautiful stuff joining us for this final table. We got some Team Bucket Hat. We've got some who's the lady in the bucket hat. It seems to be very much a Marmite situation. Anyway, Boz really wide open here. Gonna go for it with the ace-5 off under the gun. Perhaps recognizing his range is going to look extremely strong. Try and use this ace blocker.
I really love to see that play. You always see it in the solver. Some ace-5 offsuit openings from a very tight range, but no one actually does it anyways. Here he does, and I think it's a great open raise, and it's going to work out a lot of times.
Well, working out nicely so far. Hong does call in position with the king-queen. Ace-6-3 flop. You can see Boz a 97% favorite here. Does come with a very small c-bet, round about 1/5 pot. Makes a lot of sense to use such a small sizing on a pretty locked down board. Hong does get away from her king high. Jamie back up to 1.7 million. Just a shade over 20 bigs.
Yeah, it really shows the power that comes from short stacks and coming in with a min raise. Of course, it was a very nice flop here as well, but yeah, don't be afraid to steal blinds, even if you're short, even in ICM scenarios. Otherwise, you're going to blind out. And all the short stacks here seem to take a quite active approach so far.
Yeah, from playing a lot with Jamie over the years and knowing his game well, he is not afraid to bust here in 8th. Is going to go for the win. We're expecting fireworks, Manny. It is quite the lineup. And as we already mentioned, not many soft spots. And there's going to be a lot of people playing strong. £100,000 for the win, guys, if you're just joining us. Round 2, Mr. Jonathan McCann on the button. Is going to come in for an open. Raising with a Jack 10. John is going to send it. And it's difficult to blame him, waking up with the Rockets. Unfortunately for him, going to be a little too many chips for Jonathan to call. He's shoving for 11 bigs, and Jonathan out of the way with the Jack 10.
Almost too good of a hand to have here. You're looking for some ace X to just shove and just take it down. When you have aces, there's just nothing you can do with 11 big blinds. I don't think we should ever flat here. A 3-bet looks way too strong as well. I don't think he has a lot of 3-bet folds here from his 11 big blind stack. So you just shove and pray that somebody wakes up.
Absolutely. Just having a look at John McCann's last 12 months on Hendon, pretty sick. Bunch of victories in the mix. First place last week, even. Last week he came first place in a 220, £220 buy-in in Leicester. Second in the 2K high roller the week before. First for 90k at the Vic in another comp. He's been crushing it, Manny.
Yeah, as I said, I've been playing with him. Absolute boss at the table. And a really nice guy as well.
Well, some people are nice, and some people get ace-king, waking up with ace-king in the cutoff. Back into the min-raising streets. Action has folded round to Paul, I think, in the big. Looks like just a defend. Yeah, has the Jack 6 suited. Interesting flop. Both flop well. Top pair, top kicker for John. And Paul with middle pair and some backdoor diamond possibilities. Would expect to see this go check, bet, call, Manny quite a lot.
Yeah, I guess we're just betting range here. In Jonathan's shoes, and ace-king obviously very premium holding. Probably going to choose small sizing, as we can see. 180k, roughly 40% of the pot. And Paul just has a very, very clear check call. I don't see how he should be check raising this hand, and check fold definitely not an option.
Yeah, absolutely does indeed check call, and wow, it's a super interesting turn. John turns trip kings. Paul does improve to that jack high flush draw. Things could get dicey.
Yeah, same game as on the flop. We're gonna see a bet here and a call. Nothing really else to do. Jonathan should be bluffing here as well quite a bit, so he can definitely go for value here, even with the top part of his range. Doesn't need to trap check any of that. And Paul, again, flush draw plus pair, very crystal clear call.
Yeah, John does come with half pot on the turn. Oh, wow, he lays it down, finds the turn fold. And, wow, fair
Wow.
play. He was very strong read on John McCann.
I
Big
mean,
laydown, Manny.
we can
Unexpected.
fold some 6x here. I don't mind it, but with a flush draw, I am very surprised to see this fold. This is maybe some live reads that I don't have.
You just click call, Manny, don't you, and drill the diamond. No dramas.
Yeah, or a 6 and drama.
Yeah, drill the 6. Really good fold from Paul. Fair play. Not a fold I would find in game too often.
And look at him, how confident he looks after that fold. It's almost like he knows. I was right. I was beat. None of you can make that fold. I can.
Yeah, absolutely big fold. And Mr. Paul Hizer was indeed. Is a 4 or 5 times, or 3 or 4 times, should I say, Manny, already at this FT.
Yeah, waking up with strong hands here. So far, no real clash with the aces yet.
Yeah, round 2, Hong Pham in the big. She is going to complete with the 9-10. Does flop a gut shot on the King 8 Queen. Steve, of course, with the overpair and backdoor nut flush draw.
Very tricky spot here for the 10-9, especially without a backdoor flush draw. This is one of those combos that probably wants to call with chip EV, but in this scenario at a final table versus an even stronger range, we might want to do some folding, but definitely not against a 100k size.
Yeah, Steve has gone for the very small size in. Turn is the King of Spades. Does bring backdoor spade draw. I'm going to check. Couple of options here for Steve, Manny.
Yeah, I guess we're never going to see a big bet, a very big bet. Rather small bet to take it to the river, to extract some value from some queen X and some draws, or a check back would be an option as well, I guess, to balance out your check back range. Either option is very fine to choose here.
Steve is going a bit more. Very difficult to continue. Stephen is a nice pot. Takes himself up over 4 million in chips, up to around about 50 bigs. As you guys can see, our brand new table set up here at Dusk Till Dawn. Lots and lots of events coming up. Already since those dark days, Manny, since those pandemic days, where you were only let out to go for a little walk around the park, sent back into your box. Here at DTD, we have already hosted a UK IPT, UK Poker Championships with GG Poker, and now this, of course, series of poker circuit event series. We've got lots and lots more events with major partners that will be being announced in the coming weeks. So guys, please keep an eye on our social media at DTD Club and at DTD Live on both Twitter and Instagram. Lots of plans afoot, man. DTD, obviously a hallmark of Europe already. We're making a run, making it the ultimate for your
And
live European X.
what a great place it is to play. I've been there multiple times, really love the action, and it's even getting better day by day. You just mentioned the setup, absolutely amazing work the team has done in Nottingham. Only looking forward, and this is a big step here. The main event of the WSOP circuit, definitely one of the highlights. I'm excited to be here, and we have 500, almost 500 people watching. 14 more we need, and we hit the 500 region. That is actually crazy.
Beautiful stuff. Welcome along, everybody. If you want to interact with myself and Manuel in the chat, please do. Tell us who you're supporting. Tell us which hat is going to be victorious. I feel like everyone has a hat at this point. When I think about it, I thought we only had 2, but it looks like we have about.
I think we have 4. 3 or 4, but it is definitely quite some hats around, and quite some special ones. A lucky hat. Then we have the fishing hat. Amazing.
Oh dear, right. Well, looks as if Paul is off for a break. He's had enough of our hat talk. We're going to fold round to Hong on the button. He's going to let it go. Gary now with around 10.5 bigs in the small. Does send. Look. The big blind is folded. Gary going to get that one through. Round about 14 bigs. Guys, this is event 9, the main event of the World Series of Poker Event Series. We've had 12 ring events so far. Winner of this one going to 100 plus the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. 8 players remaining. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Manuel Zapf. Crown a winner. Now John McCann under the gun. Is it going to come in for a raise? Does it come in with the ace-7 off? Matthew in the small. Hearing there could be a couple of issues with my mic. YouTube chat assemble. Please let us know if you can hear us loud and clear. Of course, want to bring you the best possible coverage. Back round to Jamie O'Connor. Does find a little limp in Manny with the pocket 7s.
Yeah, very interesting. You don't see this too often, especially from early positions, but I quite like it.
Yeah, not typically a hand we want to raise call too often, right? Against a sort of 20 big blind reshove. Is it gonna mix in a limp? And wow, Gary is gonna send it with the King Jack for 12.5 bigs.
Yeah, and even this is a very tough call to make. Really like it that he decides to limp. We don't have great blockers to raise fold here, and the hand is just a little bit too good to raise fold, a little bit too bad, as you said, to raise call. And now this is a close one, but I believe he's just gonna let it go. With the ICM and the price jumps, not really a spot where you want to be flipping, even though it's not your tournament life.
Jamie, though, does like to play for the win. If there's anybody at this final who's going to go for it, it is likely to be Bosby. Doesn't look happy.
Ooh, there goes time bank
the
number
time
2.
bank. For
Now
anyone
is he
watching,
looking?
guys, our players are on a shot clock. So they have 30 seconds to act on each decision before they have to use a time extension. And Boz does let it go. Back up from Gary, getting the shove through.
So what do you think? Was he looking up to the clock to see the price jumps and calculate, or was he randomizing with some seconds on the tournament clock?
I think he was just deciding, mate, if it was a whatever, let's go moment or not. It doesn't like to let it go.
Gotta love the comment in the stream. The mic sounds like it has a Scottish filter on it.
Aye, what about it, Mr. Rick Beakley? It does. Not that Scottish, my friend. I will endeavour my best to make myself understandable. It's not that strong an accent, Manny. You're German. You can understand it, no problem, right?
If a German can understand a Scot, the mic is working fine. Yes. And Joshua says it in the chat, small stakes playing well, interesting final table in progress. Natty great to win. I do agree on the first 2. We're going to see about the 3rd point there.
Yeah, the YouTube chat is popped. Monday afternoon, Manny. You love to see it. Gonna pick it up from the button with the ace deuce. Little opportunity, guys, as the dealer sorts out that pot. Excuse me, just to let you know the payouts. We have 8 players remaining. Next place out receives £11,500, 15k for 7th, 20k for 6th, 26,500 for 5th, 34.5k for 4th, 45k for 3rd, 64 for 2nd, £100,000, and the beautiful World Series of Poker circuit ring for the winner. To Gary with the suited ace makes a very disciplined open fold. Don't hate it at the top. Matthew with the pocket nines is going to open off around about 17 bigs. McCann, interesting spot here, Manny, on the button with the queen nine suited.
Yeah, let's go another example of how much power this 15, 16, 17 big blind open raise has. Definitely a hand where you could consider 3-betting normally versus 25 big blind stacks. But against this stack size, it's just awkward.
And danger ahead for John Adderley is going to send it around about 14 bigs. And I can't imagine Matthew folds. He does snap it off. He is in great shape here to eliminate John Adderley. Pocket nines versus the sixes of John. And boom, right in the window, the 9 of diamonds. Gonna need a backdoor straight or backdoor quads, Manny. Does turn the 6 of spades. River is the ace of spades. GG to John, finishing in 8th place for £11,500. Good run, Manny. Sometimes you have to pick a spot. Deciding to reshove his 13 bigs. Unfortunately, running into the dominant.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the small stacks open raise quite a bit. John picking up on that, sees that he has fold equity with a shove from the small blind with the pocket sixes, running into the nines, of course, not folding this hand. Even if you get called by ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack suited type of hands, you're going to be flipping, so it's an okay scenario here. Very unlucky. Well played. GG to John, taking home 11K, and everybody at the table now secured with 15 grand already.
Always nice to get the ladders. GG, Mr. Adderley. Played very well. And as Manny said, sometimes you got to take the spots. We are down to 7. Manny, the YouTube chat is popping off, my friend.
Yeah, I mean 650 viewers at this point. And there we have the payouts as well in chat for everybody who wants to have the exact numbers. Yeah, it feels great that everybody is tuning in, watching, active in chat. Love it, and it's going to be a great final table.
Yeah, absolutely. Live poker booming, Manny, since we were referencing it earlier. Post-pandemic. Feels like we're back, baby.
Yeah, you said it, dark times we've had. And only online poker doesn't really give you the same thrill as sitting at a big live final table. So we're all very happy to be back. And this is the true poker, the live poker. We want to see it.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend. Could not agree more. A very successful series, guys. We've had 12 ring events at this circuit events WSOP series at Dusk Till Dawn. And as I was saying earlier, lots of big plans in the pipeline. More partnerships, more live series coming. So keep your eye on our socials. It's going to be a big year coming up, Manny. And Steve opening the King Queen of Hearts in the hijack. Hong is going to defend the Jack 4 of clubs. Flop is ace 10-8. Steve with a gut shot to Broadway and Hong with just Jack high.
Yeah, should be an easy bet and take here for Steven. Not really anything Hong can do, even though having a backdoor flush draw and a backdoor straight draw, I think this should be an easy fold on an ace 10-8 board against a very, very good opponent as well.
Yeah, she does indeed let it go. Steve padding his chip stack up to around about 4.6 million. Came into this FT with around about 2.5. Very strong start to this FT for Steve. Guys in the chat are asking, this was our £1,100 buy-in, 500k main event. Yeah, been a very successful series. £100,000 going to the winner. 7 players left. Myself and Manny will be here to the conclusion. So please stay with us. Hope you're enjoying the coverage.
Great that they made the 100k first. Always good to have 6-digit up top in an event. Makes it a little bit more special. Looks nice as well. Under the YouTube stream, £100,000 for first. Just looks better than 99, right?
Of course it does, absolutely. Looks like we have a 3-bet. Oh, excuse me, sorry, a little delay there in our graphics. Paul with the open to 260k with the King Jack. Gary with an interesting one. Couple of options here, Manny. 15. All indeed for awkward, Manny. Very difficult to call this one off.
Yeah, I think you just fold. It's just a little bit too much, 15 bigs. You're gonna be dominated quite a bit. You're gonna, of course, be flipping some of the time. I don't think there's lots of shove with worse hands. Maybe sometimes Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, King 10 suited type of hands, but not very often. So I think fair play to the race fold there from Paul.
Absolutely. Okay, back into the 1.4 million realm. As we said, Manny, very experienced final table lineup. Not many soft spots at all. Going to be very interesting to see how things play out.
A very, very solid performance by everyone so far. We haven't seen a single misstep, I would say. Gonna be very interesting to see how the chip leader is gonna continue. Has been quiet for an orbit or two, not really getting a lot of hands. Oh, look at that. Look at that open race by Jamie from the hijack.
Yeah, Jamie, as we referenced earlier, very unafraid, is going to put the chips to work. Type of player that gets bored having 20 big blinds, Manny. He wants the lot.
We're blocking pocket nines and pocket eights. Let's go.
And Matthew does have him dominated here with the ace-8. Makes the call in the big. But Jamie with the betting lead. Flop is king 5 deuce. C-bet should work here pretty often. Matthew not holding a diamond in his hand.
Yes,
Jamie
it
again
should.
with the small sizing.
Yeah,
What
and
a
again
pot.
a board that we're gonna probably range bet a lot. Yeah, it's just very often gonna work. But Matthew realizing that he can continue fairly wide against small sizings, maybe also knows Jamie is wider than other players in the spot.
Sure, and this is not going to be a great card for Jamie to consider barreling off. Does check back turn. River is the 10 of clubs.
I mean, Jamie's gonna win this hand, I believe. I can't see.
Does go check, check
Wow,
quickly.
he did check back the 9 high. I did not expect that, to be honest. Still quite some hands that can find folds here. Especially once he checks, he doesn't obviously have a lot of draws. Yeah, but maybe he just thinks that ace highs are not going to continue enough, and therefore he's not willing to target any paired hands since they will hero call too often.
Yeah, certainly makes some sense. Guys, just hearing, we will be going on a short break in around about 20 minutes time. So stay with us, myself and Manny. We will go and get refreshed. I will get my customary cup of tea, Manuel. Cup of tea and a biscuit. I might be the most British person that ever lived.
I will have a sparkling
what's your
water.
German snack of choice? What?
Sparkling water.
Ah, sparkling water, man. I expect more from you. I really do.
That's as boring as it gets. No, still water is worse, but
And here they are again. Hong with the aces. Does come in confirmation the cuff. Holds round to Stephen Warburton, and danger ahead for Warbs. Wakes up with the jacks. Steve, experienced player, recognizing he doesn't want to inflate this pot pre. He is around about second or third in chips. Does just call with the jacks.
very nice awareness of the situation here in ICM playing out of position against the chip leader. Don't really want to do much 3-betting. Also with strong holdings like pocket jacks. But yeah, there's definitely some value that Hong is going to make betting the flop. And let's see what the turn brings.
Yeah, Steve certainly not going to fold. Does call the half pot c-bet of Hong with his jacks and a backdoor flush draw. Turn is the 6 of clubs. Seems like a pretty clear spot for Hong to double barrel.
And a pretty clear spot for Steven as well to call once more. We can not only continue our Queen X here and pocket jacks very high up in our range once we check call the flop. Not great that we have the Jack of Hearts though in our hand, blocking some potential flush draws, but still I can't see that we fold here.
And Hong goes huge on the turn. A roundabout pot, a little bit less. Steve indeed recognizing his hand is very under rep, does check call. He's going to be in really bad shape going to this river. River is the deuce of diamonds. can potentially have some sort of 4-5 suited, ace-4 of hearts type hands, Manny, that could get there like this.
Yeah, Hong definitely has some 4x in her range, probably even some 6-4 suited, maybe, not sure. We've seen her play the 4-5 suited earlier, pocket fours. Steven definitely has a lot more, but on this run out with the holdings they had, pretty clear check.
Yeah, and Warbs, even though it loses a medium-sized pot, going to be very pleased that he did not size that and inflate it pre. Hong taking down another nice pot, up to 8.2 million in chips. Good for 100 big blinds.
A very comfortable stack to play, and everything has been going her way so far. Hero calling worked, bluffing worked. Aces versus jacks, you get some nice value. So she continues this. She's one of the favorites for the title and the WSOP circuit ring.
Yeah, absolutely. She did come into this FT. We thought she was a bit of a wild card, struggling to find information on her. A woman of mystery, man. Well, she's crushing so far at this FT. Give you guys a little update on our lineup of players. If you're just joining, aforementioned Miss Hong Pham, she is chip leading. Jonathan McCann, who's been on a tear for the last 12 months live. He is second in chips, I believe. Paul Hizer there in the GG hat. World Series of Poker bracelet winner last year. Jamie Boz O'Connor, there he is in the green and white. We have Mr. Gary Miller there in the hoodie on your screen. Rounding out our lineup, we have Matthew Gray. And yeah, it's anyone's game. 100 grand for the win, guys. Plus that one suited. So Hong back into the action, opening with the 7-8 of spades in the hijack. John McCann with the Queen Jack of Hearts. Big.
Yeah, another example of that we want to defend more and 3-bet less. Definitely a hand we can also 3-bet this deep, but with the ICM involved, I think it's fairly okay to only call here. And interesting flop.
Yeah, very interesting. Both players flopping open-ended straight draws. Hong with a backdoor spade draw to go with hers. She does take a free one. Don't hate this. And look at that turn, Manny. Drills the Jack of Spades.
Andrew always wants to see blood on the felt.
Yeah, very awkward spot for John McCann. No reason to think our hand is no good as yet. Does turn top pair. He is going to lead. Comes in for a roundabout half pot. Hong now with her made straight on the turn. Also picking up a flush draw to go with her straight. She's just going to call. River is the 7 of diamonds. So Hong still good, picks up the check mark.
I could imagine to see a little block bet here going for 10-15% of the pot. With Queen Jack, you're still gonna get called by worse, and you're gonna shut down some bluffs. So that's exactly what happens, right? A little bit bigger, around a 35% value bet.
Yeah, John does decide to value bet his pair of jacks. Hong debating whether she's going to raise or call, Manny.
On the paired board with the bottom straight, I guess we're going to see call most of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes a lot of sense. And that's all Hong Pham at this FT so far, up to 9.1 million in chips.
A very nice performance so far. Definitely. Love to see it. Look at that legend in the chat, Nick Marchington.
What a mug off. I was hoping you would miss it.
No. I won't miss Nick. Two good guys on the comms. Question for Andrew. How did it feel last night when someone 5-bet shop piles into you with the Queen 4 suited and got there versus your jacks deep in the Sunday Million? How did that feel, Andrew?
I swear, man. The guy pretends he's a lovely sweetheart of the British scene. Just off with the Queen 4 suited it. Oh yeah, I was absolutely thrilled, Nick. I wasn't at all. I was very zen. I didn't react in any way.
Yeah, I can't understand Queen 4 suited. With Queen 5, all right, I give it a shot. To everyone not knowing, Neverfold Queen 5 is my screen name, and I do some Twitch streams on a daily basis, so make sure to go to twitch.tv/NeverfoldQ5 and give me a follow, all right, lads? Thank you so much. Enough advertising from me. Back to you, Andrew. What do we have here? Button steal.
Do indeed. Steve Warburton in the mix, raising the King 4 off around about 40 big blinds. Jamie is going to defend with the 6-5. Flop is ace, ace, 9. Would expect Warbs to come with a 1 big blind c-bet on this board very often. Really not much that Jamie can do. Folds his hand before Steve can even get the chips on the felt. Anyway, Nick, welcome to the chat, mate. All right, I'll let that one stand. I shall have my revenge one day. Although, Manny, you know I'm not capable of 5-bet shoving. Shoot it.
Oh,
That's a problem.
I wouldn't say that. I can imagine it.
I would.
You're just saying that for the additional fold equity once you are in that spot.
What a mug off, eh? Unbelievable. Anyway, right, on we go. Guys, anyone just joining? Incredible numbers on the viewer count. Love to see it. We are 7-handed, guys, of the World Series of Poker Circuit events. Main event coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. 7 players remain chasing that 100k for the win. The World Series of Poker Circuit ring. Pham looking to take down that title. Has been crushing this FT so far. Opening the ace-10. Yeah, 9 million. Comes in for a raise with the ace-10. John McCann on the button with around about 60 bigs in the pocket threes. Does make the call in position. Paul in the big with the 7-8. Getting a good price, Manny.
Again, Chippy V clear call gets a little bit dicey in an ICM scenario, and yes, there is ICM involved even for the bigger stacks. But he decides to take a flop anyways. Don't mind it.
And as has been the story so far, Hong flops best. Top pair of aces is going to come in for a small c-bet. Comes for around about half pot. We can see that that is going to be that.
That's another 500k that she's going to just pick up, adding to her stack. She's going to be very close to the 10 million. It's been all Hong. The Hong show so far.
Yes, she has really been crushing. I believe second place in chips has around about 4.5 million. So Hong with 2x second place. I've been waiting for the opportunity, Manny. I'm going to have to do it. Hong Pham, she's going ham at this final table. I'm very sorry, everybody, but you know, sometimes you've got to take the opportunity.
I'm very sorry, I'm laughing
pun.
about that. That's what I'm sorry about. To motivate this guy to do
I'm not going to lie. I thought it was pretty good.
It's fine, it's fine. Works for me.
Right, back into the action. Steve Warburton opening the Jack-9 in the hijack. Pretty wide open. John does just get out of the way with the 9-10. Boz with a potential rejam spot and does snap take it. All in for around about 900k. Does pick it up over the light open of Warbs. As we said, Manny, Boz Jamie, Mr. Jamie Buzz O'Connor, not scared to get the chips in. Pretty easy reshove. Takes himself up to 1.3 million. Guys, we are going to be going on a short break in around about 10 minutes. Hope you're enjoying the coverage and hope you will come back and join us as we move towards the conclusion of this final table. Now Jonathan McCann in the mix with the H-Jack of clubs. Gary does defend with the 7-8. Flop is Queen 9-10.
Again,
Flopping an open ender and a backdoor nut flush draw. Gary with the open ender, but very difficult to continue here, Manny, against any aggression.
yeah, it's a very similar to the scenario we just had. Straight draw versus straight draw. We have two open enders here, but the 8-7 obviously not with many clean outs. The jack is sometimes not going to be good here against Jonathan's range. So I can definitely understand the snap fold from Gary here.
Yeah, absolutely. John McCann padding his stack back up to 4.6 mil. If you guys want to see the payouts, they are indeed pinned in the YouTube chat. All players with £15,000 locked up, looking to move their way up to that £100,000 first place prize. As we see Steve letting the ace rag go under the gun. Does fold round to Gary Miller in the small, working with 15 big blinds. Gonna elect to just call. Matthew with an interesting spot here. Jack 8 of clubs facing the 15 big blind limp of Gary. Is it going to check his option?
Yeah, I really like the check here. Rather want to go ISO some of the offsuit combos. Jack 8 suited just too good. Plays too well to ISO raise fold to a potential small blind limp jam.
Gary does flop a gut shot. Is it going to find a limp stab? Going to be very difficult here for Matthew to continue. Just jack high, no real backdoor flush draws working for him.
Yeah, we do have a backdoor straight draw, but not even an overcard to the queen. No backdoor flush draw. You said it. Probably one of the combos. We give the opponent a little grim, little critical look, and then we let it go.
Well, apparently not. Matthew does find the flop call with the jack high. And boom, just like that, Gary drills the 8 on the turn. And this is going to spell trouble for Matthew, improving to second pair.
Really bad news for Matthew here. Not only does his opponent make the straight, he improves to a very strong hand. Not many bluffs blocking with a jack. Of course, some jack 9, jack 10, but still gonna be looking to call the turn a lot, and maybe sometimes even the river. This is trouble for Matthew.
Is indeed trouble ahead, and Gary unblocking all of the pairs does indeed just set up a river bet. Bets around about a third pot on the turn. River is the 10 of clubs. Gary working with around about 1.3x pot.
Yeah, as bad as the turn was for Matthew, this river is definitely one of the best ones for him. Gonna save him a lot of money here. Definitely gonna hero call less once all the 9x straight draws come in, and there's an overcard to our 8 as well. So lucky river here for Matthew. This could have been much worse.
Yeah, and Gary does elect to pile it in, jamming for around about 1.3x pot. And yeah, Matthew really cannot defend here with just the pair of 8s. As Manny said, he doesn't know it yet. Fortunate river for Matthew. Nice pot for Gary. Adds his stack up to around about 1.6 million. For anybody just joining the stream, welcome along, guys, to the YouTube streets. Shade under 1,000 viewers on a Monday afternoon. You love to see it, Manny. Beautiful stuff. 7-handed here in the main. And as I said, we are going on a break in about 5 minutes' time. We will be on a break for 10 to 15 minutes. I hope you will come back and join us. It's been a magic stream so far, Manny. Lots of action, lots of accomplished play.
Very interesting to see the guys fight it out here. Very solid performance by the chip leader. Hong here taking over the table so far. But yeah, very good poker to be seen here and much to learn from. It's very exciting to be part of this and commentate on it. Let's see what Gary decides to do with the pocket 3s here.
Yeah, awkward spot here with 20 big blinds. Is it going to come in for a raise? And we can see that it's not going to work. Warb's picking up the ace-king, and Matthew could get caught in the crossfire occasionally here, Manny. Potential 3-bet fold candidate with the ace-8.
Yeah, definitely with the stack sizes. I don't think there should be any jamming. We're far too deep for that, especially with Steven behind.
He
And
does
decided
go for it. Makes
classic
it 5.5 bigs.
A lovely sizing here. No need to go any bigger, even out of the small blind. We are playing 20 big blinds effective with the open razor. So I think this size is absolutely brilliantly chosen. Sad for him, Steven wakes up behind with an absolute monster.
Yeah, do really like this from Matthew. Unfortunately for him, Steve has cold found the ace-king. Very natural all-in, picking up a nice pot pre-flop without showdown. Back up above 4 million. So guys, last few hands before we go on that scheduled break. Looks as if Jamie coming in for another light one under the gun, opening the king 8 of clubs. Fortunately for him, Hong in the hijack does wake up with ace queen.
What do you do here in Hong shows? It's a very tricky spot. Once we 3-bet, we're not really going to get any shoves by a lot of worse hands. Like ace-jack is probably going to fold to the 3-bet.
Sure.
With these positions. So are we just electing to call here? Or are we just going with it anyways, hoping our opponent gets in jacks or 10s?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Hong will be aware that Jamie is very active and will have some of those weaker holdings when he opens. I think I can get on board with either call or just 3-bet call. Can't really go too wrong. Jamie working with just around about 14 bigs. She does elect to 3-bet, makes it 7 bigs, and Jamie gonna get out of the way with a suited king.
I do agree, especially when the open raising range is so wide, even if we don't get it in versus much worse hands, it's just important to deny equity as well.
Yeah.
All those open raise folds in this range. Good to get them out and just to take it down. Almost 10 million for Hong. What a performance.
Absolutely. I know. So far, it is Hong's world, and the boys are just living in it. Guys, thanks for joining so far. We are going to go on that break, as mentioned. Please come back and join us in around about 15 minutes' time for the remaining conclusion of the main event final table. Myself and Manny, we will see you very soon. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is the final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series from Dusk Till Dawn. Myself and Manny, we are suitably refreshed. I've had my cup of tea. I've had my biscuit. I'm ready to roll. Manny, please tell me one time that you did better than a sparkling water. This is your moment to shine.
I am not here to disappoint you, Andrew. I did put a lemon into my sparkling water, little
Oh!
slice, spiced it up. 9 came to this final table, Andrew. 7 remain. John Adderley out in 8th, Lee French out in 9th. 15k locked up. This is no final table to relax, right? You need to fight for the chips now.
You absolutely do. As we have seen here, Paul opening under the gun with the king-queen. Steve Warburton does peel the sevens. Jamie completing the king-jack, gets out of the way. Small c-bet from Paul, targeting perhaps some of those sort of mid-suited connectors or Broadway-type hands with no backdoors. Not going to get too many folds from Warbs on the button with this sizing. He does call with sevens. Turn is the 9 of hearts. Paul with the decision about whether to try and barrel this one off.
Yeah, interesting one, especially with that little queen of hearts in your hand for potential hard runouts. Make a very good bluff combination. Also, we basically never had at this point once Steven calls. So I really don't mind the hand selection here. I actually think it's brilliant. Nice double barrel here from Paul.
Yeah, is going to go for it. Look to target some of those sort of ace highs that had a backdoor flush draw. Very difficult situation for Steve. Does have pocket sevens, and he does elect to lay it down. Paul there showing the power of the double barrel. Nicely worked out situation, as you alluded to, Manny.
Yeah, probably definitely working out into his favor that they were three-handed on the flop. Will generate even more fold compared to a heads-up scenario.
Sure. Yeah, makes a lot of sense, and a very nice pickup from Mr. Paul Hizer. Guys, welcome back. Anybody in the YouTube streets, as always, if you would like to interact with myself, Andrew Hedley, and my co-commentator extraordinaire, Mr. Manuel Zapf, please do get involved, guys. And you know what? I'm going to put it out there for them. Guys, give Manny some suggestions for new refreshments. Sparkling water. I mean, honestly, I hate it. And I hate it almost as much as this discussion. I'm going to break away because look at this cooler developing. Gary Miller in a world of pain here. Min raising ace king off 15 bigs. And there's almost no way out, but Matthew is finding the slow play, Manuel.
Yeah, this is very interesting, especially now Jamie waking up with ace 10 offsuit, a potential jam here. I think it's might be a little bit too light, but he's definitely going to give this some thought. Gets out of the way though, well done. Yeah, the slow play really saving Gary here.
Yeah, I think Jamie recognizing that Gary opening off such a shallow stack and Matthew with a strong range here to continue with just 20 bigs of his own. And Paul also gets away from the Queen 9. Gary now with an opportunity to perhaps get away.
Oh my
Oh
God.
my days, he's flopped Broadway. What a turn of events, Manuel. And
Not
Matthew there
only,
with pocket aces in position.
yeah, not only has he flopped Broadway, his opponent has pocket ace as a hand that is very tough to get away from. Aces blocking ace king, hugely having additional straight draw equity to the overpair. Ah, this is going to be a big clash, Andrew.
Does find the smooth call on the flop. Doesn't know it yet, but needs this board to get wetter, and that is as blank as it gets. 3 of spades on the turn. And Gary with just a shade over pot behind. Would expect him to make this a 3-street hand. Not too much in his mind to protect from. Queens and jacks likely to run this pre, and tens.
Yeah, unblocking all the pairs, definitely another argument for betting straight away. No slow play here from Gary. I do like it,
Here we
and
go.
it's
Matthew
going
has
in.
sent it. He is getting the terrible news. What a spot for Gary Miller. Looking to double. And the 8 of diamonds on the river is a pure blank. Gary Miller cracking the aces of Matthew Gray. Brutal run out for him, Manuel.
Yeah. I mean, the flop already is an absolute disaster for Matthew. We said it many times today before. We would like to see more slow plays with the aces in those spots. Matthew heard us. He does it and he gets punished for it. Oh no, what a disaster for Matthew.
I really can't fault him. Lots of Gary's value range will get it in post-flop anyway, and you can trap some hands pre. A very unfortunate run out for Matthew. Guys, this is the first hand back after a break. World Series of Poker Circuit event, final table. This was our £1,100 buy-in, 500k guaranteed. We are down to 7. Pham with the chip lead. She has been running over this table in.
Yeah, so far it has been a grand slam for Pham. I prepared that one in the break.
Apologies there, guys. A little error with that mic. Matthew Gray, very unfortunate there with the aces. Gary Miller with that double up in the Broadway straight, taking himself up to 3.2 million. We are still 7-handed. All players have 50,000 pounds locked. Looking with 100k first prize and a coveted Manuel World Series Poker Circuit ring, which you took great pleasure in making fun of me to get nowhere near one over the years.
Yeah, and to my shame, I do have the same exact amount of World Series of Poker circuit rings as you, Andrew. So makes it a little bit less bad that I make fun of it, right?
Of course. And I mean, look at the setup here in Nottingham. Beautiful table. This is our brand new setup. Lots of events coming up over the next year or so. Manny, I want to see us, one of us, in the streets playing for one of these rings. Anyway, Matthew, fresh off that terrible beat, is effectively all in for 5.5 big blinds with the ace queen.
How much it behind?
Hong in the big with just 9 high. Trying to decide if she is ever priced in.
Whatever. So, keep you strong.
A little needle there, Manny. I'll keep you short and folds the 9-5.
Amazing table talk. Just needed to figure out if she has an any 2 call here. Doesn't really get the prize for a hand with 9-5.
I'll give you a spin.
Jamie O'Connor finding the pocket 8s in the cutoff. 7.5 bigs. Does send it in. Gary with just the king 2 suited. Some brilliant table talk here, Manuel. Gary repeats the line of Hong. Keep you short, buddy. YouTube chat is indeed popping off. Welcome along, guys. Yeah, sorry, we did have a few small issues with my mic. Hopefully that is everything sorted. Please feel free to keep us posted. Couple of small little glitches, Manny. It would be far too simple, wouldn't it, my friend, for it all to run perfect throughout. But hopefully we're back in business.
Well, it's the same as in a poker table. There's gonna be some challenges on the way to success. Can't be that easy. So a small little glitch can make you sometimes a better poker player in the end. Yeah, great to have you all here in the YouTube chat. Really excited about this event. And the players are loosening up a little bit with their table talk. Everybody's smiling after the break.
Yeah, absolutely. This has been a feature, Manny. People quite nervous early in the stream. Getting comfortable now, 7-handed in the main. Around to Hong. She has not put a single foot wrong thus far. Unit. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Paul has come in for a 3x in the cutoff with the ace-5. Hong with a decision on the button with the ace-jack off.
Very interesting sizing. The first time we see something else than min raise or an open limp. Paul coming in with a 3x. Probably really not wanting to give the short stack in the big blind good odds to defend.
Actually think this is showing a sign of his experience, making sure that if the action had got to Matthew, he wouldn't get a good price on a defend when our hand doesn't flop too well itself. Hong does call in position, and Paul is going to be hating it. Queen 10-8, 2 diamonds. Seems like a very clear give-up spot, Manny, with the ace-5 off.
Yeah, I would really like to give up here. A board that we're almost gonna check range, I would say. Just hits the dealer button range very, very well. And on top of that, we chose the 3x pre-sizing, which makes the range of chip leader Hong even stronger. Good check fold here by Paul.
Yeah, absolutely, and Hong, must say, been extremely impressed with her play. Using position perfectly so far at this final table. Every single one, it seems, of her flop stabs all getting through. Taking herself back up to around about 9.5 million. And yeah, guys, everybody, thank you for joining. We appreciate the support. Any little glitches and such. This has indeed been a trial phase for our brand new streaming setup. As you can see, the table looks beautiful. Couple of little glitches here and there. We appreciate your support and the love. Guys, if you want to check out anything happening at Dusk Till Dawn, please go to our socials. You can find them at DTD Club and at DTD Live. Give the page a follow, give it a like, all that stuff. You can keep in touch with everything Dusk Till Dawn related. Coming up in Nottingham in the next year or so, we have big plans for the stream. Paul electing to get out of the way with the 8-9 suited. Round to Gary on the button with a premium hand, ace queen of hearts. 30 big blind coming in for a raise. Steve in the big blind with the jack 2 suited. Does defend. Flop is queen 5-5. Gary with top pair, top kicker. Just the jack high for orbs.
Probably another one of those flops that you're gonna go very, very tiny on. Almost a 1 big blind c-bet enough here on the paired rainbow board. Gary makes it a tiny bit bigger, but still in the very small region, and takes it down with the c-bet.
Yeah, very simple bet and take it for Gary. Managed to spin up his stack nicely from the short stack. Had that huge spot, flopping Broadway against the slow played aces of Matthew. Getting up to around about 3.5 million in chips. Matthew Gray in your picture there on the short stack. Paul is going to open with the ace-4 of spades under the gun +1. Makes it 200k to go. Round 2, John McCann in the big blind with the jack-8 off. Is going to make a relatively light defend. Flop is ace-3-3. Typically, Manny will see a lot of one big blind c-betting on this board from the opener.
That's a very similar board to the last one we've seen. The queen 5-5, now it's ace 3-3. Another paired board with a high card out there, another rainbow board. Typically very small sizings on these textures, and as we see, Paul understands that and actually comes in with a one big blind bet. Very well done. Another bet and take.
As we referenced earlier, Paul, very experienced live player, shade under $1 million in live earnings. And he won the World Series of Poker Colossus event. Colossus indeed, Manuel. Last year, a year ago, $400 buy-in, good for $415,000. Not a bad return on your investment.
I just really hope for him he had all of his actions. It would hurt to sell 70% in that one.
Paul right in the hunt here for the £100,000 first prize. Hong opening up here 10 million in chips. Perhaps sensing an opportunity to put her foot to the floor, raising the queen 9 off. Here we go. Matthew, I think, has put it in with ace 10. He does effectively shove. And Steve Warburton behind with the pocket jacks. 33 bigs effective. Looks as if he's going to ISO this one, Manuel.
Yeah, the first little bit lighter open raise from Hong we've seen so far. She's been playing very solid ranges. Now opening the queen 9. I love it though. I mean, we've seen Roberto Romanello opening any 2 on the 5K final table on Friday. Definitely much reason to open raise light here. 2 players wake up, so very easy fold for her.
For sure, and Warburton does isolate the jacks, and here we go. 1.6 million in the middle. Matthew Gray looking to improve with the ace 10, or he is going to be out in 7th. And just like that, he flops an ace. Ace queen 4. No help on the turn for Steve. Does hold and find the double, chasing down the pocket jacks of Steve. Matthew Gray back in the mix, up to 1.6 million. He is back in the hunt.
Yeah, what a great spot to hit an ace. He started the hand with 600k. He's now up to 1.6 million, so almost a triple effectively, because Hong's open race was in there. The antes are in there. Very, very nice spot to stock out. Now with 1.6 million, he's definitely a threat again to the entire table.
Nice recovery for Matthew after those aces got cracked in epic fashion by Gary Miller. Back up to around about 16 bigs. Pham out of the way with the jack 5. Back round to Matthew Gray. Interesting spot with pocket 8s here in the hijack. 16 bigs effective. does effectively jam. Makes it 1 million to go. He is going to pick up the blinds, and Nan is continuing his recovery. Jamie O'Connor now on the short stack, Manuel, round about 10 big blinds.
Always frustrating to see this as a short stack. If the other short stacks double up, you're not getting any ladders, now you're last in chips. Now you're the one under the most pressure. Looking to get it in maybe soon, find the double as well. Definitely interesting shove there with pocket eights, definitely one of those awkward stack sizes. If we have a few big blinds more, we can probably still open raise. This was right in the middle. He decided to jam, take it down, not give any possibilities to bigger stacks to pressure him out of the pot with the eights.
Yeah, seems more than reasonable. Now John McCann in the cutoff with the 5-6 of hearts. And Hong Pham once more finding a premium holding. Ace Queen of clubs in the big. Looks as if she's going to count out a 3-bet. Does indeed. John, nothing to be done. Hong, nice sizing, makes it around about 7.5 big blinds. Nothing for John to defend there in the cutoff with just 6 high. And Hong Pham takes another pot down.
Thank you.
Very impressed, Manuel.
So far, it's really been her final table. No missteps. She's taken down a lot of pots without even going to a flop. Her hero calls have been working out. Her value bets have been working out. What can you say? Very, very, very solid so far. And well-deserved 10 million chip stack.
Absolutely putting herself in the box seat to make a run at this top prize and World Series of Poker Circuit ring. As we have given away 12 World Series of Poker Circuit event rings across this series. Very successful one at that, at Dusk Till Dawn. Matthew Gray under the gun, pocket 7s here, 18 big blinds. Somewhat awkward spot to wake up with 7s, Manny, 7-handed.
Yeah, maybe another one of those limp-in spots. We've seen it before with the 7s early, with around 20 big blind stacks. You don't want to open raise fold, you don't want to open raise call. So I would either go open fold or open limp. I think those are the only two options that we have.
Does elect to lay it down. John McCann now in the hijack with ace king of diamonds. Does make it 200k. Couple of pocket pairs behind. Paul with the 3s on the button. And Hong in the small blind with pocket 6s. Paul is going to take one off.
Very interesting spot now for Hong, whether to call or to 3-bet. She decides to take the flop. I really do like the option with this specific hand. Rather want to be looking to 3-bet some of our ace X that block a little bit more value and play a little bit worse post-flop.
And Paul Hizer flopping bottom set. Hong does check it over to John McCann. Just ace high, no real backdoors working for him. Is going to c-bet round about third pot.
I don't think we should be doing much raising in position here. Of course, there are quite some ugly turn cards, some spades, some straight completers, especially with Hong being in there as well. But I think a raise just produces too many folds, so we just go with a call.
Yeah, Paul does find that smooth call. Hong here with 3 to a straight. No spade in her hand though. Facing a bet in the call, but she does overcall. 3-way to the turn. The turn is the 5 of spades. Potentially spicy card.
Definitely one of the most interesting turn cards here for Paul. Additionally bad that it's specifically the 5 of spades. You don't feel very comfortable to bet anymore into 2 opponents. One already might have a higher set or a mate flush. It'll be interesting to see if he decides to bet anyways. He does have a strong hand. He does want to protect against some pair plus spade hands. Very tricky spot here for Paul in position.
It absolutely would, of course, be a disaster to ever bet fold this hand. It does go with check. 4 of hearts on the river. Paul making a full house. Hong with a decision here on whether to turn her 6s into a bluff. Potentially the worst hand she gets to the river with, Manuel.
Potentially, yes, but I think she also gets to the rivers with some pairs that include a spade in her hand. So I would rather use 7s, 8s, 9s with a spade than 6s without a spade. Yeah, Paul No with a crystal clear value bet with his bottom full house. And that's just going to end the hand fairly quickly, I assume.
Does choose around about half pot.
Kind of unlucky for him. Hong with the one that could have a potential hero call here. Also has to worry about Jonathan being behind and being stronger than her 6s. So even if Paul finds any weird bluff, which is highly unlikely anyways, she still has to worry about Jonathan. So this is why it's just gonna go fold here.
Hong yet to fold is in the tank. Any potential, Manuel, for her to weigh up some crazy shenanigans here with a raise? You wouldn't think so.
I hope not. I hope not. It's just a little bit too bad. As I said before, with the 6 of spades in her hand, we could think of some shenanigans.
You know, I just like to see the chaos.
Yes, of course. But well done folding. I think very clear laydown here. Paul picks up a nice pot though with his pocket 3s in position. Gets himself over the 5 million chip mark.
Very nice result for Paul Hizer, up to 5.3 million. Guys, if you are just joining us, welcome along to the YouTube streets. This is the World Series of Poker circuit event, main event final table. We are 7-handed. All players have £15,000 locked up, all chasing down that potential £100,000 first place prize. And our World Series of Poker circuit event ring, Manuel.
Yes, that glittery, shiny golden ring. Everybody wants it. We don't have one, Andrew, but one of these 7 will win one tonight. Plus 100k pounds. That's not bad either, right?
Not too shabby at all, my friend. Steve Warburton with the pocket 8 does come in for a raise under the gun. Matthew Gray with the king 8 off. showing his experience here. Not a hand we want to defend. Going to be dominated a lot. Does have Boz on the short stack. Electing just to get out of the way. Guys, as the dealer sorts that pot, opportunity to let you know what is coming up at Dusk Till Dawn. We now have a new monthly tournament, the DTD 100, 100k guaranteed for just a £120 buy-in. Regularly seeing huge prize pools of over 120k. That is every month at DTD if you want to get in the mix. And we are also hosting the APAT, Amateur Poker Association and Tour events throughout 2023. We have the UK Team Championships next week. The World Championship of Amateur Poker coming up in the summer. We have more projects and streaming products being lined up. Exciting times at DTD. If you want to check out anything happening from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham, check our social media at DTD Club and at DTD Live. Find those on Twitter and Instagram. Anyway, back to the action. Mr. John McCann opening ace-10 under the gun. Steve Warburton with a very pretty looking Queen Jack of Diamonds does defend out of the big. Great flop for John McCann, 10-6 deuce with 2 hearts. Does come in for half pot. Steve with just queen high. No real backdoors working for him. Would imagine Manny would just let this one go.
Yeah, without backdoors, we're probably just looking to check fold here. With backdoors, you can get a little bit sneaky. Maybe get in that check call or even that check raise. But we're playing against an under the gun range as well. It's a little bit scary, doesn't it?
Not too much hand for Steve to continue with. I forgot, Manuel, how savage the YouTube comment section can be. Ooh. You need a thick, you need a rhino skin, my friend, to survive the streets.
Yeah, we're just talking about some hands and not bringing our silly jokes for 10 minutes, and we immediately get a hammer on our backhand. Ouch!
When did poker become so boring? I tell you what, this table has been laughing and joking. They're having a little lull in conversation. A little relax. Speaking of not being relaxed, Jamie is going to send the king queen. 7.5 bigs under the gun, more than good enough. Does go all in. Holds round to the blinds. John McCann with the king 9. You can see Jamie would be in great shape if John makes a thin call here. Not sure we want to call this off against even a short stack. Does let it go.
Definitely folding a hand here against an under the gun range, even though he's fairly short. And yeah, people also don't like that it's not enough entertainment at the table. I would say the hat selection this morning by the players brought enough entertainment to the table. I mean, look at that.
Have no fear, guys. Things are gonna get spicy. We are 7-handed here at the final table.
Just do a 7-way top and go to the way.
Paul Hizer under the gun, lets it go. Round 2, Matthew Gray in the cutoff. Is 10 off. Another one of these middling hands, Manuel, 16 big blinds. Here we go, herd all in announced from Jamie. Matthew again elects to commit with the 1 million raise. And Jamie is all in with pocket nines, and we have a big flip here for 2 million. Jamie gonna need to hold up against the ace-10 of Matthew Gray. Flop is 10 high. Matthew jumps out in front. Jamie drawing to one of the 2 remaining nines in the deck. River is the 5 of hearts. No good for Jamie. Good game, Buzz. Finishing in 7th place, £15,000. Played a strong FT, Manny, and sometimes you just have to win your flips. He is our 7th place finisher. GG to Jamie, and we are now 6-handed.
Yeah, good performance by Jamie O'Connor. Of course, you said it, and we all know it. Tournament poker is so much about flipping. It can be very annoying sometimes if you're very close to winning that flip, and then you have a chance for 100k. Now you go home with 15k. I mean, not a bad score, right? We can be happy with that, but of course it burns just a little bit.
Yeah, these FTs always about trying to navigate your short stack. Try and get a little momentum. Good run, Jamie. On to the next one. 7th place, taking home 15,000. We are now 6-handed in this World Series Circuit main event final tip. Everyone now, Manuel, with £20,000 locked up.
So I go this way. And go this way.
Matthew looking to continue the momentum, raising the ace-3 of diamonds in the hijack. Round to Paul Hizer in the big. Would expect him just to give this one up. Does indeed. And what a recovery for Matthew Gray. Manny down to 500k after those aces got cracked by Mr. Gary Miller. Back up to around about 3 million.
He's in the mix now. 3 million is not that far away from the chip lead, of course. Still the chip leader, Pham, with about 10 million, but one double up, and we're already very close to that chip stack. So he's right back at it. Lucky double up with the ace-10. Now he made a ladder as well, and he must be feeling good about what happened in the last minutes.
Things can change very quickly in tournament poker. Gary Miller opening 6-handed with the ace-queen of clubs. Now Pham has played pretty much perfectly so far, but she is dominated here with the ace-jack. Facing this 30 big blinds open from Gary.
I think if you would be opening from a little bit of a later position, there's definitely some arguing for an active approach, 3-betting or even jamming, but I think at these positions, this should probably be a call. But is that raising chips?
Very interesting. She just clicks it.
Wow, this looks so strong. If I'm in Gary's seat, I'm shitting myself right now.
Very concisely put, my friend, but Gary, with too strong of a hand to go anywhere, is just going to call in position. Wonder if there's a potential for Hong to have misread some of those chips. We have not seen her use this tiny sizing, and it is going to get her in trouble. Ace 8-9 on the flop. Gary with close to the top of his range here, Manuel.
Hung must feel good about this flop too, but I don't think there will be any raising. It's really about to come down to the turn and river decisions here, I think. Gary being in position on this board, probably once he raises versus the super strong looking range from Hung, not gonna be happy once Hung continues. So we see call. It's all about that turn. Is it gonna be a dry one or a wet one?
Very interesting. Gary will be thinking, would not expect a hand like Ace King to use this tiny click size. He's going to feel as if he has almost the strongest hand he can have on this board. Unlikely to ever open a hand like 8-9 suited.
Yeah, but also,
Hung does check.
do you ever expect that sizing from a hand like Ace Jack? Do you ever expect that sizing from any hand that is not aces or kings, basically? It's a tricky spot for Gary, even though Hung checked now.
You know we like to keep it real here at the TTD stream. I wouldn't have a clue what was going on here. Gary does check, and Hong Pham drills 2-pair on the river. Wow, what a river card. Does complete a potential flush.
And
What
Garen
we do now is Gary.
Garen predicted the Jack of Hearts on the turn, but it came on the river. Now the sizing is gonna be important for Gary's decision here, I think.
Incredibly confusing spot here for Gary. Can he work it out? Hong betting half pot. 900k. Potential tournament defining hand here for Gary Miller.
I mean, I'm thinking to myself, how do you ever fold here to this price? But then I'm thinking to myself, how do you ever call here? It's impossible to make a decision, Andrew. Just time out, maybe? Use all your time banks and get the countdown to the call?
I would imagine lots of those time bank chips are about to be used. These are spots we don't find ourselves in too often, Manny. Very confusing pre-flop click size. Bet flop from Hong, check turn, and now betting half pot. As you say, getting a very good price, but hard to think of too many poor bluffs. And he does make the call and going to get the horrible news. That is a massive pot for Hong. Gary, very unfortunate run out, down to 13 bigs. Very awkward spot, Manuel. Not a spot we're going to find ourselves in too often. Hard to fault Gary for making that call.
It's so tough, this spot, because of that tiny click 3-bet out of the big blind pre-flop. He expected a strong hand. He did not expect a hand like Ace-Jack to ever be in there. I cannot blame him, but going very strong, Miss Hong. It's all
very
in
nice.
her final table so far.
Almost as good as my ham pun. I actually did hear Hong say there, I didn't mean to do that. So it was a misclick pre-flop, which is unfortunate for Gary, making that spot a lot trickier. The Jack on the river taking Hong up to 11 million in chips. Matthew Gray under the gun with the King Jack of Spades coming in for a min raise. Gary now will be trying to gather his thoughts, keep himself composed. Brutal hand. Does defend the 6-7. I feel his pain there, Manuel. That was a sore one.
Yeah, definitely. It's a tough river spot to be in. I mean, we've calculated it all through. I am totally lost in that river scenario. I don't blame him for going either way, folding or calling.
Very tough spot for Gary. He has spun it up once before at this FT. Will be looking to do it again. Hong Pham now with over 11 million in chips. Her nearest challenger has around about 4 million. Great shape here to make a run at the title. Guys, if you are just joining us, we are six-handed World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series Main Event. 6 remain in the hunt for that 100k up top. And the elusive, magical World Series of Poker take you through the lineup of players. We have Pham with that chip lead, 11 million. John McCann, Paul Hizer, Steve Warburton, Gary Miller, and Mr. Matthew, all vying for the title. And Hong putting those newly found more chips to work. Is it going to make it 225k with Jack 8 of clubs? Matthew just going to call with the dominating ace-jack. Queen 5-4 rainbow.
Another fortunate flop here for Hong. She doesn't have the best hand, but with her chip lead and with Matthew being in the middle of the pack, can't really play back too much. He might even give up the ace high here, even though it's typically a call on this board. Even with ICM implications, he finds that call though. Very interesting.
Does make the call. Turn is a 10, giving straight draws to both players. Hong with a potential barrel off candidate. Just jack high. Could look to target some 5 and 4x. Does decide to check. And she gets there on the river. Backdoors a straight, Manuel. Wow. Hong Pham running super hot. Rivers the second nuts.
Yeah, absolutely. Great run by Hong, getting lucky, playing good as well though. Let's not forget about that. Not gonna get paid though, I believe. If the river was the 9 of diamonds, Matthew could have some shenanigans in his mind with the ace of diamonds and the straight blocker. But here, I think this is a very clear fold. I don't think you want to be shoving here as a bluff against the chip leader very often with his exact hand. So yeah, he might find the. I can't believe he's gonna find the call here with the ace jack out. It's just too far down in his range. Maybe he's actually thinking about shoving. I can't think he's thinking about calling.
He does have a jack in his hand. The problem is, really, we are not going to hold king jack too often here. Don't believe we're going to check call flop with just king high. Does seem to be thinking about a hero call, Manuel, but makes the right decision. Gets away from his ace high. And Hong Pham, 12 million in chips, Manuel. She is motoring.
Just chipping up, chipping up, chipping up. And I know I've said his name many times. It reminds me a little bit of the Roberto Romanello performance in the 5K on Friday. He was the chip leader as well. He was playing brilliant as well, very aggressive. So yeah, the chip leaders really dominating the final tables at Dusk Till Dawn this week. Yeah, and we couldn't find anything about her, right, Andrew? We looked up everybody. We found details on everyone besides Miss Hong Pham.
No, she really is a woman of mystery. Gotta give her props. Obviously, a couple of fortunate runouts there, but she has played pretty much note perfect in the lead up to those hands. Opens now with the king jack, takes it down free.
That's just another $250,000 added to her stack.
You will find out on the stream.
Yeah, I'll find it.
She is right in the hunt here for the title. YouTube chat is popping off, Manuel. I really love to see it. Thank you everybody for joining us. We appreciate the love and support. 1,100 viewers on a Monday evening. Really do love to see it. Back into the action we go. Mr. Paul Hizer under the gun, ace 3 of diamonds. I believe Paul is second in chips. Just a shade under 5 million. John McCann does elect to defend with the Jack 10. Both players flopping a piece. John McCann does flop middle pair. Paul with bottom pair and the backdoor nut flush draw. Very much a flop that he is gonna see bet from under the gun. Look to clear out some equity of John.
Exactly, another example of those boards that we just almost bet with range. And especially in an ICM scenario, we don't even expect to get check raised a lot by good one pair hands right here. So that makes it even more attractive to bet, because we're going to realize 2 more cards on our equity. The 8, probably going to go check, check. What do you think?
Is some potential for Paul to try and barrel John off a hand like Jack X. Of course, know that John is very experienced, not going to fold a king. Is it going to have some queen 10, queen 9s, even some ace 10s and ace queen that we still are ahead of? So check is going to be pretty normal. Does check it back. Do have some showdown. You know that John is not going to bet too many hands on this river that contain a jack, I think it's fair to say. So when he bets, going to be king X and some of those brick straight draws heavy. Does elect to check. Paul probably just going to take this to showdown, Manuel.
Yeah, I like it. We have so many other hands we can start bluffing with. We don't need to choose our ace 3, where we still beat some 3x, we still beat some ace highs, we still beat some queen 10s maybe that decide not to bluff. So yeah, like the line both players took here.
Yeah, absolutely. John McCann taking himself back up to the 4 million chip mark. Blinds still at 50 and 100k.
Let's see, I'm not the only one drinking water, Andrew.
You will never convince me that sparkling water is an acceptable beverage, Manuel. There you go on, Hong. She's on the cup of tea, my friend. I mean, it might be tea, it might be coffee. Could be some shenanigans afoot in that cup, we'll never know. Talk me through the love for the sparkling water, Manuel. It just tastes like, I don't know, the death of hope. That's what it tastes like to me.
Tastes like a whole lot of nothingness, I would have to agree. But sometimes nothingness is just right for the moment.
Well, speaking of nothingness, Gary, about to send it, will be hoping the stack does not dissolve into nothing. Sends the pocket 7s just under 10 bigs. Looks as if he will get this one through.
Everybody realizing now that this is gonna take quite long, not as much joking as we've had right after the break. Everybody seems to be very focused.
Gary waking up with the back-to-back pocket 7s. Elects to send it in again. for 12 big blinds is going to get this one through also.
A little bit of TV time.
Hong does let it go. Gary on the road to recovery, back up to 1.5 million after that unfortunate river card up against Hong. Lots of shallow stacks, Manuel, so even with 50 bigs firmly in the mix, you can find a double.
Yeah, you can find the double, or you can find some ladders. There's still many positive things to happen, even though if you have a short stack, no need to panic. Keep it cool, play your hands. Send it in with the sevens, worked twice. Now he has a little bit more breathing room.
Now lots of sort of 20 to 25 big blind awkward stacks. Matthew Gray is going to come in for an open with the Jack-10 suited. Steve Warburton with the Ace-10 of clubs. Really like this. Gonna come in for a 3-bet. We're not going to want to enter too many pots with a call. Six-handed at a final is going to use this one as a 3-bet. Not often we want to 3-bet fold a hand like Ace-10 suited, Manuel, but seems to make sense to use it as a 3-bet bluff in this spot.
I really like the play. I see far too much flatting, even at final tables with these type of hands. It's not as easy to realize equity in an ICM scenario where people are forced to bluff a little bit more and play a little bit more aggressive as well. So this hand also performs very bad against the 4-bet shoving range. So really easy decision here for him in case he gets 4-bet. Love to see the 3-bet here by Steven, and very well sized as well.
Absolutely, and Matthew does defend. These spots can be very dicey to defend sub 25 bigs. You know, even a lot of Steve's 3-bet bluffs could contain a jack or a 10, a hand like Ace-10 as we see Steve has, perhaps an Ace-Jack. Both flop in middle pair, but Steve with the nut flush draw. Very dicey now for Matthew. Steve with a very small c-bet size, 1/6 pot. What do you do now, Manuel? Can't really fold to this sizing.
No,
Matthew does indeed call.
Steven does a great job of keeping in all the hands that we still dominate. Doesn't give him a chance to hero fold any hand, including a draw or a pair, which is really good for our hand as well. And we have a strong hand on this flop. Even if we get the check raises or the check jams, we have a fairly easy decision here with a pair plus a nut flush draw.
Absolutely. Playing out perfectly for Steve so far. Does check back turn. And Matthew electing to turn his hand into a bluff, it would seem. Very interesting. He decides to block for less than 10%. Surprised to see this, Manuel. Lots of Steve's 3-bets pre will contain an ace. Don't think we're going to get a better hand to ever fold.
Yeah, but it's also tough to really get value from anything worse. Not really sure what he was trying to achieve with that block bet. I can see a hand like King, Queen block betting, or a hand like Ace, Jack in this 3-bet pot where ranges are very, very shallow. Jack 10, a little bit
Is he
far
considering the block and 4-bet shove? Not the worst candidate in the world to use. Does block some 2 pairs. And he's done it. Oh, wow. He set this up, Manuel, with the block. 3 bets to 1.1 million. Steve now, very difficult spot. Does block a lot of 2 pairs. Does block 2 pairs himself. Can he work this out? You could imagine Matthew will send Ace King all in pre to really rep in a hand like Queen Jack suited, potentially pocket kings or aces, Manuel. Pocket 10s, we block that. Pocket aces, we block that. Wow.
Yeah, I think a big factor is here that kings are usually not slow playing. So you will see a hand like kings usually 4-bet jam pre way more than aces and tens. This being said, we block aces and tens. So this is probably the best hero call candidate that Steven can find, because that leaves Matthew with just tiny bit of combos of tens and aces and with queen jack pure, and then all the bluffs, king jack, king queen,
Yeah.
10 jack, queen 10. If he's capable of bluffing this spot, I like calling ace 10 here more than calling ace king.
Very well analysed, my friend. Steve really put into a tough spot. But we are getting such a sick price, Manuel. 600k to win 3.2 million. Over 5 to 1. Matthew with the non-all-in 3-bet also. Can we read something into this?
I didn't even realize he was non-all in. That's absolutely crazy.
And he lays it down! Matthew Gray with a huge bluff on the river with just Jack 10. Gets Steve Warburton to fold 2 pair. And wow, game-changing hand here, 6-handed, Manuel.
Absolutely amazing hand. I was criticizing there a little bit with the Jack 10, obviously not knowing what he had in mind for his hand. Then of course it makes a lot of sense to look at it in raising range. I apologize for not understanding. What a hand, Andrew.
That is a wild one. I was intrigued as to why Matthew used this 8% or so river bet. Clearly had a rejam in mind. That is going to be a painful one for Steven. Takes him down to 11 big blinds. Now head spinning, King Jack of Hearts, 6-handed.
Yeah, that one was in.
He does send it. Wild hand there at this FT.
Yeah, Wozl Gummich saying in chat as well. Honestly, think time banks is a big factor here. I can imagine that if he has about 5 minutes to sniff this out, maybe he does find the call.
Does get this one through. Still reeling Manny from that hand. Perhaps the non-all-in of Matthew gets in his head. It's such a gross one. But as you said, with exactly ace-10, blocking some of those flopped sets. Sorry, rivered sets at least. Blocking some of the sets. Very tough spot for Steve. For anyone just joining, we are using shot clock. Players have 30 seconds to act on their hand. And we'll have to use one of those little red time bank cards that you can see on the table. Holds round 2 Hong Pham in the cutoff. Gary Miller with 10 bigs. King 10 suited on the button. It's gonna be go time, Manny.
Yeah, good luck to him. Very clear shove here with the King 10 suited. Gonna take it down a lot. Not against the Ace Jack though.
Here we go. Warbs finds the Ace Jack, looking to recover some chips. Here we go. 2.6 million in the middle. Flop is 8-5-4, all diamonds. Turn the 6 of spades. Gary gonna need a king or a 10, and that is no good. We lose Gary Miller in 6th place. Big hold for Steve after that tough hand. It's a good game to Gary. Well played, sir. Busted in pounds for his efforts. played a very strong FT Manny, just wasn't able to spin it up. That crucial ace-queen hand against Hong really put him under pressure.
Yeah, Gary Miller here coming into this final table, obviously facing a lot of tough competition. Many very talented players at this FT. It was a really tough seat he had. Also, the wild card, Hong Pham as a chip leader playing brilliant so far. No weak spots. It was a tough one, definitely. But he's taking home £20,000. Well done, GG. A little bit unlucky at the end. We're down to 5, Andrew.
We are down to 5, my friend. All players now with £26,500 locked. 5 players left. £100,000 up top, guys. Our final 5 players. Hong Pham with that big chip lead. Paul Hizer, John McCann, Steve Warburton, and Mr. Matthew Gray. Still reeling Manny from that hand. Crazy. Very rare that you see such a play. Steve going to be very happy to find the hold with the ace-jack. Get himself back in contention.
Yeah, probably that hand is gonna be stuck in his head for at least the amount of the delay when he finds out that that was the good old Jack 10 suited that went for the block bet, 3-bet on the river. Yeah, I know the feeling. You are questioning a lot, even in the hands afterwards. But definitely good to find the bust out here, the ladder, and almost a double with the ace-jack back to 2.8 million.
Yeah, Steve, of course, one of the most experienced players at the table, will certainly feel a lot happier after winning that all-in. We've all been there, Manuel. Your head can be spinning. Always nice to snap double after a tough spot. Does limp the small with the king 7. John McCann gonna check back with the 7-8 of diamonds. Steve flops top pair. Comes king jack deuce.
120.
Yeah, Steven realizing that he has a hand here that is good enough most of the times to go for 3 streets value. Even a king with a not so good kicker in a limped pot. A very, very strong hand. He plays against Jonathan, also a very good player who is realizing that he has to call down with a lot of hands that are worse. Once, twice, maybe even 3 times. So we start building the pot right on the flop, so we don't miss out that 1 street of value and regret it on later streets. Unfortunately, the 8 high of Jonathan cannot call a single bet here.
Thank you. Helpful, really helpful, because we're in the worst seat.
And we just see it in the YouTube chat. The 5 remaining players are competing for this top prize.
The 3 registering
And
cards.
the big stacks coming into this final table are still at this final table, at least the top 4. Hong Pham, Jonathan McCann, Paul Hizer, and Stephen Warburton came in as top 4 stacks. They are still here at 5 left, competing for this 100K. And chip leading this is still Hong Pham. Ace 10 offsuit from early position, good enough for a race. It'll be interesting to see if Paul defends here.
Five seconds. Cool.
Makes the call with the 8-7 offsuit.
Heads up. 2 players.
Can be a little bit tricky to maneuver, especially with bottom and mid pairs in these spots. Definitely not folding for 1 bet though now, once we defend this hand pre-flop.
300.
Hong does c-bet for around about half pot. little larger than you would normally expect on such a disconnected board. Paul going to have lots of auto folds on this flop. Does continue with middle pair. Turn is the Jack of Hearts, and Hong picking up additional equity. We can see if she does find a turn barrel here, very likely to work.
Yeah, I think she has one of the hands that really qualify for one of the best turn bets here. We have a heart in our hand. We have a gut shot. We can get there. We can even triple barrel bluff on some of the rivers. And we get a lot of folds from ace highs, from 8x, from 3x, from pairs over 3. I really would have loved to see a turn bet here.
Yeah, definitely a missed opportunity here from Hong. And if she doesn't bet turn, you'd imagine she gives up river. And she does. Potentially one of the only real missteps, if you want to call it that. Hardly a huge one, but Paul very relieved to take that down with just a pair of eights.
Yeah, I mean, we can't blame her here. Maybe she had a read on the situation that Paul is defending the turns quite heavy, that he knows she's bluffing a lot. Maybe she thinks that he won't fold an 8 very often and wants to realize her equity in position, and then maybe just decides to bluff on some hearts. I don't think it's a huge misstep here, even though I would have liked to see a turn barrel.
Certainly would agree, Manuel. We continue on, guys. Final 5 here at the main event of the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. We are at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Manuel Zapf on co-coms, taking you all the way through to crowning a champion. We have 1,200 viewers, Manuel. Love to see it. On a Monday evening, poker still booming. Post-pandemic, we're back.
I'm really happy to see this. All the people want to see the live program. This is definitely a great stream to watch it, because this has been some very, very high level of play. No Limit can be a very quite complex card game, I would say, but the players really have done a great job of figuring out the spots here. So yeah, not surprised to see that many people want to watch this final table. 100k up top as well.
Yeah, absolutely. All players have £28,500 locked, all in the hunt for that 100k. Folds round to Paul Hizer on the button with the pocket sixes, working with 40 big blinds.
Raise. 240.
Does come in for a min raise. Matthew with the king 5. Is some potential for 3-bet, but getting shallow, does elect to just let it go.
Yeah, beautiful hand here to 3-bet fold in just a chip EV scenario with 30 big blinds. Not a great playability out of position. We're going to get a lot of auto folds. We're going to play a strong range. We do have that king blocker as well. But I can see this is a final table, right? There is ICM. We have to respect the ICM even if we don't want to.
You know what they say, Manuel, ICM was invented to keep the poor poor, keep the rich richer.
Is that what they say? Who's they?
I don't know, I've heard them. I've heard them in the winds. It's like the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus for poker players. We've all been told to believe it. It's not a real thing. Disclaimer, that is not advice that you should follow anybody watching the stream. Anyway, back to Hong with the 8-3. Does let this one go. Matthew Gray recovered beautifully from 500,000 chips up to 3.3 million. Does give Steve Warburton a walk. Continues to settle down as you see the chip counts. Hong Pham, 40% or so of the chips in play, Manuel. And we have Paul Hizer, John McCann, Steve Warburton, and Matthew Gray. Bunch of stacks of similar depth. This is when the pressure of the money jumps can really get intense, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's still above that 25 big blind region. I think as soon as the blinds go up, we're going to come closer and closer to the danger zone. Yes. And then the action is going to pick up. Maybe a few moments to breathe for everybody now. And yeah, but the action will be wild.
Raise.
Starting next level, the latest.
I've decided we're going to come up with our own term for when stacks get shallow.
Oh,
We'll save that for, you know, substandard coverage, if you know what I mean. Terry Matchett says, children listening here, dude. Terry, my friend, if your kids are watching the DTD live stream, they have bigger problems than the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. Right? Only joking, Terry. They're welcome too. Everybody's welcome. Paul taking it down with the sevens. That's why I love this job, Manuel. Did not think I'd be mentioning, you know, childhood figures in this coverage. Do they have the Tooth Fairy, Manuel, in Germany?
No, we do have it, but it's a very evil old man.
Oh, wow.
No, that's not the truth, Andrew. Come on. Not even the Germans are that evil. We do have the Tooth Fairy. It's just as normal as your Tooth Fairy as well.
I bet it's going to be some crazy sounding translation also. Right, we're getting distracted. Back to the action. Steve Warburton. Queen Jack of Diamonds on the button. Working off 26 big blinds. Does take it down pre-flop. Go on, Manuel. Give us the translation of the Tooth Fairy in German. I'm intrigued. I have to know.
Die Zahnfee, Andrew.
What did you say?
Zahnfee. Doesn't sound that bad.
Die
does it?
Zahnfee. Okay.
Zahnfee, yes.
Zahnfee. Okay. Having spent some time in Germany myself, that is a very mild translation.
Yeah, you expected something much worse. I can hear that.
Well, my favorite one is there's this famous thing on YouTube. I don't know if you've seen it, and it shows you different languages saying beautiful sounding words. And so it's, for example, in English, ambulance, and the French is ambulance, and then in German it's Krankenwagen.
Yeah, enough of that now, Andrew. Come on, we don't even have a German player at the table.
Okay, right, fine. That's enough from me. Right, back into the action. Folds around to John McCann with the Queen 3 of Spades. Gonna come in for a light one. Paul Hizer in the small with the suited ace.
I think he's going to take this spot. Suited A is always good to 3-bet. Also, much pressure on Jonathan with his chip stack. Doubt that he's going to 4-bet shove light ever in this spot. Because Paul also has to worry about Hung in the big blind. So he's not going to just like go superbly berserk here with the 3-bets. Yeah, well timed. Well, nice hand selection as well. And it's going to work.
Yeah, Paul really like his demeanor thus far at this FT. Does find a nice 3-bet. Jonathan forced to fold is Queen 3 suited.
Yeah, very ambitious to open raise Queen 3 with a 25 big blind stack into the chip second and the chip leader from the button. Yeah, it didn't work out this time.
Yeah, trying to take advantage of a somewhat tight image. Hasn't really been dealt too much at this FT. John McCann. Nicely timed from Paul. Picking up the pot pre. Tyler says the volume on the mics is a little low. I will try my best, my friend, to remedy that for you. Again, anyone just joining us on YouTube, please feel free to interact with myself and Manuel. I want to say all comments are welcomed. Most comments. You know what it's like, Manuel? It's a bear pit out there in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, but we can handle most of it, as you just said. I don't mind a little bit of a critique. That's all right.
You guys see the payouts on your screen. 5 players remain. All have locked up 26.5k. Myself and Manuel will be here for the duration of this final table. So cards back in the air. John McCann gonna release the Jack 9. Hong on the button with the King 7. This huge chip lead does elect to lay that one down.
Yeah, interesting, because we have seen her opening the Queen 9 offsuit from a much earlier position earlier on. Now deciding to open fold the button with King 7. I think a steal would have been very fine here as well.
Yeah, I would agree. Obviously, lots of equal size stacks can put a lot of pressure on opening these blocker type hands. She does let it go. Matthew Gray limping the small with King 5 of diamonds. Steve content to check back with Jack 3. Ace 10 9 on the flop. Both players check. Turn is the deuce of clubs. Steve can't know it, but an opportunity here on the turn does check it back. The river is the 4th club. Steve electing not to go for it. Matthew going to be very pleased to pick that up with just King High. Takes down a small one.
Yeah, maybe some possibility here for the Jack 3 to bet flop with the backdoor straight draw with one of the worst Jack highs we can ever have. And obviously with a little heart in our hand in case the turn in the river comes a heart, we have a nice blocker. But I can understand playing it a little bit more cautious and just going to showdown. Showdown with the Jack high here in the blind battle.
Thank you, appreciate it. Go on, text. That's me, sorry.
So Hong here in the cutoff with the Jack 9. Will be interesting to see Manuel if she really wants to put her foot to the floor. We did see her fold King 7. She's not going to fold this one. Looking to leverage that chip lead. Comes in for a min raise.
Yeah, very interesting again. I do like the open race with the Jack 9. Just a little bit surprised to see it once we fold the King 7 from the button. But overall, love the strategy that we pressure the shorter stacks now and gonna raise a lot of our open raise possibilities.
The table is really set up for her at this point. Several players around about 25 bigs. Going to be difficult for them to take too many spots pre. Flop is ace 8-5. Is a light-ish defend from John. Hong, if she can find a c-bet, likely to get this one through. Does come with 200k. Part of the problem here, Manuel, when you defend these hands, we do have some backdoors and likely the best hand, but John does find the flop call.
Yeah, he's already seen that Hong doesn't necessarily bluff all the turns, even with equity. It's going to be very interesting to see one of the best turns in the deck again. A good chance to take it down here on the turn. Really, we want to be bluffing all of our Jack 9s here, especially the ones that do not have 2 clubs, because that might be a little bit too much almost to bet. But yeah, this time she finds it, and Jonathan will have to lay this one down.
Yeah, very nice double barrel from Hong. Nice sizing around half pot, targeting some of those 8x and 5x that John is gonna have in his range on the flop. On this occasion, she does find a very nice turn barrel. Gets herself back up above 12 million.
Yeah, I hope this is gonna give her the courage now to open even wider. She sees that she can pick up a lot of chips with this strategy. I would love to see just so many open raises right here with her chip stack right now.
It does feel like this is the moment to push that chip stack to work. Does lay down the king 6. Now John McCann working with 20 big blinds, has the ace 9 off. Certainly potential to open shove this one, Manuel. Lots of our offsuit ace x happy to jam for around about 19 bigs. And as expected, does send it in. All with an easy laydown, of course.
Yeah, not too surprised here. Not really anything else we can do with the ace 9, or we should do. As you said it, lots of shoving with 20 big blind with our offsuit ace x.
As you see there, Hong closing in on half the chips in play. Getting a lot of love in the YouTube chat, Manny. Has been extremely composed. Looking the part, 5-handed here at the main event final table. Action back on John McCann with the king 10, 22 big blinds effective. He's going to come in for a raise.
Raise 240.
Once again, Hong with the opportunity to put the hammer down. King, queen suited in the big. Options open, Manuel. Will, of course, be at least defending.
Yeah, I think both options are fine here, to jam or to just call. Wouldn't like a 3-bet too much though, but she decides to send it.
John forced to fold. It's all Hong Pham thus far at this FT. Picking up another pot. You see the payouts in front of you guys. 100 Gs for the win. Everybody with 26.5k locked. Will be intriguing to see, Manuel, if one of the players can get enough chips to challenge Hong. At the moment, not too much they can do.
Yeah, so far it's really been her final table. Winning most of the pots, playing great. Everything's working out for her. Great table presence as well. Even joking with the short stacks. Yeah, this is what we want to see. Live poker at its best.
Action folds round to Paul on the button. King 10 off. Does look very much like a raise and take it. Paul putting a little distance between himself and the other three shorter stacks. John McCann with the ace-8 suited. Does come in for a raise, working off 19 bigs. Round to Steve in the big blind with the suited king. Does defend. And flops top pair on the king, jack 5, all spades. We'll typically see a lot of very small betting on these monotone boards. John elects to check back, and he does turn an ace. Steve checking the turn over to John.
It's surprising to see the check here on the flop. Maybe a little bit of a risk premium approach, as well as he is being covered by Steven and just does not want to bet a lot of those boards where the big blind has the flush advantage, therefore also checking some ace highs. Very interesting to see.
Quick check call from Steve on the turn. Not quite ready to get rid of second pair just yet. John debating going for value, does decide to just check it back. Perhaps wary of putting in a terrible spot if Steve finds a check raise. Is going to take down pot. Up to 3 million in chips, which is positioned with Steve. All you guys who are just joining us, welcome along. You can see our brand new streaming setup here at Dusk Till Dawn. Beautiful table, beautiful LED stream in the background. Big props to our team down at Dusk Till Dawn. A lot of work, blood, sweat and tears, Manny, has been put into building the setup. We have lots of projects and streamed content coming your way over the next 6 to 12 months. Really looking forward to it. Keep your eyes on our social media, guys, at DTD Club and at DTD Live on Twitter and Instagram for all things Dusk Till Dawn related. Matthew gonna open up the A6 on the button. Steve with an interesting spot in the small blind. 20 big blinds, 9-10 of clubs.
Yeah, very interesting. I guess we're gonna see a flat here, at least to some degree. Maybe not always. He could also just send it.
Yeah, I think there's potential to jam, and he does elect to do so. You know it's going to get through. Sending 20 big blinds in. Nice pickup for Steve Warburton. Biggest live cash, Manuel, of over $1 million for Steve.
Tell us, what did he win?
I believe this was second place in EPT Barcelona, if my memory serves. I'm gonna have to go back and make sure. Obviously, Steve, super experienced, also came third in a 5K in Cyprus. Around about 7 or so months ago, that was good for over $500,000. He's been around forever, almost as old as me, Manuel, if you can believe it.
I cannot, Andrew, but I know the face. I've seen him, I've played with him, so yes, he has been around quite some time. Just not as long as you or me.
But we're still here, my friend. That's all that matters. Now, Hong under the gun. Opening with the ace-8. Steve electing to call on the button. Would like to see a 3-bet here, I think, with this combo. Maybe look to call with some like ace-10 suited, Manny, ace-jack suited. Maybe target here. Could be a good combo to have used as a 3-bet fold. But it does come with call. Obviously still going to play fine against Hong's opening range.
Yeah, this is another combo that just does great as flatting in a chippy V scenario, but probably wants to 3-bet fold more when we are in an ICM scenario, but still he takes the call approach. I don't hate it, I must say. He gives himself quite a bit of a post-flop edge in position, and even if the solver says 3-bet here, he realizes that maybe he's better off just playing this one in position post-flop versus the chip leader, and a wide range.
Yeah, absolutely. More than fair. Hong continuing her aggressive c-bet strat makes it 325k. Steve with a quick call with middle pair. Pot up to 1.5 million. Turn is a 4. Pairs the board.
Gonna be very hard to find a double barrel here for Hong. A very strong perceived range that Steven is playing here. I think a double barrel would work out here, but I cannot see her try that. Very, very strong range she's up against.
Steve does decide to check back. The river is a 7. Steve improving to a full house. Of course, with a mandatory river bet. Steve gonna come with half pot on the river. Hong with just ace high.
Yeah, usually on these boards we don't really want to go below half pot ever in position, so I like the sizing by Steven. And Hong has to figure out now, how often does Steven flat hands like Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited? Is there ever a 6-8 suited in there? The answer is probably no. And even if there is, then those hands probably bet the turn instead of checking. So she finds the fold. I think a mandatory one as well.
Yeah, I would agree. Lots of those suited Broadway type Queen Jacks, Jack 10s likely to stab the turn as a bluff. Steve, he picks up a nice pot.
Cheers, thanks.
We go on 5-handed, guys, at this World Series circuit event. Main event final table. Down to 5. Everybody with 26.5k locked. All trying to chase down Hong Pham, who's in the box seat to win £100,000.
250.
Steve back in the mix with the ace-4 of hearts. Makes it 250k. Down to Hong in the big with the ace-10. Does elect to just call.
No clicking 3-bet this time. She counts out the chips carefully.
She is still good post, 8-7-5 with 2 diamonds. Interesting spot for Steve. Does have a gut shot and a backdoor nut flush draw.
Yeah, typically a board that we're going to check a lot. It hits the big blind range much better than our opening range, especially with a backdoor flush draw, an ace high, and a gut shot. You don't really want to get check raised, so really like the check, and I cannot see any betting on the turn either, but Hong proves me wrong. Wow, and I didn't even mean to do that rhyme.
And she does recognize that this board is going to hit her very well. And Steve getting sticky with just ace high. River is the queen of diamonds.
And I guess Hong is actually going to win this because Steven's still ahead against quite some gut shots, against some open-enders like 9-10, some 10-jack, some 6x. So I don't think without a diamond he will bluff his ace high here. And we'll actually see the bad news that he's up against ace-10. Quite a weird way to lose this against ace-10, isn't it?
Sure is. Yeah, Steve probably not expecting Hong to bet turn with really any ace highs. Not this one in any case. And Hong Pham continues to accumulate chips. Back up over 12 million. As you can see there, guys, almost half the chips in play. Really, Manny, everything's been going her way thus far.
Yeah, I mean, very lucky taking this one down. Obviously, once you bet the turn there with ace-10, you're not going to be value betting a lot, not getting a lot of calls from worse hands. Most hands that check the flop have a little bit of showdown value, being higher ace highs, sometimes some pocket pairs, especially the high ones that balance out the range, some hits to the board as well. Was really the best case scenario to run to the ace-4 there. But besides that, Hong really showing an amazing performance so far. And yeah, she's here to win it. I would like to see her go into the heads-up match here for the title and the 100K and the ring.
Yeah,
I'm a fan. I'm a fan.
He's a fan of Pham. There's just too many opportunities for awful puns. I couldn't help myself. Now John McCann gonna find a 3-bet fold here with the ace-10. Nice candidate to do so. Not much Steve can do here. Open and light with the king-10. Nice pickup for John McCann. Seen a few of these, Manny. The ace-6 of diamonds from Paul. Now the ace-10 of John. Everybody very aware of the combos they can use for these 3-bet bluffs.
Yeah, we haven't really seen any super creative 3-bets, I'd like to call them. We've seen some mad action on the 5K high roller the other day. Here it's really sticking to the blockers, sticking to the combos that we usually want to use. It's been working out quite some time, as you mentioned, with the ace-6 of diamonds and now with the ace-10. Very nicely spotted 3-bet spots and taken. Yeah, let's see how this continues. I would like to see that little bit of a sneaky 3-bet with some combo that shouldn't be in there just to put the pressure on.
You just want to see madness, Manny.
I do.
Tough to blame you. Now John back at it with the ace-4 of clubs. Is just going to take this one down pre. Interesting spell now, Manny, where all of these low to mid stacks are starting to equalize. John, Matthew, and Steve all with similar stacks, all sub 30 bigs. Little distance for Paul. And then Hong still way out front.
Yeah, Wurzel Gomich saying it as well in chat, considering her age and maybe lack of live final table experience. We don't know for sure, but she is playing superbly though. Yes, she is up against 4 insanely good pros here, and she's really she has proven herself. Definitely in the mix, fighting, being aggressive, making some great calls, making some great bets. Yeah, superbly is the right word. I do agree.
Yeah, I would have to agree with all. Now Matthew gonna come in for a light one of his own. Opens the Jack 6 suited. And we can see it is not gonna work. John McCann waking up with the 9s. Seems like a pretty mandatory jam here, Manuel.
Yeah, I don't think any of the other options is great. Not typically a hand you want to 3-bet call at this stack depth. If you defend, you're often going to face a lot of overcards on the flop. And yeah, so there's only the jam left, right?
Yeah, most of our pocket pairs definitely content to just rip it in. Does pick it up. Nothing for Matthew to do with just his jack high. Guys, we will be going on a 15-minute break in around about 15 minutes time. Till then, stick with us, and anybody just coming into the mix, welcome. We are 5-handed main event final table of the World Series of Poker Circuit Series here from Dusk Till Dawn. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Mr. Manuel Zapf, we will be taking you through all the way to crowning a champion. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Please stick with us. If you want to check out anything happening at Dusk Till Dawn, check out our socials at DTD Club and at DTD Live, Twitter and Instagram. You know the drill. Give us a like, give us a follow. And yeah, if you want to chat away to myself and Manuel, please do. The chat has been bouncing all day. Now Hong back at it, ace-9 off. Round 2 John McCann with the king-queen. All options open here, Manuel.
I think a very nice spot to 3-bet. The chip leader is very active, and I think maybe Hong could be the type of player that doesn't really 4-bet shove light here to ever put pressure on our holding. We have great blockers. That's option number 1. Option number 2, of course, going with the call, taking it post-flop. Both options seems very fine.
Yeah, absolutely. John does make the call. He does flop best. King 8-7 with 2 spades. Hong with some interesting backdoor straight and flush draws. From what we have seen of her, lots of c-betting. Would expect the same. Does come with third pot. John with around about 30 bigs. Certainly one of the King X that we hold that does like to check raise. Is it going to come with call?
Yeah, I don't mind it. Once you check raise and you get jammed on, you really awkward spot here. Risking quite some ladders, potential ladders coming in, risking busting. So I do like the check call here.
Turn is the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, gonna be tough to lead that. We don't have many 8x in our small blind flatting range against the chip leader. So I do like the check here.
Hong does find the turn check. River is the 4 of diamonds. Would expect a value bet for sure out of John. Hong with a very bad bluff catch in hand. Does block a hand like 9-10 suited. Does block some potential flush draws holding that ace of spades. He is going to come with around about half pot.
That's interesting. We still do beat some 10 jack type of hands. I don't know how she perceives Jonathan's flatting range. If she thinks he's not that often flatting a hand like 10-9 suited, but rather folding it against the chip leader, she might actually use this exact hand as a bluff catcher.
She does make the call. Gonna get the bad news. Very nice pickup for John McCann. Pot of 2.7 million. Might be the first substantial pot we have seen Hong lose.
Yeah,
John,
going down to 11 million now.
yeah, John up to second in chips. Draws level with Paul. Steve and Matthew both with almost exactly the same stack in fourth and fifth.
I think we're really up for a ride here after the break. Blinds are gonna go up, then the short stacks are gonna be pressured even more. We're gonna see more open shovings, more all-in situations. Yeah, it's gonna get spicy.
Absolutely, next blind level going to put a lot of pressure, specifically on the stacks of Steve and Matthew. Steve finding the ace queen in the cutoff, no action behind. As I said, guys, we are going to go on a break in around about 10 minutes time. And myself and Manuel will be back after a cup of tea for me and a sparkling water, Mr. Zapf.
Don't forget the slice of lemon, Andrew.
Oh, this, yes, I do apologize. Making that drink a taste sensation. I just can't get on board with it, my friend. You know I have love for you. Sparkling water, absolutely not. I wouldn't drink that if I was stranded in the desert, mate. I would rather die. I'd rather just give up.
We can make that bet. We go travel to the desert one day, and then we'll see about your words, Andrew.
I'm gonna defer to the YouTube chat. Sparkling water, guys, yes or no? It's a hard no for me.
But you have to be fair. There should only be the option between cup of tea and sparkling water. Because
Okay,
people
fine.
are gonna think now they can choose a beer or a pina colada.
I can
You
tell
don't,
you
you
right now what is gonna win. A glorious cup of tea versus a quite frankly nasty tasting sparkling. There's only one winner. Obviously. I'm gonna get the kettle on now in preparation. Anyway, guys, enough nonsense about our favorite drinks aside. We're still five-handed at this final. Paul with the ace deuce in the cutoff. Is considering an open. Does let it go. Hong with the 9-3 gets out of the way. And Matthew Great with the King 7. We can see Steve wakes up with a premium. Pocket tens in the big. Very clear ISO versus the limp.
Yeah, and Matthew has been quite sticky. I can't see how he's gonna just fold to the Hizer race with a fairly okay-ish king high. Dominating a lot of the bluff ISOs from Steven. So I think we're gonna see a limp call here.
He does let this one go. Well-timed fold from Matthew. That was Steve's first ISO, Manny. Perhaps factoring that in.
Yeah, maybe they know each other a little bit better. Maybe ICM playing a role here as well. Definitely very disciplined fold. We've seen him make quite some lighter calls pre-flop, some lighter calls. Post flop, he is not afraid to get in the mix and to outplay his opponents. Here, really realizing that he might be behind and laying down the king 7. I'm impressed once more.
Paul coming in for an open with the ace-8. Fortunately for him, is going to run into the jacks of Matthew Gray, working with 20 bigs. Is going to go for the 3-bet call option. Makes it 600k. Paul perhaps sensing some shenanigans. Yet to fold his ace-8, Manny.
Yeah, very interesting. These typical 3-bets from a 20 big blind stack size are usually nuts or shenanigans. Surprised to see him even mix in pocket jacks here, probably the absolute bottom. I don't think we ever want to be 3-bet calling pocket 10s here. Therefore, with the ace in our hand, blocking some of the 3-bet calls, maybe he was thinking about some 4-bet shoving, but of course it's close to the bottom of our range. We also block some bluffs. I think ace-8 should always go into the muck here.
Yeah. Lovely analysis as always. That is the voice of Mr. Manuel Zapf. On co-coms here, 5-handed at the main event final table. Break coming up, guys, in a few minutes. We will be back in around about 15 minutes time after the start of that break. We are here all night until we crown a champion. Ring event number 9 at the World Series Circuit Event Series. Coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. Now Steve gonna come in with an open with the Jack 9. Paul with ace-9 off in the big.
Yeah, here really we have all options open. We could jam, we could even 3-bet fold, I believe. Maybe a little bit too good, but we're gonna see call many times with the ace-9 offsuit.
Yeah, nice to have some coverage on ace-high flops. And wow, Steve has flopped huge here. This could be big trouble for Paul. Close to the top of his range pre-flop with the just defend. Steve gonna see bet 1 big blind, which is very typical in these spots. Flops trip jacks. Dicey waters possibly ahead for Paul. Does check call.
We've seen him make the laydown earlier with the Jack 6 suited on the King 6 X King board, where he even had a flush draw. It would be amazing to see if he can get away from this one again. I don't see it on the turn, Andrew.
Yeah, I would agree. If we're folding this, then what are we continuing with? Steve does barrel turn for just a shade under half. Gonna have to take one off here as Paul. Don't believe we can fold an ace here, Manny.
I don't think so either. If we are considering to fold an ace, though, it's typically the ones with a 10 and a 9 in the hand, because we are blocking many straight draws, but I would never lay down here.
Yeah, far too high up. Does make the call. The river is a complete blank. 5 of spades, and Paul gonna be put to the test on this river.
Guess without a really great kicker to our jack, I think we shouldn't go super large. I would again go with a half pot sizing here on the river, targeting some weaker Jack X. Our kicker still plays, and obviously some Ace X hands.
And Steve, recognizing the fact, goes with 760k, round about 40%, and Paul in a very nasty spot with his bluff catcher.
Yeah, nice sizing here by Steven, securing he can get called by these type of hands. And Paul in an absolute nightmare spot, I would say. No clue what you're gonna do here.
Time for the time bank cards, Manny.
It is. And also he's not playing against a player who's easy to read. He's playing against Steven. Definitely capable of value betting light here. Maybe he could even do this with a hand as wide as ace queen or ace king. And
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, do you think Steve finds a value bet with a hand like ace 10? If he does, then it's very difficult to make the call, and he does call it off. Big pot for Steve Warburton. Big momentum shift. It's a very difficult spot for Paul, and Steve is up to 4.7 million. As you guys see the tournament clock. Very tough spot there, Manuel.
oh, definitely very tough spot. It's really, if he thinks he's overbluffing this spot, and he perceives that we are folding way too many ISX on the river, we kind of feel forced into this call. It's the what do you think, I think, you think, I think leveling game. He comes out short by paying off the trips. And before we go to break, I haven't seen anybody saying tea is better than sparkling water in the chat, Andrew.
Honestly, at times I hate my job. Right, I'm off for a very refreshing cup of tea. Guys, we are now on a break. We will be back in around about 12 to 13 minutes time. Please come back and join us for the conclusion of this World Series Circuit final table. See you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, cards are back in the air. Welcome back. We are circuit main event. And well, I furnished myself with that and much more love for it. Yeah, yeah. How you doing, buddy?
Well, I have seen in the chat that some people are actually preferring the T option, Andrew. And I have to give it to him. If you call yourself on YouTube, it's fried eggs. You probably know what you're talking about. I accept defeat.
Fried eggs. What is happening? What is that?
Oh, that's the
Am I
username.
missing the reference?
That's the username who wrote T is much better.
Clearly, I need much more tea because I missed that entire reference. Love to see it. And also, red wine is being encouraged, and you know I'm a fan. That's for later when we're heads up in the wee small hours of the evening. Guys, we're five-handed in the main. Get the stacks up on your screen. Hong Pham still leading the way to indeed have an all-star lineup at this FT. Hong Pham leading, as mentioned. There, Mr. Matthew Gray and Steve Warburton. Jonathan McCann and Paul Hizer completing our final five. Very experienced lineup of players remaining, all still in the hunt for 100 Gs, 100 grand, Manuel, 100,000 pounds, and that World Series of Poker circuit ring for the winner.
Yeah, a bunch up top to play for. Really counts now. I like to call it crunch time. Now you have to deliver. Now you have to play your cards well and wisely. And that's your chance for big money. I mean, the min cashes are important as well, but this is the moments you really want to play your best poker when there's huge money up top.
Yeah, absolutely. Crunch time indeed. Blinds are up, guys. 75k, 150k. And John McCann opening up here with the Jack-9 in the cutoff. Looking to continue his momentum. Matthew with the 6-4 of spades is just going to let it go. Perhaps a function of the fact that him and Steve, I believe, both have very similar stacks. Although Steve did win that big pot before the break, excuse me, so I think he's up to around about 5 mil. In any case, Matthew, let's go with the 6-4. Payouts in front of you guys. All players with £26,500 locked. 100k for the win. Round 2, Paul Hizer in the cutoff. Queen 7 of hearts. Does let it go. Round to Matthew versus Steve. We have had this small versus big blind battle several times at the FT. Is it going to limp the 6-4? Steve content to check with 3-4 off. Very much looks like first to bet wins, Manny.
A classic case of that. Both players don't really have the hands that want to check 3 times. I think they're both very far down in their range at the bottom. There has to be a bet on any river that's not completing any of their showdown values, and this is a blank. I think Matthew is going to win this, realizing 6 high is literally the worst hand he can have here. We could have 3-4 as well, but taking it down.
Get Steve to fold the nut low. Picking up a small one. You can see lots of short-ish stacks. Paul and Matthew working with 20 bigs. Steve and Jonathan in the 30 to 35 big blind range.
Hong
Hong
carry
Pham,
on.
our wild card, still way out in front with around about 75 big blinds. Still anyone's game, though, Manny. If any of these shorter stacks find a double, be very interested to see if they change gears. They can get in touch with Hong's stack.
Yeah, Hong was up to 12 million earlier. Had to take a few beats to her stack, maybe missing a few bluff spots. Now she has a hand that's definitely going to go into attack mode again. Queen Jack offsuit from the cutoff. Mandatory open.
325. Fold. Fold.
Steve with a quick fold with ace-8 off. Potential 3-bet candidate. Round to John McCann in the big with the 10-3 of hearts.
Cool.
We have seen that John, unafraid to defend, likes to be in the mix, does complete.
Check.
And that flop is all Hong. Top 2 pair. Nothing working for John.
6 diamonds.
Yeah, going to be a very quick bet fold scenario, I believe. Not much Jonathan can do here with the 10 high.
375.
Does come with around about 40%. Going to be a quick fold from John McCann. Hong, as has been the case at this FT, stacking chips once more. You can see on her stack, we now have the black 500k chips in play. Hong with a nice stack of them. Back up to around about 11 million. Haven't seen her get too out of line as of yet, Manny, but finding that most of the mandatory opens.
Yeah, she finds
Yeah, go on,
the
my friend.
open raises. She does find them. She could go a little bit wider. Maybe a little bit unlucky that once she tried to widen up her range, she directly ran into some premium holdings when she opened up the Queen 9 from early position earlier on. So maybe she thinks a little bit of a more conservative route. There are money price jumps. If she plays the stack conservative, she will most likely come out top 3 or top 2 anyways. So maybe that plays a role there in the decision making that she's not going to go totally crazy with her open raises.
Yeah, very fair. Steve opening with the King 6. John deciding just to send it from the small with the King Queen for 30 effective. Gonna get the job done.
Can you show me a grey? Thank you.
Yeah, as we've predicted, there's going to be more all-ins, even for 30 big blinds. Some of the stacks are even shorter than that. As you can see, Paul under 20 big blinds. I think there's going to be fireworks in this level.
2 more if you want.
Yeah, the bigger blinds really starting to put the pressure on these medium to short stacks. Matthew Gray finds a premium, ace king off, under the gun.
300.
Under the gun now, of course, is the hijack, playing 5-handed.
Fold. Fold.
Hong with the jack 3 of clubs.
3.1, I think.
She's been defending her suited hands so far. Would be surprised to see her fold this one.
Cool.
Does indeed make the call.
Heads up. 2 players.
And as has been the case at this FT, Hong flops best once more.
Check.
Definitely a flop texture that is gonna smash the big blind range often. Matthew recognizing it, checks back the ace king. Turn is the 4 of clubs. Hong gonna go for straight value on the turn.
350.
Using this 40% size in Manny that we have seen from her very often throughout this FT.
Cool.
Matthew gets sticky, does call turn with just ace high. River is a 6. Hong still best. Would imagine be a bunch of block betting on the river here, Manny.
Yeah, I believe so. Just trying to get called by 10s, 9s, or some 8x holdings that cannot really call a big sizing. Also preventing Matthew from bluffing or from checking back worse hands. I would like to see a block bet here. Typically the most used sizing, I would say.
Get the
She
check.
does elect to just check. Matthew gets the bad news. Hong Pham once more rakes in the pot. Payouts on screen for you guys. 100k up top. Everybody chasing Miss Hong Pham with that big chip lead. Steve gonna go for another open from the hijack with Queen Jack off. Does run into a better hand once more of John McCann. Bunch of strong hands here, Manny. Paul with King Queen suited. Potential squeeze jam spot here for sure on the button. You would expect him to take it.
Yeah, I think we take it, and this is exactly the problem where we probably want to 3-bet the ace-10 suited here from the cutoff. We've already said 4-bet ranges are going to be very tight, so it's not a crime to 3-bet fold this hand. Under ICM, there's just less flatting in these positions, and if you flat here, you just let Paul take the spot, and there's just no way you can call off hands like ace-jack offsuit, ace-10 suited versus a 20 big blinds jam in ICM.
Yeah, very well assessed, my friend. Would expect him to take it.
Yeah, I'd be surprised to see anything else here. There is basically no flatting, folding seems out of the option, and we...
Wow,
Whoa,
gets away from it.
Just giving Jonathan a little bit too much credit for his flat here. Maybe thinking he overtraps this spot with many premium holdings, and therefore just hero folding the king-queen suited on the button.
And we do go to a flop. And he is going to be devastated to see the king 7-5. They're making that tight laydown. Steve checks it over to John.
Check.
Both players check. Turn is the ace of clubs. Now Steve, perhaps thinking that he has the ace-x advantage, is going to stab turn.
450.
Comes with just under half pot. John with a very easy call.
Yeah, typically once the flop is checked through, you remove some of the premium holdings here. We are still uncapped once we check the flop in Steven's shoes, and he decides that he wants to put Queen Jack in his bluffing range, which I think is very nice. Tricky river though. Are we gonna bluff now against the range that looks like a hand that Jonathan exactly has.
Seems like a good give up from Steve. Does check it over to John McCann. Is it going to go for some river value?
700.
Sides on 700k. Round a third pot. Is this just posturing, Manny, or is there any consideration of madness?
I think it was consideration of madness up to the point when you asked the question.
Does lay it down.
Just a lot of ace-x here that Jonathan is going to have. But with the queen-jack, we do block the ace-queen, ace-jack, which should be the top of his value betting range if you take the traps away. So definitely thought here to maybe check raise the river.
Thank you.
You know we love to see a bit of shenanigans. Would have loved to see a check jam. We can see that John would have been put in a very grim spot. In any case, it does take it down. And John has got himself up to second place in chips, 6.6 million. Folds round to Paul in the cutoff. Hong Pham, our wild card on the button. Don't see what she had, but she does lay it down. Now with the blinds going up, Matthew with 13 big blinds and the king deuce does just give Steve a walk. A little surprised.
Yeah, especially because Steven has not been Hizer raising a lot so far. He did it once with the pocket tens, but other than that, he has been checking even the bottom part of his range. Therefore, probably a little bit more incentive here to open limp the king deuce and not give him the fold, the walk. But I don't blame him. I mean, in an ICM scenario against bigger chip stacks, we do typically want to limp in less.
Someone who will not be limping is Hong Pham. Pocket eights in the cutoff. Does come in for a raise, 325k.
Fold. Fold.
Have seen this happen many times at the FT, Manny. A Hong open and a John defend. We'll see it once more.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We've seen her c-bet a lot. Quite some shutdowns on the turn. Gonna be very interesting to see what she is doing here, because the queen six of Jonathan is definitely not gonna fold to a single bet.
Typically a board where we want to do lots of very small betting.
250.
She does come in for around about a third pot. John, of course, going to make the call with two pair. Turn is the 9 of hearts.
Check.
Do still have some showdown, Manny. Do beat some king jacks, king tens, some potential diamond draws of John. Does check it back. River is the 10 of hearts.
Yeah, the check back on the turn, I really like it this time. This is typically a hand that falls in the middling part of our range. that has showdown value, and if we bluff pocket 8s here, we just bluff way too much. We do have showdown value against king highs, against flush draws, against smaller pocket pairs. So very standard turn and river checks here from both players.
Absolutely, and John McCann starting to find some traction, Manny, up to 7.2 million. We were interested to see what would happen if one player could make a burst out from the pack. Got himself up to around about 50 bigs. Clear second place chips for John McCann.
Yeah, here he is. I mean, he was chip even with all the other players, but he's not afraid to involve himself into post-flop situations, to play against the chip leader, to flat in position. We've seen him get involved into many pots lately, most going his way. He's now second in chips, and if he wins a few more, he's actually fighting for the chip lead here out of nowhere almost.
Yes, indeed. And round 2 Warbs, Mr. Steve Warburton, ace-8 of hearts on the button. Working with 22 bigs, does come in for the min. Paul with the king 9. Gonna be defending this one, you would imagine.
Yeah, definitely too good to fold even in ICM versus a button range. We want to be seeing some flops here with our strongest offsuit King X and King 9 definitely up there.
Does make the call.
Thank you. Heads up. 2 players. Salmon. Thank you. I'm actually check. Yeah.
Flop is 8-6-4. Top pair for Steve.
Which one is yours? This one is yours?
Just 2 overcards for Paul.
Let me take this away, please. Thanks.
Steve gets it done with the c-bet. Back up to around 4 million. Paul and Matthew Gray both getting very short. Both in the 14 big blind range.
Yeah, interesting to see here the ICM awareness as well. Typically a board we want to bet a little bit bigger, but under ICM the small sizing is just enough here with the ace-8 having the top pair. We're getting shallow in the stacks. The price jumps are very important. So therefore the big sizings turn into a little bit of smaller ones, even on textures like this.
Back round 2, John McCann on the button with the Jack-7.
300.
Again, showing not afraid to go after this, raising into the chip leader. And a short stack could potentially rejam. Does open the Jack-7. Hong with the ace-9. She is going to defend.
Yeah, Jonathan realizing now that Hong as a chip leader is not going out of range, therefore he tries to take advantage of the situation.
Well, it's still Hong's world, my friend. Top 2 pair, very disguised. Would expect John to c-bet this board very often. If Hong can find a slow play, would be some potential for rocky waters for Mr. McCann. Does bet 325k.
Yeah, very tricky spot here. As a chip leader, do you think you're gonna check raise bluff a lot? Do you think you rather not do that at all on a board that favors the opening range? Then of course you do want to have some slow plays here. Otherwise you're gonna raise it up.
Does quickly make it 1 million. Jonathan, of course, with the easy fold with just the Jack-7 off. Guys, if you're just joining us, welcome along. We are five-handed World Series of Poker Circuit Series final table. And an absolute legend has come into the chat. Oh, Wadey. Nice to see you, buddy. Good evening to you, sir. Says, come on, John, get it one. He is doing his best. I can assure you of that.
Oh, oh, don't put your cards up. Register. Thank you.
Round two, Paul on the button with the 9-5 of hearts.
Fold.
And wow, Hong, everything's gone your way so far. This would not be the time to pull the trigger. But she is.
525.
Comes in for around about 3.5x, Manuel.
Yeah, quite a big sizing regarding the chip stack of Matthew here, who just has roughly 12 big blinds. I think a little bit smaller would be enough here, 2.5x, 2.7x, something like that.
Yeah, don't hate raise fold, but I would agree
4.875.
Matthew does rip it in with the 10s. We can see that this would not be the time to gamble for Hong.
She's just going through all the hands to see how much equity she has against certain holdings, like an ace deuce offsuit that might shove, pocket fives that might shove. All those hands we do fairly good against, but yep, the opponent can have pocket tens as well once in a while. And then it looks pretty dark.
Does find the fold. Nice pickup from Matthew.
Great.
Hong still out in front. Jonathan in second.
Thank you.
Steve, Paul, and Matthew bringing up the final three.
Thanks, because you're all...
Still five-handed in this main event. Will it be a tipping point soon, Manuel, as these blinds increase? There'll be a lot of pressure on the shorties.
Yeah, soon the blinds are going to go up again. We have already seen some 3-bet shove all-ins. We're going to see some open shoves soon. This is... We're going to see some flips. We've seen some flips earlier. It's going to be flipping. Unless we're going to have some sick setups or a chip leader running it down. At some point it's going to come down to the all-in situations. And then you need to run good.
Now, John McCann, we have seen him making a move towards the top of the chip counts. Does wake up with ace-jack in the hijack.
Raise 300. You just register your cards.
Comes in for 300k. Does just pick up the blinds and antes. Mr. Ian Gascoigne Manuel says 3 awful hats. We are down to now 3 hats, 2 non-hats. The hats are winning, but they're not winning in the chip counts.
No, we've had the hat discussion all day. it's
The
gonna be
fisherman
a battle
hat.
of hats versus non-hats. Which team are you? I mean, the chip counts of the hats versus the non-hats. I think the non-hats are still leading, right?
They are certainly leading. I can't possibly endorse Mr. Warburton's bucket hat. I can't do it. It goes against every fibre of my being. Sorry, my friend, can't be done. Save that for deep sea fishing for mackerel and trout. Different kind of fishing at this final table. Looking for the chips.
Race 325.
And Hong keeping up the aggression. Does raise with the king 9 in the cutoff. And once again, Manny, we have this matchup. John with another clear defend.
Yeah, good to see that she's open raising the king 9 now, realizing she can pressure with her chip stack. And she has been flopping best so far.
Here we go. Both catch a piece. Hong with top pair. Jonathan with middle pair and multiple backdoors. See if she continues with this sort of 40% sizing. Comes with third pot. John, of course, gonna check call with his middle pair and backdoors. The turn is the deuce of clubs. John picks up that club draw on the turn. And what we have seen of Hong, we'd expect her to barrel here, Manny. Not too many straights and the like in John's range.
I think we can have some checkbacks with kings, but king 9 just a little bit too good. And we can still get called by a lot of hands that are worse. And Jonathan with a crystal clear call, I would say, usually the pair plus flush draw type of hands want to just check call here and not check raise.
He does indeed call. Big river coming up for momentum at this table. Is the ace of diamonds. John comes up short with his pair and draw. We'd expect check, check on this exact run out.
Yeah, looks like Hong is back to 13 million here. Definitely going check, check. And yeah, it's been her final table so far. And now I think she's close to an all-time high regarding her chip stack.
Could have been a big momentum swing there if John could improve. But Hong, as has been the case at this final, breaks another one up to 13 million. I believe John, her nearest challenger, just with 5.8. She's in position now, Manny, to really go after this.
Yeah, she can use the momentum and, of course, more important than the momentum, her chip stack. But she doesn't need chips or momentum. She has ace-queen suited.
Does continue the aggression. Does look as if she'll be raking in another.
Yeah, you don't want to be defending 5-3 offsuit here. Nice fold by Paul. Another pot goes Hong's way.
There you see it, guys. Over half the chips in play now. Oh no, just about half. Excuse me. I believe there's 26.4 million in play. With my quick maths, she has 13 million.
So
Not just
many
a pretty
talents.
face, Manny. Not just a pretty face, buddy.
So many talents.
Not just a hat rack.
commentating.
Not just a hat rack, my friend. Now Steve, ace 7 in the cutoff. Is it going to come in for an open? onto the chip leader's big blind. Should get this one through. Indeed, he does. Back up to 4 million. You see, Manny, the chip stacks starting to get shorter and shorter. Next blind level really going to put Matthew and Paul under severe pressure.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many situations in this level where the short stacks could have been doing anything else. It's just a question of a card run now for short stacks. You really don't want to force anything. If you don't get the run, you just have to wait it out and blind down sometimes. Just a part of the game. You have to accept it. Getting dealt Jack 10 though. Steven thinks he might give it a try now.
We have seen Steve and John both show willingness to try and sneak them through. Not content to just blind down. You can see this one is going to work for him.
Just make sure you register your cards every time.
Very important to keep yourself afloat.
Heavy handing tells me you have to tell you. I like to look at them myself first. And then put them there.
See a wide shot of our brand new setup here at Dusk Till Dawn. Gotta give mad props to our team on the ground table and that giant LED stream. I've been saying it all week, Manny, but it looks sick. Beautiful setup here at Dusk Till Dawn. Guys, we have lots of projects coming up over the next 12 months. Keep your eyes peeled. We're doing a bunch of projects with different partners. And you can constantly keep up to date of all things Dusk Till Dawn at DTD Club and at DTD Live. On Twitter and Instagram, guys, so get in the mix. Give us a follow. Lots of exciting projects coming up. Speaking of projects, Matthew with 14 bigs and the King Jack. You have to send this one in, Manuel.
Yeah, this is just a send, definitely, with the King Jack offsuit from the small blind. And it's gonna work. Not gonna get a call out of Steven.
2.175.
Can't imagine Steve ever really considering calling this one off. Maybe just wants to put his opponent in the bin a little, make him sweat, Manny.
Don't do this again, my friend. I was tanking with King 4 last orbit. Yeah, not really a consideration there. I wanted to count to see if it's little amount of chips. King 4 probably for chips a call for slightly under 10 big blinds, but yeah, with ICM, this just goes in the bin all day long.
Now Paul really has been patiently waiting for a hand. Finds the ace queen. Gonna move it in five-handed for 12 bigs. Does get it through. You see John McCann folding his big blind. We're still five-handed here, guys, at this main event final table. John McCann, Hong Pham, our chip leader, Paul Hizer, Steve Warburton, and Matthew Gray vying for the title. £100,000 for the win. Not to mention the World Series of Poker range.
Yeah, a lot to play for, and players are really gonna get into the danger zone once blinds go up. And they're gonna be around that 10 big blind region. Even Matthew would have around 12. We're gonna even see more open shoving. It's not a very deep stack table at this point because no one has been busting for quite a while.
Yeah, a real war of attrition. Hong now continuing the aggression. Using the ace-x blocker. As you can see, John McCann forced it to just ditch King Jack pre. Shows you the power of the situation she is in.
And also Paul really not in a great situation with the king deuce offset here to defend. Even though the odds are okay, the hand plays very badly out of position, even as short as we are. Yeah, it's just another fold to the chip leader. Hong takes down another one.
Really have been impressed. Constant aggression from Hong. This table is set up perfectly for her to try and just run it over now, Manny.
Yeah, definitely. And she starts open raising a little bit wider now as well. She has missed out on some spots earlier, but now as she realizes the blinds go up, the players are being more passive. The price jumps are getting bigger as well, so the pressure is even higher. She started open raising quite some hands now, some ace-6 in there, king-9 from the cutoff, so she is opening up her range. I like that a lot. It's gonna pay off.
Paul here waking up with the ace-8. Will be shipping it. 12 bigs. Hong with just 7 high. Asking for a count, Manuel. Perhaps trying to make her opponent sweat. We know she has no intention of calling this one off.
No, maybe just get a little bit of TV time. Maybe just get a feeling for the stack for the few hands after. You know, now you know exactly how much Paul is playing. Also for your open raising range under the gun. Maybe some of those reasons as well. That's why she asked for it.
Has it ever worked on you, Manuel, lifetime? You ship the small, someone gives you the tank, asks for the count. Is it going to stop you from rifling in the small blind next orbit?
No, has not worked. The only one who can make that magic happen was the man with a Tesco card.
Oh, dearie me, remember that stream. Legendary stuff. Speaking of legendary, John McCann waking up with the Cowboys, also known as the Butchers, because they never hold up. Wakes up with kings in the cutoff. You're gonna come in for a min raise. Paul and Hong with a whole bag of nothing. Unfortunately for John, not going to get any action here. Frustrated shake of the head from Matthew Gray. Fresh off the kings, John with another premium hand, five-handed. Opens the ace-queen from the hijack. Hong looking for opportunities to put the pressure on. Did say, Manny, you wanted to see some out-of-line three-betting. Does get out of the way.
Yeah, not really a great hand to do so. I mean, would have
Here
worked,
we
but-
go.
Oh, here we go.
Steve Warburton finds the ace-king. This is going to be a very tough decision for John. Would expect Steve to rip this. Working with 24 bigs. Does rip it in. This is a really, really tough spot, Manny. Five-handed. Close. I mean, if we're folding this, very, very dicey spot for John.
Especially against a small blind, this is an easier call to make than against a big blind range, because still some value hands can be defended here. For example, the ace-jack suited. For example, some mediocre pocket pairs don't have to jam. So if he can get away from this, then probably just because it's the big blind. But this is five-handed. Ranges are wide. A very tough laydown to make for Jonathan here.
Wow, and he gets away from it. Big fold from John McCann. Steve gets the news that John folded ace-queen. Great laydown, Manny.
Yeah, shows him as well. But this is one of those hands that is probably really in between. I cannot see him ever calling ace-jack here or ever folding ace-king. Ace-queen is right in the middle. But yeah, he takes the safe approach, lays it down, and chooses to fight another day. Another battle, maybe with a stronger hand.
Would imagine also aware that with Paul and Matthew on the short stacks, Steve's range to 3-bet jam going to be considerably tighter. Great laydown from John McCann. Does get away.
Yeah, great laydown here. Great awareness of the short stacks being around, and yeah, he still is second in chips after this laydown, so he doesn't lose out on a position. Yeah, still in great shape to make a really deep run in this final table. Maybe get to top 3, maybe even heads up.
Steve does look to try and see a flop. You can see it's not going to work. John gonna isolate with the king-queen suited. Jack deuce off Steve goes into the muck. Anybody just joining us on YouTube, welcome along. We are still five-handed here in our World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series final table. Coming to you on a 30-minute delay from Dusk Till Dawn card room in Nottingham. Still anybody's game. Hong Pham, big chip leader, has been throughout this FT. John McCann, Steve Warburton, Mr. Paul Hizer, and Matthew Gray looking to hunt her down. She is going to be going on the hunt with Jack 9 of diamonds in the hijack. Makes it 325k. Steve finds the ace-jack of hearts. Working with around about 25 bigs. Little more, does decide to just call in position.
Yeah, both options fine here again. Once more, the ace jack suited probably does fine as a 3-bet. But we've seen Steven take some post-flop approaches. He wants to get involved in position. Thinks he is probably one of the best, if not the best player here at this final table, and takes the passive approach here with the ace jack suited.
Paul does find a hand that can complete, calls with the 7-5 of hearts. We are three-way, first three-way flop in some time. Paul does catch middle pair. Steve with top pair, jack kicker. We've seen that Hong does like to c-bet most flops. She is going to continue, and it's a fairly large sizing. 525k into 1.2 million. Gonna save Paul from losing any more chips in this pot.
Especially because Steven has a mandatory call. Paul can easily get out of the way, even with the backdoor straight and backdoor flush draw. Not really a lot of turns that are gonna improve him in the way that he can actually comfortably continue. So we're gonna see a turn, and gonna be interesting.
Is the 4 of clubs, as we can see Hong drawing dead.
Yeah,
Typically, we have seen her not barrel off with no equity, and she does check the turn.
Yeah, typically you want to bluff your equity hands here on the turn, but Hong also at the absolute bottom of her range, I would say. Doesn't get much worse than jack high here on this river, so maybe she decides to bluff this one, but she continues her conservative approach and just gives up after 1-bet.
It does decide to shut it down. Pretty clear value bet now from Steve. Just debating the sizing. Does go very small, around about quarter pot. Trying to encourage some very wide call-offs by Hong. You could potentially have some brick spades, trying to get called by a weak holding. No, good, nice pot for Steve Warburton, up to 5.5 million.
It's not going to be easy against these lads, even if you have the chip lead. Not going to be a lot of missteps from them. They do analyze the situation fairly well, so it's not an easy job as the chip leader either. But Hong has been doing it very, very nicely so far. And realizing that she's up against a strong range, giving up the jack-9 seems understandable as well.
Matthew with 14 bigs has ace-10 off in the hijack. Could jam, could just open. Decides on the latter. Makes it 300k to go.
Yeah, probably one of those spots where you always want to shove from the button, but the earlier the position is, the more reason there is for only min raising. 4 players can potentially wake up behind you. You have great blockers, but you still want to be able to min raise fold and to get away from your hand, because if you get it in, it's not gonna be looking great most of the times.
Does fold round to our chip leader. Just jack-3 off for Hong. She lets it go. Steve looking to try and continue his momentum. Opens the 7-8 of hearts. John McCann with pocket sixes in position is going to call. Matthew in the big with King Jack of diamonds. Another one of these potential squeeze spots, Manny, five-handed.
Out
Does
of the big
decide
blind.
to just call.
Especially he knows that both of the players involved still have some wider ranges. Definitely potential here for jamming the King Jack suited pre. Takes the passive approach, also fine, obviously.
Does flop huge middle pair and the King high flush draw. Steve with just 8 high. Very ambitious c-bet. Is it going to go for a small one? Makes it 275k. Gets through the sixes of John. We can see it never getting through Matthew's hand.
Yeah, interesting to see a c-bet here with the 8-7 on the board that really well connects, especially with the in-position flatter range. And yeah, interesting turn. Steven picks up the flush draw.
Does find the turn hearts. Matthew with just a shade over pot back.
Yeah, can't see Steven check this, to be honest. Gonna be interesting to see if he finds the jam or a small bet. And typically the double flush draw boards tend to be the boards you want to do some overpot jamming on. But he goes with a small size, which is fair as well.
Very interesting on the turn, 675k. You know, Matthew is never going to fold this hand. Would expect check call very often, Manny.
Yeah, I don't really see a reason to jam this either. We want to keep the bluffs, and there are quite some low equity bluffs. We have the diamonds covered. We also have the straight draw blocked with our king. So I think this is just going to be a check call and a check decide on the river. You're going to get yourself into some tricky spots versus Steven, obviously, but I still think this hand particularly does a little bit better as a check call.
Does make the call. And in the booth, we are greedy. We like to see a blank to see what will happen. Matthew does check call. Round about 1/3 pot back. River is the 6 of spades.
Yeah, Steven is in a world of pain here. He actually manages to find the check, which is quite impressive, I must say.
Up very quickly. Matthew be relieved not to face the all-in. Does rake in a pot of 3 million.
I think hearts do want to do some jamming here for sure. You typically don't want to be jamming with your diamonds since you block that part, but the backdoor flush draw I think does some jamming here. I could see it, but he thinks that he's just gonna get hooked up way too often and just checks back without any sort of showdown value.
Was a very awkward stack to pot for that treble off. Elects to check it back. Paul now in the cutoff with just over 11 bigs. This could be it, Manuel. You can see Hong has woken up with ace queen behind.
Yeah, we're gonna see a jam here from Paul and at least a call from Hong. Maybe even an ISO jam, depending on how deep the stack's sizes behind her are.
She is going to make the call. And Paul going to be at risk here with King Jack of Diamonds. Steve folding one of the jacks. Here we go, 3.7 million in the middle. Paul going to need to get there. He's going to be out in fifth. Right on the flop. King 4-5. Paul leaps into the lead. Gonna need to fade just one of the remaining aces to find that double. Does indeed hold. Big double up for Paul Hizer. Up to 3.7 million. Sigh of relief, Manuel is back.
And we knew those situations were going to come, where we're going to see the shoves, where we're going to see the calls. He got it in with 40% and got lucky. Now he's definitely back in the mix. The first bigger pot Hong has lost. The ones she's lost before were really mostly some small pots. She's back to 10 million. She still has the chip lead, but that is quite a bit of the stack going to Paul's way there.
Nothing to be done. Paul gets his 11 big blinds in, finds the double up. She had to lose one eventually, Manny, a substantial one.
Yeah, it normally happens. It can't all just be uphill, right? She's still in a commanding position to win this, though. And yeah, she got it in good as well, so she keeps on doing that. She will still have great chances to finish this one and to take it home.
Have I shuffled them? We'll find out, won't we? No? Oh, I'll try again next time. Oh.
Does fold round to Steve in the small blind. Looks like a sweat with Steve spot, Manuel. Graphics down momentarily.
I'm OCD.
Yeah, it really could be anything. This open limp from the small blind doesn't give us much information about his hand. We see a check back and we take it to a flop.
True test of commentary prowess. King, queen, deuce. Quick check from Steve. John is going to stab. Little over one big blind. Blinds are now up to 100, 200k. Quick call from Steve.
My read on the situation is Steve has something.
Don't pay you enough, Manuel. Just check call. We'd expect John to check back flop with a bunch of queen X and possibly stab some pure bluffs. Let's check the turn. Whoever is the ace of hearts.
Yeah, some potential straights in here with the Jack 10. Both players could potentially have that, I would say. But no 4 or 5s in the range. It's gonna go check, check.
Does go check, check. Looks like Steve has a pocket pair.
He did have something. The read was right.
Indeed. Looked like pocket nines to me. Nice pop for Steve.
2 clubs, 3 diamonds, ace of hearts, okay? Yeah. It was ace of hearts.
Just working on the graphics, guys. They will be back momentarily. We are still five-handed in this main event. Whilst the dealer checks the deck. Gives me a little opportunity to let you know what is coming up at DTD. Next week, we have the UK Team Championships, part of the APAT Amateur Poker Association Tour, and the World Championship of Amateur Poker coming up in the summer. Guys, if you're interested in coming down to DTD and getting in the mix, check out our social media for all the information you need about scheduling at DTD Club and at DTD Live on Twitter and Instagram.
Yeah.
And of course, we have our monthly tournament, the Dusk Till Dawn 100, 100k guaranteed, £120 buy-in. Absolutely no excuse to miss such value, Manuel. You're in the Midlands, get in the mixer.
Yeah, especially if you're in the region. Obviously, always worth a trip going to the Dusk Till Dawn. I've been there multiple times. I know you have been there multiple times. It's always been a great trip, great poker action all around. Also, the cash games are amazing, and the atmosphere is unique. Hong taking down another pot with the King Jack offsuit open raise. Back to the 10 million.
Continues to put her chips to work. Blinds are up and it is getting very shallow. Second place in chips, John McCann, with just 24 big blinds. Quickly developing into an ICM nightmare, this scenario, Manuel. Lots of pitfalls to be navigated from the shorties.
Yeah, not if you wake up with the ace queen, though, in the small blind. Gonna be interesting, though, to see what Paul elects to do. 16 big blinds. Ace queen still wants to do some shoving, I believe.
Yeah, I think open shove makes the most sense. Some potential to limp jam if you think the chip leader will get way out of line and raise fold a lot. But yeah, 16 bigs. Basically level in chips with everybody else but Hong. Does just send it. Does take it down up to 3.7 million. As you guys see, the payouts. It's been a long bubble for fourth place. Everybody with £26,500 locked. Substantial pay jumps now, all the way up to 100k for the win.
Yeah, the chip stacks evened out a little bit. Hong losing some chips, the short stacks winning some. So this could potentially even take longer than we thought until we are 4 left. Everybody fighting, obviously, for that additional money. Price jumps matter at this point quite a lot.
John McCann does wake up with a premium ace jack of diamonds in the cutoff. Does come in for a raise, and Hong in the small with pocket nines.
Yeah, you just said it. The chip second has only 25 big blinds. For 25 big blinds, I can see this definitely being a shove.
Does land on non-all-in 3-bet. Certainly a hand class that does prefer to just jam. Although if you think John will respond very honestly, does just go for the 3-bet to 7 bigs. Now he is in a very awkward spot with the ace-jack of diamonds. Extremely difficult to defend here.
Yeah, we do have position, that being said, but with everybody else being so short and him being the second and chips, that would be an absolute ICM disaster if he would call here. Even on the ace high and jack high flops, it's not really a feel good get in. So maybe he's just gonna take the super tight approach and lay this one down against the chip leader.
Does just that. Very awkward spot to navigate as second in chips. And in fairness, Hong hasn't really stepped out of line, Manny. That might be the first 3-bet that we have seen from her. And you know, ace-jack suited, it's a pretty hand, not a pretty situation, as second in chips does just let it go.
I can definitely see the fold here. I'm very aware of the other chip sizes of the chip stacks, very aware of the aggression factor from Hong, that she only has been 3-betting once, I think. So he lays it down once more, still in the mix, 4.4 million. Still chip second, I believe.
Just a real example of just how tight you're forced to play. Second in chips with 24 bigs, it's painful to fold it. Also an illustration of how much Hong could still run this over. You're getting players to fold ace-jack suited with a simple 3-bet. Could be time for Pham to go ham. Used it once, I've used it twice. Can't guarantee I won't use it again. Makes it 425k. Warbs with a quick defend with the 9-10. Flop is ace 3-4. Hong still good with her queen high. Have seen her be very liberal with her c-bets, Manny.
Yes, and another classic case of whoever bets first wins this pot. Hong with the aggression, Hong with the chip lead, Hong with the bet. Of course, she's gonna take down this pot, and there you see it. She lost ace queen to king jack, but by stealing the blinds, by getting her 3-bets through, by c-betting and taking it down, she's already back to 11 million.
As you see there, the price of poker getting very steep. 3 sub 20 big blind stacks. Next blind increase, going to put absurd pressure on. Just so tough, Manuel, for these mid stacks. Have to play absurdly tight pre.
Yeah, everybody has not been really tight until an hour ago. Basically, then we were 5 left and everybody has been tightening up their ranges. Now the price jumps just matter too much, and there could be potential pressure from bigger stacks. But look at this, Paul just proving us wrong, trying to sneak one through with the ace-4.
It does show good awareness. A hand like this probably better to open than even hands like 5s or 6s or the like do have that ace blocker. And all these other short stacks are going to have to do a lot of 3-bet shoving. Nice to block some of those premium ace king, ace queens. Nice pickup from Paul. And look at that, just with a chip steal. Gets himself into second. Incredibly tight table. Tight stacks between the 4 players chasing Hong Pham.
Yeah, this is really anybody's game. It's going to be very vital for the future of your tournament, how you're going to perform in this and the next level. Don't want to bust. Want to keep stealing. Try to survive, outlast the others, but also make sure you still make chips.
And now here we go, an opportunity perhaps for Matthew. Hong continuing the aggression. Matthew with a hand, ace-jack, 17.5 bigs.
A little bit awkward as well, because this is exactly the positions where Ace Jack might just not go in. Like in any other position, it's definitely going in. Here he actually decides to 3-bet fold this combo, and I quite like it.
I'm also a fan. Gonna look insanely strong. We've already seen that Hong, when faced with aggression, not always gonna 4-bet jam light. Does also give us the opportunity to fold if somebody cold finds it. Of course, we are gonna fold anyway to a 4-bet jam.
Look at Paul here, actually considering cold 4-bet shoving to this. Thinking Matthew might be doing this way too light. Would have worked. It would have worked. Like most of the times when you think about it, they never have it, do they?
As you referenced earlier, this 3-bet off this stack depth, generally an extremely premium holding or some kind of shenanigan 3-bet fold. Hong's gonna take a flop here with just ace 10.
I'm not a big fan of that. Gonna be honest with you. Out of position, ace 10 versus this range that is so knotted, and some random bluffs maybe in there. Yeah, on most, even if we hit a 10 or an ace, we're gonna be in big trouble.
375.
Matthew showing strong awareness, very small c-bet. Stack to pot is so small, comes with around about 15% pot. Hong not going anywhere, is going to take a turn. Turn is a deuce. Matthew with around about 2/3 pot. Does have the best hand.
Oh, is he actually gonna small bet again? Looks like a check spot to me, but what do I know?
Do tend to agree, we do get to pick off some potential river bluffs.
625.
Does stop us just putting money in against the queen. Has gone for the small turn bet.
Sorry, how much are we behind?
Will of course be looking to check back river, you would imagine, unimproved. Again, going with around about 1/5 pot.
5 seconds.
Hong here is in the weeds, as we say. Very difficult spot to navigate now, Manny, now that we've got here.
Yeah, you're just gonna get yourself into these spots out of position. That's why I would like the pre-flop fold so much. It's just a world of pain with this holding against small sizings, even on one of the better boards where we actually have an overcard and a gut shot.
Did she jam?
I think she sent it.
She sent it in! Hong Pham!
Who's it?
And look at this. It looks like he's gonna ditch it.
Wow!
Hong Pham take a bow. Finds the check shove on the turn.
That must be the play of the tournament.
What
Amazing.
a hand.
See, I'm not capable of doing this. That's
What
why I fold pre-flop. It is amazing how she finds out that this small bet is close to, very often not the nuts. It's gonna have a hard time calling here with one pair of hands. That's
play.
just stunned. I'm stunned.
Matthew with the very quick fold. I would have expected him to use some time bank chips. Very fast fold, I guess. People don't really bluff us in this spot, Manuel, and that is a massive pickup for Hong Pham.
Just like a wise man once said, try to bluff the spots that nobody else bluffs, and it's gonna work.
Unbelievable turn of events. Oh wow, Steve has sent it here. 16 bigs from the cutoff. in some trouble. 2 hands behind. Paul with ace-10. Hong has the pocket 8s in the big. Gets Paul to fold ace-10. Cannot imagine that Hong will fold 8s here, Manuel.
Yeah, this is going to be a call, especially with the chips. She's just gained even a more comfortable call than before. And she's going to be a big favorite. Not only is she a favorite, also Paul has folded an ace. So Steven in really bad shape. If she can find this call, it's not done yet.
Yeah, Steve cannot know it, but desperate for a fold. With Paul folding one of the remaining aces. She makes the call. And Steve Warburton at risk here with the ace-5 of hearts up against the 8s of Hong Pham. She is going to go up to 18 million here if she holds. Jack, Jack, 7 on the flop. Turn is a 9. Steve needs at one of the remaining 9s or an 8. River is the 7 of diamonds. We say GG to Steve Warburton, booted him in 5th place. £26,500 for Steve. Very good run. This final Manuel Hong Pham, 17 million in chips, has an absolute stranglehold here. We are down to 4 in the World Series circuit main event.
Yeah, she has all the chips now. She has the confidence. Her bluffs were like her bluff is still more amazing than the last hand. I'm still not over the ace-10. Absolutely amazing performance by her. Steven out in 5th. Mate, he was in a world of trouble where he got bluffed himself by Jonathan. So it's been a very interesting final table with quite some post-flop bluffs that you wouldn't expect. But GG, bud. Nice score, nice run anyways. Well played.
Very good run from Steve. Exits in 5th for 26.5k. 4 players left. Next out will take home £34,000. Hong Pham that will take a bow. That ace-10 hand. That's one for the highlight reel. We are still reeling from watching it. She just sends it here with the 10-3 off.
Not
to be done with 5 high.
But it's really amazing that she even realizes she can take that spot with 10-3 offsuit. Like, it's really some high-class poker from her. She really has had a great final table performance. Even realizing that she can pressure Matthew right now, sitting on a 6 big blind stack, just shoving the 10-3. Yeah, well done once more. And a cup of tea.
The power of the tea, my friend. In an envious spot now, 18 million, and with the stack distribution, Manuel, she could certainly just start open shoving very often, I would say. Hands such as this, King Deuce, using those blockers, certainly potential to just open jam. Everybody sub 18 bigs.
Yeah, definitely a potential candidate here. If Matthew calls, it doesn't make a huge difference, I would say, because he only has 1 million, and we're still gonna have a lot of pressure on the big blind Jonathan here, even with ace-2s off. Look at that.
Yeah,
He
just
just
shows
has
you.
to fold.
She is in an unbelievable position here to take down the title. You know what? Sometimes you have to just pull up these chat warriors. Jay Georgiou says, high-class poker. She has a huge stack. Ridiculous comment. Hey, she has been crushing this FT. Sometimes you've got to pull them up on it.
Yeah, and
Can't be allowing it, my friend.
and she's been playing against some well-known end bosses here. She hasn't just been playing against anybody. These are online crushers. These are live poker, $1 million and more winners. If this is not a high-class performance, I don't know what is.
Absolutely, and she wakes up with the nines. And now John McCann, Queen Jack of clubs. Again, just an illustration of the pressure on these players. Everybody here forced to fold. I mean, Matthew Gray is sitting on around about 5 bigs. Both Paul and John forced to play extremely tight. I like this fold, Manuel. Obviously, Matthew extremely short.
Yeah, exactly. And Jay Georgiou is coming back. You said the king 2 was high class. Easy shove blind versus blind. Mate, she had the king deuce on the button.
She was
You
on the button,
probably
pal.
mean the 10-3 hand from the small blind. So
Yeah.
let's just look closely on the hands before we comment, all right?
You tell them, Manuel. Get after them.
Round
Hey,
one.
Joshua
Ding,
says-
ding, ding.
Joshua says, shout out for the commentary, lads. Been great and a great FT. Thank you very much, buddy.
900?
Can I get a shout out to the Skid Be Massive? Of course you can, my friend. I don't even really know what it means, but Skid Be Massive. Let's go. There you go, you've got it. Anyway, Matthew is going to run it. Queen 9 of clubs, chips in his final 5 bigs.
At 9 high again.
You've got 9 high again.
Yeah.
Is she going to give the rub down once more, Manuel?
Keep him short. Ah, he is, she is. She said it.
This is the Hong Pham show. From a theory perspective too, Manuel, makes sense for her to keep Matthew in, and she can just run over Jonathan and Paul. You really have to play tight and be aware that Matthew is very, very short. Try and lock up those pay jumps.
Yeah, definitely. That's the best thing that can happen to her, that there's a 7 big blind or 5 big blind stack still alive, while everybody else has under 20 big blinds. She can just go berserk with her open raising and open shoving ranges. So, yeah, pretty clear fold. She finds that one as well.
Again, another illustration of how awkward this is. Paul with ace-3 is aware the chip leader on his left. Does it look as if he is going to come in for a raise, though? Size is up to 2.5x. Unfortunately for him, it is mistimed. Matthew wakes up with ace-jack. Paul in a very uncomfortable spot now, but forced to call it off. Matthew just too short, 6.5 bigs. Big all in here for him, looking to hold off the ace-3. 7 deuce deuce on the flop. Turn is a king. Few chop opportunities. That is not one of them. And Matthew Gray, you cannot get rid of him, Manuel. Doubles up, back to 3 million.
Yeah, and this is even more good news for our chip leader, Hong Pham. I mean, you can just go berserk now, right? You can just chip almost any 2 into these stacks.
is going to be interesting to see how she approaches it. Will she just continue small opens or go ballistic? She certainly has the stack to open shove at will. Guys, anyone just joining us on YouTube, welcome along. Hong Pham, 18 million in chips. Rest of the players combined only have 8.3 million. She has over 66% of the chips in play. 100k up top and the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. This is event 9, giving away 12 World Series rings this week. This is event 9, the main event, our flagship 1100 buy-in, 500k. Hong Pham. All she has to do is reach out and take it, it seems, at this point, Manuel.
Yeah, we see she still has an open folding range. Wouldn't have minded an open jam here, even as light as 9-5 offsuit, or at least an open race.
Matthew is going to ship it with the King Deuce. John McCann forced to fold. Shows how wild the distributions are. Matt had 5 big blinds a second ago. Now he's second in chips.
Yeah, Paul already down to 9 big blinds as well as the short stack now. And I guess soon we're going to have another blind race. It's going to get wild. And Hong Pham has all the chips and more. This is really chip lead I haven't seen in a long time with 4 players left.
It really is at the moment a race for second place. And Hong continues the aggression, recognizing she can go extremely wide here pre. You can see it's going to work. We'll be having, guys, a 10-minute break in around about 10 minutes time. Paul forced to abandon ship with the 10 high. As you see the payouts, all players with 34,500 locked. 45.5 for third, 64.5k for second. And the big enchilada, £100,000 for the win. What a feeling that must be, Manuel, sitting with all the chips. 100k on the line.
Yeah, there's some pressure as well. If you don't win this one, you're going to think, wait a second, 2 hours ago, I had all the chips. How am I not having the golden ring on my finger now? So there's some pressure as well. But she is in still in the pole position to win this one.
Trust you, Manuel, to make a thriving situation negative. Unbelievable. Speaking of positive spots, Paul has found the ace-king of clubs. Ships it in there. And Hong likely has a calling hand here, Manuel. 7.5 bigs, queen 8 of clubs.
Yeah, I mean, Chippy V, this should be a call. Also, Paul is last in chips, so he's probably going to be shoving close to Chippy V. So I believe we can call this off.
Here we go. She does make the call. Paul Hizer with the ace-king of clubs, looking to hold off Hong's queen 8.
Well, I know 2 players who are rooting for a queen or an 8.
Well, that is not fair. King 10-4, great flop for Paul. Hong does pick up second pair on the turn. The dealer, why so fast? Didn't even let me build the drama. That is a full double up for Paul Hizer. Back up to 3.1 million.
And now he's back to 16 big blind.
Look
So
at that. tightest of tight final tables. In terms of the short stacks, 16, 15, and 14 big blinds. Hong sitting there with around about 90. Cards back in the air. Hong waking up with another big hand. Ace queen in the small.
I believe some arguments here as the chip leader to open raise call this one and to induce and go against the chippy V approach of just open shoving, since we want to be doing this a lot with steals in there, so therefore we should widen up our open raise calling range a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. She does elect to just send it and adds money to the pile.
Shoutouts to Fabio Sperling in the chat. Queen 5 is such a powerful hand. Basically never lose with it. Absolute favorite hand. And it would have made 2 pair in the all-in situation. He's right about that. Guys, I never fold Queen 5. In fact, I am never fold Queen 5. Check out my Twitch channel on twitch.tv/neverfoldq5. I will be bringing you daily poker streams from the online world. So please give me a follow. If you like my talking, you're gonna like my streams.
Absolutely, guys. Flick in the follow. Paul, they're forced to just open fold ace 8. And Hong finally takes a hand off. Matthew in the small with king 3. Facing the 10 big blind stack of John in the big. Does just put him in. John, of course, with jack 5. Not going to be making the call. We will be going on a break very shortly, guys. Look at that, one orbit of blinds just shows you how expensive it is. John's stack down sub 10 bigs.
Yeah, he's just been second in chips, and now the shorties are doubling up. He's card dead, and now he's the one left with 9 big blinds. That's just how it goes, right? You need to find the spots, you need to find the doubles. You're always sweating for the chip leader to win. Of course, there are vital price jumps. I know exactly the feeling, but it's not over yet. 9 big blinds can turn into 20 very quick, and those can turn into 40, and suddenly you're up there again. So no giving up yet.
Absolutely gonna have to jam correctly, find the correct call-offs, hope the cards land in your favor, hopefully grind up a big enough stack to take on Hong Pham. As you see there, 18 million in chips with the 6 deuce suited under the gun. Perhaps one of the few hands that she does not elect to open. Does lay it down. John McCann with 9 bigs, king high. We'd expect him to send this one in.
Yeah, this is go time for sure. He's not gonna get a call, luckily, from Paul. So yeah, this is directly from 9 big blinds back to 12 almost. So very vital pickup here by Jonathan.
Paul in the tank with the 10-9. Just going to be a little too much here to call off. Does let it go. I believe this is the last hand before the break. Little discussion here about going on a break now. Hong Pham racks up her chips for the color up.
But then we're not going to have to go 2.5 hours, are we?
Does look as if the players have negotiated that break. And yet they are going to go on a 10-minute break now, guys. So please join myself and Manuel back here in the booth. We'll be back in 10 minutes' time to continue the journey to the conclusion, four-handed here in the main. See you in 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. These breaks, Manuel, it's like playing online. When I've got 5 minutes, I never have time to do anything. All I had to do there, quickly, cup of tea, quick bathroom break, and we're back in the saddle, my friend.
Yes, we are. I had a cup of tea myself, Andrew.
Oh, you've been converted.
No, I tried one sip and then I just left it in the kitchen. I'm gonna have a nice mineral, sparkling water now.
You know I have the power to eject you from this stream by applications in the YouTube chat. All right, I'll let it slide. Strong work. I'll have to let you in on a little secret. On the break, I have been handed none other than a fruity blackcurrant blast Cool Kids juice box. I've been told I am Peter Pan and never grow up, Manuel. Not gonna lie, it's very refreshing.
They are really good. Had one myself 2 days ago in an online session. Better than any other
Did you really?
drink. Yes, I did. Yeah, my son
Oh
is
my
drinking
goodness.
it, of course. Yes.
Well, there you go. I'm not sure why we've decided to update everybody with our choices of beverage, but there you go.
Update people about pocket nines, Andrew. Come on.
Yeah, that's what I should be doing instead. Anyway, round to Paul in the small blind. Does have pocket nines and 14 bigs. Dicey ICM spot as we have been discussing. Would expect him just to ship it. Does indeed send it. Along with the 9-3 off.
2.9.
She loves to ask for these counts, Manuel. Loves to make the boys sweat.
Yeah. Maybe a little bit to intimidate him. Maybe just to know what the stack size exactly is. No matter what it is she's doing, I'm not doubting her work.
2.9.
Look at the chip stack.
2.8 too short.
She's not going to be wrong.
I'm not shiny.
There you go, guys. Pham, 18 million in chips. Matthew and Paul, 3.4 and 3.2. John McCann, currently on the short stack with 2.2 million. Really is a case of racing to get heads up with Hong. It'll be very interesting as we go on, guys. We are four-handed here in the World Series Circuit Event Series Main Event. Anybody just joining us, we're four-handed. Thank you for being here, everybody. I am Andrew Hedley on comms with my co-commentator, Mr. Maunel Zapf. We are here until the end, and Paul, dangerous water, is on the button. Can he get away from this because Hong has the jacks in the small, but he is going to sell it and get the bad news. And Matthew's found the aces.
What a spot to wake up with aces for Matthew.
What a ridiculous setup. And Paul is in a world of trouble here.
I got set jack.
Wow, what a spot, Manuel. First hand back.
And Matthew and Paul the exactly same stack size.
Wow, and if Matthew can hold one of the only scenarios where he gets close to Hong, holding so far on the king queen 4. Paul in dire straits, needs a 3 or he is going to be out in 4. Turn is a 6. Matthew can fade it, and he does. The river is a queen. And just like that, Paul Hizer is out of here, Manuel. Bus in 4th position. GG, Paul. Great run. Good for £34,500. And just like that, Matthew Gray goes from short stack to right up to 50 bigs, Manny. And all of a sudden, we might have a match on our hands.
Yeah, he's very close now to Hong. Hong just having roughly 50% more chips than Matthew. Jonathan left with 11 big blinds. Everybody now secured £45,000. If they manage to get rid of Jonathan soon, we're going to have a fairly deep heads-up game for the title, the 100 grand, and the ring.
Just like that, Matthew can be a force at this FT. Very awkward spot there for Paul on the button. I think there is a good argument just to open fold this low pocket pair. Don't want to be too critical though, because there is going to be a lot of collision effect. Hong is going to pound on Matthew's big blind. But of course, it's going to be a profitable shove. Unfortunately for Paul, runs into the jacks and aces behind. And just like that, we are three-handed. And Hong and Matthew relatively close in chips. It just shows you, Manny, tournament poker, things change fast. Hong back in there with the king 10, opens for 450.
Yeah, we've seen the craziest comebacks. This saying Jonathan is not out of here yet. He does have 1.8 million chips still. You said it. Things can go quick in tournament poker. One double, one treble maybe, another double, and he's back in the mix already. So,
Yeah,
but still.
insane spot. What a feeling for Matthew Gray. Looking down at the aces, facing the all-in and call in front. He is back in business.
Yeah, obviously a dream scenario and a dream to hold there as well. What a huge spot for him now.
Nothing Hong can do there. Of course, Jack's a mandatory call. Now John McCann in the small blind with the 3-5 of diamonds. He does decide to send it, recognizing that he's gonna have to get busy. Rips it in for around about 9 bigs.
Yeah,
This
Hong
one's gonna
asking
get through, Manny.
again for a count. But I do think she has to let this one go. Yes, of course. Not good enough, the hand to call the 9 big blind shove.
Yeah, John almost going to be feeling like he's free rolling in many ways, Manny. Was the shortest, gets that ladder to the final 3. Maybe looking to get those chips moving. Having to pay so much money every orbit now, three-handed. Does take the jam spot with the 5-3 of diamonds, gets it through. As the payouts come up, guys, £45,500 locked for all 3 players. 100 G's up top. And I think it's good for the stream, Manuel, that Matthew finds that treble. And make it a lot more interesting than the Hong Pham show just running over the boys.
Yeah, especially he was down to 6 big blinds. What a comeback. Now he's back up in the mix. We have a battle for first place. But yeah, this 300 game is not over yet. We're not heads up yet.
Really have been impressed with her table demeanor. She's recognizing here that she still gets to pound on Matthew. He's not going to want to get in her way too often. John McCann down at around 10 bigs. Does find the open raise from the small with the Jack-9 of clubs. Would expect her to go after Matthew's middling stack very often until John either doubles up or is out the door. Few really epic moments at this FT, Manny. That ace-10 bluff from Hong. Of course, that 3-way all-in, 4-handed, 3s, jacks, and the aces of Matthew Gray. He is going to limp in the small with 10-6. John McCann with the option with the queen-5 suited. Is your hand, my friend. How about we let you take this hand?
Yeah, definitely check here with the suited combos in position. I think we might be looking to Hizer raise some offsuit queen X, but suited clear check, and then just flop the potential nuts. That's just how you do it. With the
Is
queen
this why
5.
you never fold it, mate? Just
That's
flop 2
exactly
pair.
why, yeah.
Really no reason to raise here for John. If we're gonna slow play, this is the perfect combo to do so. Even improves to the turned flush draw. All of a sudden, Matthew in this awkward middling spot with middle pair, Manny.
Yeah, not very awkward though. Very clear check call on the turn, I think. We're too strong to let this one go. We're still beating a lot of bluffs. We're even betting some bets by worse hands. I think if Jonathan uses a fairly small size, which he can because stacks are shallow, then we have a fairly easy call. We just beat 5x, we beat some 6x, we beat some 7, 8, 8, 9 type of hands, and some floats with king highs and backdoors. So very mandatory call here on the turn.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, and he sets him in.
Wow.
Oh, wow, and he jams, and he is drawing extremely thin. Gonna be drawing one of the remaining 6s in the deck. Unexpected turn of events there, Manuel.
I think we lose this one. It's okay.
The river is the ace of hearts. John McCann, just like that, doubling up to 4.3 million.
Wow.
Bit of a misstep there, Manny, from the 6x of Matthew. Obviously decided just to run it against some potential turn semi-bluffs, perhaps, from John.
Yeah, I think he just wants the 8, 9 type of hands, 9, 7 type of hands with the gut shots on 2 overs to his 6 out of there. But I mean, even with shallow stack sizes, we can be confident enough to play this hand out of position on the river, make a good decision. Yeah, I think it might have been a little bit of a misstep there to check jam.
I'm inclined to agree, and just like that, we have a 3-way match. Good for the stream, Manny. Both gentlemen chipping up. Hong, I thought you had it locked. You're gonna have to do a bit more work yet to take down the title.
Yeah, Hung still with over half of the chip, still in a great position, and hasn't really misplayed a hand. That was just a bit cooler with the jacks into the aces. What can you do?
Potential opportunity here for John McCann to continue momentum. Certainly would expect him to shove this hand quite often 3-way, and does rip it in. Just like that, up to 5 million.
Yeah, and the rail is present as well.
You love to hear it, don't you?
Yeah, not only did he manage to almost triple up in 2 hands, he also has the rail supporting him. So yeah, that could even be a factor. You think home advantage can be a factor here in a potential heads-up match?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, John, very experienced player. I did play at a final table with him recently myself. Obviously, he's very experienced, not going to make very many mistakes, certainly not very many big ones. Once he gets up to the sort of 40, 50 big blind realm, he's going to have a real shot at this. Now Hong limping with King 5, does flop top and bottom. Matthew with middle pair, again with the worst of it. She is going to bet half pot. Of course, Matthew gonna have to continue here with middle pair and a limp pot.
Yeah, and I think on many turn cards we have to call another one. This is one of them. Additional straight equity for us. Brings in some potential bluffs as well from some 7-8 is going to continue bluffing, 6-7, some jack 8s, some queen 8s, just to name a few of those gut shots. Definitely gonna peel one more here in position, I can imagine.
Yeah, I would agree for sure. Hong going for the straight turn value. Definitely cannot fold here with our third pair and gutter. River is a blank. Ace of clubs. An effective blank, excuse me. Hong gonna feel confident that she can go for 3 streets here, Manny.
I think she will, and I think Matthew is definitely considering calling here. Not a lot of ace highs are going to take the bet line on flops and turns. So this is, as you said, almost like a blank. And he snap calls it off, does he? Yes, he did. Or did he fold?
I think he folded.
Thank you.
Wow, that's a very
Very
quick
quick
fold.
fold.
Definitely potential hero call there on the river, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we obviously block Queen Jack, which is a very natural value bet for Hong. Block some King Queens that could potentially go thin on the river.
Do you want to
Well, that I say thin, it would be a pretty easy triple barrel, I think. The ace not really connecting with Matthew's hand
How much is that
very
going
often. Yeah, he folded very quickly, I must say. You expected him to take a little more time. Hong gets it done, rakes in another pot.
Maybe he's got some informations that Hong has not been going at it on turn as Rivers as much as she's been going at it pre-flop and on flops. Therefore, the snap fold.
3.5, 4.
So yeah, another one for Hong recovering from that setup with the jacks against the aces. Back to 16 million and pocket deuces.
I mean, she's still in really good shape, obviously. Both of her opponents down around 25 bigs. Definite candidate to open shove here, three-handed. Looks like she's just going to come with raise. Of course, the problem with just opening, you give an accomplished player like John the chance to realize equity. And he is going to defend 9-10 of diamonds. Flop is ace 10-5. John does flop best. From what we've seen from Hong, she does tend to c-bet very heavily. Of course, a hand like deuces, nothing wrong with that. Looking to fold out any equity of her opponents. She comes with a roundabout third pot. John gonna have a check call here, Manuel.
Yeah, very easy check call. I don't think we can fold to this board. We're just going to get range bet by Hong. Fairly strong hand here with the mid pair. Yeah, and also we have seen Hong shut down on turns and rivers, so sometimes we don't have to make these hero calls on the turn. Just going to go check, check. Now, obviously, Jonathan doesn't want this to go check, check, I believe.
A great turn for John McCann. Improves to 10s and 9s. Will Hong shut this down? She is going to continue. Does bet 1 million on the turn. Now, can John McCann find a turn slow play?
They've only put it up a couple minutes ago. They only went up a couple minutes ago.
If he perceives her Manuel to underbluff and have value more than not, may elect to jam this one. Yeah, he does send it. Chips it in for 4 million.
I actually like that double barrel by Hong, but unfortunately she just runs into the two pair. And here with the two pair unblocking the top pair, definitely a natural check jam on such a draw heavy board. Many straight draws, many flush draws out there. Plus, you mentioned it, she might be under bluffing this turn. Then it makes even more sense to just send it.
She does let it go. Just like that, John McCann up to 7 million. As we know, momentum, a powerful thing, especially in tournament poker. He has got to be feeling it.
Yeah, great outcome of the hand, of course. Doesn't want to see a river killing the action or putting him in an awkward spot. And yeah, it's everybody's game now. I mean, Hung still has over half of the chips, but they're getting closer together.
And Matthew does open with the Queen 7 of diamonds. Off his stack of 20 bigs, blinds are now up to 125, 250.
Tricky spot here with the ace-6. I think hands like ace-7 and ace-8. 1, 2, 3 bet fold here. Ace-6 a little bit on the thin side, but with the big blind ante out there, maybe enough to fight for to take this spot also with the ace-6 offsuit.
You can certainly use it, and John is going to go for it. Really feeling his momentum now. Hong behind. Wow, John has gone for the little click. He's gone tiny, Manuel, if the graphic is right. Sub 4 bigs. Would expect him to make it a bit larger.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, since
Wow, he does min click it basically pre. That's the second min click 3-bet we've seen at this FT. And he has given Matthew the price to peel. Calls with the Queen 7 of diamonds. Flop is Queen Jack 10. He is going to c-bet. Comes in for around about a quarter pot.
do you think this might have been a misclick?
Yeah, I think very, very likely. Having played a lot with John in the past, never seen anything like this out of him before. Probably meant to make it 1.4 and misclicked with the black chips. Could be costly now. May be inclined to run a big bluff. Does check the turn on this Queen Jack 10-10 board. Matthew gonna check back with 2 pair. River is the 8 of hearts. John obviously recognizing here his hand is never good. Does he want to run a big one? Decides against it. I think he knows he misclicked pre. Rueful shake of the head. Expensive time, Manny, to get confused.
Yeah, definitely unfortunate here. We've seen the misclick 3-bet the second time tonight. You've mentioned it. First time it went to perfection. Rivering the 2 pair for Hong Pham. This time Matthew had to win it with a Queen 7, and Jonathan is suffering from his misclick mistake.
Imagine Jonathan taking the drama away from us to misclick and then just YOLO bluff it off anyway. Shame.
Yeah. I would have liked it.
I joke. Anyway, unfortunate miss size in there from John McCann. Cards back in the air. Gonna fold the 6 deuce on the button. And we have Tim Chung in the YouTube chat. Live UK legend, by the way, Manuel. He says ace-6 is a better 3-bet than ace-7 or ace-8. So there you go, buddy. Put in your place.
Is that the case at 25 big blinds, small blinds versus button?
I think Tim will know, to be honest. It's quite likely. Anyway, Hong, back opening. Queen 9 of clubs in the small. Matthew gonna get out of the way with the Queen 5.
To be fair, ace-8 and ace-7 does do some more shoving. I do agree. I accept defeat.
Never accept defeat, my friend. This is where you fight back and say, I don't care what you say, I'm right. I've lived my life doing that, mate. It's served me okay so far. Anyway, guys, for anyone just joining us on YouTube, welcome along the R3-handed World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series Main Event. Hong Pham, Matthew Gray, and Mr. John McCann, three-handed fighting for the title. £100,000 up top, plus the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. This final table so far has been the Hong Pham show. Both gentlemen attempting to rein her in. Hong does open the button with the 9-7. It's no resistance. Back up to 15 million. Matthew Gray wakes up with a premium hand. Pocket nines on the button, gonna come in for a raise to 500k.
Yeah, it's gonna work this time, most likely. We've seen Hong defend a lot of her suited hands, but the offsuit usually go into the bin.
Does let it go.
What do you call it? I think Chinese farmer. Pardon?
Now Hong Pham in the small. Potential clash brewing here, Manuel. Pocket fours. Does continue her aggression. Makes it 600k pre.
I can see definitely an argument for calling the ace-10 suited in position here. Even though we're up against a fairly wide range, she hasn't been too much out of line. She always had some sort of playability, so these auto folds that we're gonna get, probably not in there. Also, we want to keep her worse ace-x and 10x probably in here when we're in position, so I think a flat works very fine here.
I would agree, but Matthew has decided to send it round about 27 big blind jam. Our fours are going to shrink up considerably, Manuel, facing this shove.
Yeah, I wouldn't have minded an open shove here in Hong shoes. 27 bigs, not much Matthew can do here. Now we have to open raise fold a fairly good three-handed hand to the shove.
Would agree. Couple of small missteps, if we can call them that. The pocket deuces and the pocket fours both were candidates to open shove. But Matthew gets the reshove through with the ace-10 of diamonds, and they are slowly reining her in. Shows you, Manuel, how quickly things can change, especially in no limit, especially three-handed.
Yeah, exactly. Short-handed play, always tough, especially against good players. You're gonna get put into spots every single hand, and yeah, they're gonna be a lot of tough ones.
Back at it, open in the Queen 10. John with an ugly looking King Deuce. Does just let it go. Kevin Crush asking, do you agree with the shove, guys? I presume he means the ace-10 of diamonds rejam. I mean, of course, it's going to print money. Hong is going to raise fold a lot. But also, you know, our hand is so strong. Can play well as a disguise flat. Get to cooler some potential worse ace and 10x, as Manuel said. Of course, a jam can never be bad. It's going to make money. Hard to go too wrong there, Manuel, with a call or a jam.
Yeah, I do agree. It's definitely not a bad play to shove here against the chip leader who is open raising, or who should be open raising quite a bit. I just want to have that in my post flop range to feel a little bit more cozy and comfortable once it comes to the streets.
Absolutely. Matthew now with pocket sevens on the button. Is it going to make it 500k? And Hong looks as if she's going to defend with the 6-4. Does make the call. Flop is 10-5 deuce all hearts. Matthew still good with his sevens and with a heart in his hand. Just a gut shot straight draw for Hong. Typically a board we're going to bet very small, Manuel.
Yeah, very typical small bet here from Matthew on the mono board. He has a hand that's strong enough to withstand check raises, even though we're not going to see too many of them. I believe Hong here with the continue.
Does make the call. Turn is the deuce of spades. Matthew does have a hand that can be a good bluff catcher on rivers, Manny.
I definitely agree with the check back here. We're probably going to fold out some 5x if we bet. And now Hong just has the not worst hand she can show up with, except some 3-4s and some 3-6s, but definitely mandatory bluff. And I guess that's going to get looked up.
Is going to go for it. 1.2 million. Of course, Matthew now with the opportunity to pick off some bluffs. Hong going to have a bunch of hands that have one heart in them. Some hands like 3-4 and like 6-4 that we see she has. And he does make the call. And just like that, another momentum shift, Manny. Matthew Gray up to 10 million in chips. And he's not far behind at all.
It's everybody's game now. Anything can happen. Not even a bad hand by Hong. Maybe a little bit too loose pre-flop, but I do see the defend here as the chip leader. We can pressure some post-flop, and calling the gut shot to the super small size seems fine as well to me, even without a heart. And then we just have to bluff, and she finds the bluff.
Matthew finds the call up to 10 million. The first real test now for Hong. Has lost several pots in a row. It was all smooth sailing early doors, but it's never that simple, Manny. A test now of her character and focus. See if she can steady the ship. John McCann going to open rip with King Queen on the button for 17 bigs. Does take it down. Final three really opened up now, Manny. It looked like a foregone conclusion four-handed. A big momentum shift in this last 30 minutes.
Is it my fault ever since I mentioned if we don't win this, we're going to look back in 2 hours? It's been going downhill. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you just decided to put the pressure on needlessly from the booth. I still think Hong has played an incredible FT so far. I think those two spots with the deuces and fours specifically could have been played differently, but you know, hardly monumental mistakes just to open. She's still in a strong position, right? She's still chip leader here.
And she hasn't had any missteps yet. Lions Den Poker asking the check, do we think Hong's head's gone? I haven't seen a single sign of it yet.
Matthew is going to limp from the small with the king deuce. Jonathan with deuce 3 does elect to check.
Just a little under 5, I think.
Flop is ace jack 6 all spades. Matthew checking his king high over to John. Is going to check back with his 3 high. Does have a flush draw. Turn is a 6. John McCann can occasionally have a check back 6 in his range, but does check again. River is an 8. We can see Matthew is going to win this hand at showdown, unless John decides to bet. Does have the nut low, Manny.
Yeah, we occasionally have some jack X that we double check that we can bet. Besides that, can't rep too much, I would say.
Yeah.
Even if some players are balanced and have a better hand here, most are not, and therefore you're not going to get a lot of credit for betting the river. But it hurts to check back 3 high 3 times. I think we should bet some of the streets. I don't know which one, but
I would agree. Possibly the turn could have been the one. In any case, nice pickup for Matthew, getting to showdown with king high. He's got to be feeling good, right? He was down to, what, 4 big blinds? All of a sudden, in contention for the title. Pretty rare that it happens from such a short stack.
yeah, but it can happen. It goes quick, especially in 3-handed. We mentioned it. It's everybody's game now. And yeah, the blinds are coming strong, and we have another shoving hand for Jonathan in the small blind.
All in.
Is going to send it.
How much you got?
Ripping 17 bigs.
Not sure. Between 4 and 5.
And Hong here with just queen high. Can't imagine she's going to call this one off, Manuel, for 4 million.
Just a little bit too much once more to call queen jack here.
That's 2. That's 2 Yeah. Yeah.
Also, she really cannot afford to lose another 4 million. That would hurt her. Essentially, she would drop down to 8 million. Would probably even be last in chips, so she can't afford to make any light call downs here.
Does indeed let it go. John McCann holding steady at around about 20 big blinds, just a shade under 5 million. We could be in for a long one now, Manny. Looked as if it was going to be cut and dried early doors. 4-handed Hong with a massive chip lead. She is slowly being reined in.
Yeah, it looked absolutely crazy. She had like almost 20 million chips, and everybody else had basically none. The tournament was almost over. But this is still 3-handed play. There are comebacks brewing. Andrew, this is what we need, right? We need the blood on the felt.
Certainly makes for compulsive viewing. Guys, if you're just joining us, this is 3-handed in the main event. And Matthew gonna go for one of his junky ISOs. We can see he's timed this very nicely, raising the Jack 3 off against the limp of Hong. And she has indeed, I think, raised every small blind, Manny, so very often going to be weak when they limp the first time. That's things that Dusty Live Regs would say, mate, what I just said.
Yeah, I'm just gonna completely ignore that. They
Hey,
always
it's
have it
always
when
weak,
they limp
mate.
the
The
bot
first one.
first
The
time.
first one is always weak.
I've heard similar people say the first one is always strong.
No, absolutely not. Always weak. You can put that in my online coaching manual, my friend. Nice awareness though from Matthew, picking it up pre.
A nice hand selection there with the Jack 3 for the ISO. Definitely a combo we want to use quite a bit. And now getting rewarded with pocket tens.
It does continue the limping strat in the small. John elects to check his queen 5 in the big. It's going to work out nicely for Matthew so far. John does pick up middle pair. Not going to be going anywhere versus one bet. Obviously, Matthew will be perceived to raise a lot of his ace-x pre. Gonna go bet and call.
Yeah, especially sub 20.
And wow, John drills 2 pair on the turn. No real reason for Matthew to think his 10s are no good. Is gonna come in for a second street of value. That's 600k. Seems like a really good spot just to call down Manuel, keep in some bluffs from the small.
Yeah, clear call here in position. Interesting double barrel there for the tens. Going with small size. Guess we can see a river check very often now, and a very clear value bet for Jonathan with the 2
It's
pair.
gonna become very awkward now. Matthew probably thinks that John doesn't have too many ace-x of his own after being limped into pre. So the problem is, Manuel, what hands do we turn into a bluff? A bunch of our 5x may just take showdown. We need him to have something like a king 3 or king 4 that calls flop and turn and bluffs river.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he can turn some 3 deuce, some
Yeah.
4 deuce into bluffs as well, but definitely gonna be tricky to find a lot of bluffs here.
Nice laydown from Matthew. Gets away from the 10s. John McCann back up to 6 million. For the first time at this final table, if the short stack doubles, they will take the chip lead.
Has been now. Mix it up.
Hong does get a walk. John with the 7 deuce just lets it go.
Did it? Proper trap. Fair trap.
Thank you.
Had the queen. Queen was good.
Yeah, we've came out of the phase. There was a lot of pre-flop play. We've seen a lot of post-flop play at the beginning of the final table. Then into the phase of a lot of pre-flop play. Not many flops. We're back to seeing flops now, 3-handed. Stacks got a little bit deeper again. Everybody over 20 big blinds.
Yeah, well, it's tempting.
There is some room to maneuver.
I like that on the river. I was tempted to jump river.
Yeah, both Matthew and Jonathan managing to get a foothold. And it is anybody's game. Lines will be going up shortly. Still playing 125, 250k. John continuing at the gear change, does open the button with Jack 9. Matthew makes the call with the 10-8. Both players catching somewhat of a piece. Top pair for Jonathan. Matthew with a gut shot and an overcard to the board. Potential for a clash here, Manny.
Definitely some potential. I can see Matthew ever check folding here. Going to be interesting to see if he decides to check call this or to check raise this. We do have the 8 of clubs as well in our hand for some backdoor flush equity. Could go either way here, I think.
Does decide to call. John McCann with a roundabout 2x pot behind. And just like that, Matthew drills the 7 of clubs. Danger ahead for John McCann. Does also have a flush draw to go with his top pair. Matthew with a quick turn check. John, recognizing this is a dangerous card, finds the check behind. Very clear value bet coming in for Matthew Gray.
Yeah, and I don't think that we can ever fold a 9 here in Jonathan's shoes. Depending on the size, of course, you might be overthinking this, but anything that's smaller than pot, we're probably just gonna call it off without too much thinking.
Does make the call and gets the bad news. And just like that, Matthew Gray might have the chip lead, Manny. Been at this final table for over 5 hours, and the chip lead has finally changed. Up over 12 million.
Oh, that would be quite a story. He was down to 6 big blinds. We've mentioned it before. Now he's at least second or maybe even first. I think it's very close. He might have the chip lead now.
A really tough spot there for John McCann. Blocking some turn flushes with top pair. Does make the call. And we can see Matthew Gray back from the dead. Has 12 million. John McCann taking that hit back down to 12 bigs. Hong does open with the Jack 10. John with just the 9-5 off. The Dolly Parton Manuel. Do you know that reference?
No, I don't.
Oh, I was desperate for you to sing it, my friend.
Is that another UK television reference you want to get out of me?
You're gonna make me sing it, aren't you? You had the 9-5. Working 9 to 5. Oh no, right, never again. Okay, never again.
All right.
Let's it go.
We keep that for personal.
I was gonna give you the full rendition.
We might go from 600 viewers to 0 if you keep singing, Andrew.
I have been told I have a magical voice, my friend. That's all. I'm sticking to it, mate. I'm sticking to it. Oh, and wow, John McCann. He is in trouble. Matthew with the open with Jack 8. John sends in the ace deuce, and Hong has found the 10s. We could be heads up. is not going to be going anywhere here, Manuel.
No, interesting question though, whether to call and see what Matthew does or to just ship it. But I think the call is just fine here with tens.
I think call is good. Matthew going to play very honestly here, facing 2 all-ins. And here we go. John McCann, can he find it? Ace deuce up against the tens of Hong. It could be heads up. Does flop a deuce with the backdoor nut flush draw. Oh, and the turn is the jack of clubs. 31% equity for John McCann. Can he flop there? Oh, river, 7 of clubs. Just like that. Cannot get rid of it, Manuel. John McCann up to 5.7 billion.
Yeah, big moment here for
Go for it.
Jonathan,
Where are you going, Ryan?
winning with the dominated hand.
Is back in business, and Hong Pham facing some adversity for the first time in a long time, Manuel. Sub 10 million.
Yeah,
She
that's
is
the second
fearless.
beat. Second beat she took now.
She is
Absolutely.
showing that she's not afraid. Right back into the raisin streets.
I did.
Matthew with a potential 3-bet fold hand, Manny.
Yeah, this would be a little bit out of range, but he's using that king blocker.
He is going for it. Makes it 1.55 million. Did see this situation earlier. Slightly different stack depths, of course, with that famous, or soon to be famous, ace 10 versus ace jack hand. Hong with the queen 10 facing a 3-bet. She is not to be deterred, Manuel. Makes the call.
Ah, Matthew's in the big blind, of course. Then the king 5 3-bet makes a lot more sense. I thought this was small blind versus button. But from the
Keep
big
up,
blind,
Manuel. Keep up, my friend.
from the big blind, obviously we use those king 5s.
Flop is 8-6-5. All diamonds. Matthew has the best hand, but cannot be thrilled at this. At this situation, does elect to check back. Turn is the 4th diamond. Ace of diamonds on the turn.
Yeah, definitely one of those situations where Hong must bet at some point.
She is gonna find it. And you have to admire it. She is in there to win this tournament. 1.3 million. She gets it through. Really has shown some intestinal fortitude, we call it, Manuel. Great pickup from Hong, and she is back in the chip lead.
Definitely interesting. Nice to see that she's confident enough to defend the queen 10 here out of position in the blind battle. And not afraid to take the active approach on the 4 diamond board. She's going for it. And I believe she's right back in it with the queen 9 of hearts.
Hong back at it with the Queen Nine of Hearts. This is really turning into an epic rail, Manny. Matthew with 8-9 of clubs does make the call.
This could potentially be the first three-way pot since the hand with the threes versus the jacks and the aces.
John is gonna call. We do indeed go three-way post. Potential for a little damage to Matthew here. Flop is ace, ace, nine. Would expect Hong to c-bet small, and Matthew with the... It does come with half pot. Matthew now with the opportunity not to lose any more chips in this hand. Does find a turn fold. Another pot going to Hong Pham. She is back up to 12 million.
Yeah, it goes so quick now with the blinds and the big blind ante of 250k as well. You pick up a few pots and you're back up there again.
Cards back in the air. John with just the 8-3 in the small. Battle of the awful hands, Manny.
Never heard that expression before, but I like it. Hong taking
either,
it
my
down with a
friend.
walk.
Always nice to receive a walk with the 9-4 off.
Just over 9.
You two got about the same, roughly. I've now got like 5. Actually, not even that. 4.6.
John, let's go. D9 deuce. And Hong in the small with the ace-4. Is it going to continue the pre-flop aggression? Makes it 3.5 bigs to go. We have been saying it all night, Manuel. Been very impressed by her consistent aggression and willingness to get in the mix. Back in a comfortable chip lead, up to 13 million. Round about half the chips in play once more.
Yeah, and she could have even more. She got it in very, very good in both situations before, where she took 2 bad beats, and then she had the setup with the jacks versus the aces as well. So she's not been very lucky in the showdowns, and she's still cheap leading. That just shows how good of a performance this was tonight.
Yeah, still right in the hunt to take this down. Gonna be opening the King 10 on the button. Matthew here with around about 35 bigs and pocket 8s. Really interesting spot. Don't want a 3-bet fold this hand, obviously. Jamming could be a little too much. Does land on call. I think with John being on the short stack, Manny, lots of good reasons to do so.
Yeah, definitely agree. We are slightly over 30 bigs. I wouldn't hate a jam either with that big blind ante out there. Quite a lot to fight for. But calling seems very fine and a little bit more conservative.
Hong does flop best. Middle pair and the gut shot with the backdoor nut flush draw. Is gonna see bet. We can see this one is gonna work. Well, not that it needed to work with the best hand, but both her opponents folding. And Hong regaining momentum back up to 14 million.
Have we actually played 10 of this?
This is 9.
Is it?
It's surprising how quickly she recovered from those lost pots. She's just right back in it, winning pots after pots.
Matthew now back into action, raises the ace-7 off. Hong gonna release the 8-5. As you can see, Hong still out in front. Guys, if you're just joining, we are three-handed in the World Series of Poker Circuit Events Main. Coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn card room in Nottingham on a 30-minute delay. Have Hong Pham in the chip lead, Matthew Gray in second, and Mr. John McCann in third, all still in contention, all with £45,000 locked, looking to win the £100,000 first place prize, along with the World's Poker Circuit Event ring. Still no closer to finding out who's going to chip it.
Something a bit sugar on here. Flagging. So just.
Hong mixes in a limp with the ace-4. Matthew gonna check back the king-6.
Yeah, interesting to see how she mixes up. Used the exact same hand 2 orbits ago to go 3.5x. Now goes for the limp. Interesting flop here, something for both.
Would expect the small blind to check this flop a lot. She is going to bet. Matthew, of course, has lots of combinations in the big that are going to be value. He's going to call with king-6, overcard to the board, and a gut shot. Turn pairs the 8 of clubs. Hong does slow down, checks the turn.
Understandable.
Content to check back. He has drilled the river, Manuel. 7 of spades, making an 8 high straight for Matthew.
Yeah, very clear check here from Hong, and very clear check from Matthew as well. On the turn, I believe we have a lot of worse hands we can bet than now. It's just a clear value bet. Not sure how often we want to call the ace-4 here, but if we ever call a 4, this is probably one of the better ones. Not blocking any of the potential bluffs, not having hearts in our hand is great as well.
Does look like she wants to pay it off. Some potential bluffs, Manuel. A hand like deuce 3, a hand like jack 3 of hearts, or something like this did not bluff turn. Even a hand like 9-10 of spades that floats flop. She does pay it off, and Matthew gonna pick up a nice pot up to around about 10 million. You see the payouts on the screen, guys. We are gonna take a short break in around about 10 minutes. Hope you are enjoying the coverage. I am Andrew Hedley, your commentator this week, joined in the booth by Mr. Maunel Zapf. are going to be here, guys, right until the end, where we crown our main event champ. Pham back into the mix. 7-8 of hearts on the button. Does raise to 550k. John is going to defend with the 9-7. Can't know it, but does have Hong dominated.
2.8.
Thank you.
Flop is the Queen 10-6, 2 diamonds. Both players flopping gut shots.
Both players with a backdoor flush draw here as well. Going to be interesting to see how Jonathan will proceed here with the 9-7. I think a fairly standard c-bet from Hong. Now, what do you do in Jonathan's shoes? Normally a spot where you could check raise or peel one off, but we are fairly short. That makes it a
Just
little
so
bit
shallow.
tougher.
Yeah, absolutely. Very little maneuverability down the streets. Hong Pham gets it done with that c-bet. John McCann needing to find another spin up. Down to around about 12 bigs. Blinds are going up shortly.
Come on, Ant. You're used to the feature tails anyway. No, I'm alright, thank you. Cheers.
John now with the 5-4 of diamonds. We did see him ship 3-5 suited earlier, Manuel, for around about the same stack. He is going to send this one also.
Yeah, I like the jab. The 5-4 suited, when called, normally performs fairly good. I mean, we obviously never ahead, but we always have equity against almost anything. Very good, great hand cracker, the 5-4 suited. And Hong here, yeah, it's just one of those spots where at some point, when Jonathan keeps shoving these hands, you need to start calling exactly those combos. Queen 9, very much on the edge.
And she has made this call. She can see that she is right.
And it's about time that she holds one of those all-in spots. Has been running fairly bad in them.
Wow, Manuel has decided to balk her once more. Here we go. And wow, top pair for Hong. She is up against a gut shot straight flush draw of John McCann. Turn is the 8 of hearts. John down to one of the remaining 7s or diamonds in the deck. And he finds the 7 of clubs. Wow, he's done it again, Manny.
Can't kill me off.
And poor Hong Pham cannot seem to hold in any of these all-ins. John McCann cannot get rid of him. Up to 6.1 million.
Yeah, almost surprised. He looks a little bit surprised that he got there again. But that's the nature of the game. And look at this, 10, 10, and 6.
Yeah.
This is evening out more and more and more.
What was in this orange juice you gave me? What was in this?
Wow, just like that, Manuel. 10, 10, 6 million. Hong Pham must be wondering what she has to do to get rid of these guys. In the small blind with the 10 deuce. is going to limp. We are going to be sweating with Matthew. Don't see what he has currently. Flop is ace, king, queen. Hong with 10 high. Flop does go check, check. Turn is a 10. Interesting spot, Manuel. She is going to bet. Not going to get any better hands to fold, but
Yeah, if you want.
didn't see what Matthew had. He does let it go.
Yeah, I would have preferred a flop bet compared to a turn bet. On the turn, we really pick up showdown value, and as you've mentioned, we don't get that many better hands to fold. Can't believe that a queen is going to let go to one bet, and in our limping range should be so many hands that with this board that have to bluff the turn. We don't need our 10x in there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, some potential to pick up
Could be a
some
long time
bluffs
yet.
from Matthew.
What's going on?
I believe we are going to
Aaron,
take a
are we-
short
Aaron,
break.
Are we allowed 5 minutes?
Have
Or-
a couple of technical difficulties,
rather than just-
and that is indeed the case, guys. We are going to take just a short break. So we will be back in 5 minutes or so. Come back and join myself and Manuel in the booth as we continue three-handed in the World Series circuit main event. See you soon.
Cheers. Try.
much do you have, sorry, John? Okay, thank you.
Hello, everyone. We are back in the saddle. Hopefully, all graphics glitches resolved. Welcome back, guys. We are back three-handed. World Series of Poker, Circuit Series Main. Pham, Matthew Gray, and John McCann still in the mix, still in the hunt for the 100k first place prize. Matthew has limped the small with the ace-8. John McCann gets a free one with the 10-4, flops huge middle pair and a flush draw. Is it going to start betting for value? Comes in for 300k. Matthew makes the call with ace high. Turn is a 5. And Manuel, John probably going to be likely to go for 2 streets here.
Yes, definitely. And I think we should also go for this street on the turn. Very unlikely he's going to get check raised here. On certain rivers, we do have a 3 street hand. This is one of them. So better get in some more value on the turn, I would say. Now we obviously have a mandatory value bet, and Jonathan can continue his little heater here.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a turn bet from John. I'm going to get called by a bunch of ace highs, a bunch of 6x type holdings, any potential 3x. He does decide to check back. River is the Jack of Hearts, completes his flush. Matthew now faced with a decision about whether to bluff catch with ace high. Does quickly get away. John betting pot on the river. Takes down a pot of 2.7 million and yet continues his resurgence.
Yeah, nice fold here. And you know what they say, the bet check bet line is the most under-bluffed line in No Limit.
Is that what they say, Manuel?
That's what they say. I've heard him say it.
Certainly rung true on this occasion. And this is turning into a war of attrition, Manny. Could be in for a long one.
Yes, I did not expect this 2 hours ago when we had the crazy chip lead. It was really big. Almost all the chips with brilliantly playing chip leader Pham. But she had to give some of her chips to the boys. One hat still remaining in this 3-way battle. And the stacks get more and more even.
As we've been saying, been extremely impressed with how she's played. Has been very unfortunate in a bunch of all-in situations. She is going to ISO here with the Queen 8 off. John looking to get a cheap one pre. She makes it 850k to go. John debating whether he can continue. Does let it go.
Let's see, this is just Hong just doing Hong things, losing the all-ins, but just collecting the chips right back into her stack. She's still chip leading despite losing 3 big all-ins with as a favorite. So she's still here to win this one, and she still has the best chances to do so.
Yeah, still in great shape to take it down. And Manuel, it had to happen eventually. Old YouTube chat throwing shade at us again, my friend. Might be time, you know, I've never done it. Might exercise the ban option just to feel powerful. What do you reckon?
I don't think he's there yet, but I've been watching him as well. He's been doing a good job of provocating everybody involved, the viewers and us. So since I think he's trying to do that, good job on him.
We already talked about it. You need a rhino skin to work in this business, as you guys see the chip stacks. Pham still out in front, 11 million. Matthew great with 8.4 and John McCann with 6.8 million.
I don't think in tournament.
Yeah, heads up, no answer you do here.
It's like that old saying, Manuel, the customer is always right. Obviously, the chat pro, they're never wrong, my friend. They've never been wrong.
I'm a little bit of a chat pro myself sometimes. So thank you for that compliment, Andrew.
Anytime, my man.
Raise. 550.
Hong back into the aggressive actions, opens the 8-6 on the button. John McCann just with a dusty looking 10-4, lets it go.
I mean, even including the 8-6 offsuit here now, really using that chip lead. And maybe some reviewing in the 10-minute break, some strategy, overthinking, and now even widening up the ranges a little bit more to steal more of those precious blinds.
Yeah, she is really going for it. Got to admire it.
Fold.
Would go as far to say she's put on a very strong clinic at this FT. But for those unfortunate all-ins, may have had this one already. Don't worry, Mr. Luco. We know, buddy. But we appreciate you guys all the same. Welcome along, guys. Anyone just joining? Three-handed in the World Series Circuit Main. Unfortunately, we have lost graphics in this hand. John opening the small. Does it get a fold from Hong?
Aaron is at 153.
Yeah, it's on that one.
Lines up, 153. 550, was it?
Cards back in the air. John McCann on the button.
Raise 6.
Is going to make it 600k.
Fold.
What are you playing, Dan? 6-ish.
Does open the ace-3 of hearts.
Oh, 6-5.
Matthew is going to defend with the Jack-5 of diamonds.
Heads up.
A tiny bit more, not a lot more.
Both players catching a piece. Bottom pair and the backdoor nut flush draw for John. Matthew with middle pair. Does go check, check. Turn
Yeah.
is deuce of diamonds.
Typically a board that we're not going to bet too much, hits the big blind defending range. A very interesting double check here by Matthew, deciding not to go for any value, even though there should be a lot of ace highs Jonathan range that can call a bet here.
Bet.
Um,
800.
Would have liked to see a little stab here on the turn. But now once we go into the check mode, obviously know where we can go with the Jack-5, calling the bet.
It does elicit a half pot bet from John. Matthew improving here to Jacks and 5s.
Check.
Is typically going to go check, check river though. John does have showdown with that turn bet. Matthew disappointed to see the check back. Does pick up a nice pot Takes himself back up to around about 10 million.
Potentially a lost street there. I think if we bet turn, we're never going to get a fold out of Jonathan. And on that river, we could have had another value bet. An ace-3, definitely a candidate that could station twice once we check back the flop. He takes a little bit safer approach, going for the check call. And obviously the river going check, check with the thin showdown value of Jonathan. Another pot for Matthew. He's climbing up and getting closer to the chip leader, Pham.
Absolutely. Blinds are now up 150, 300,000.
Raise 7.
And all of a sudden, this is becoming a lot shallower, Manuel. Chip leader with sub 40 bigs. Hong opening with the Jack 9 to 700k.
Cool.
John McCann defending the Jack 6 of diamonds.
Heads up. 2 players.
Both players with a complete whiff. King 5-4 all spades.
Typically another board that we want to see bet fairly small. Those mono boards don't need too big of a bet size, and especially against a short stack, a very small bet will often just put Jonathan into the decision whether to go with his hand or to fold. And yeah, obviously with the Jack 6, he's going nowhere. Nice takedown here once again by Hong, up to 13 mil again.
Yeah, we do see the trend. Hong chips up, loses an all in, chips up, loses an all in. She will be hoping to reverse that trend the next time the chips go in the middle. Yeah, back up to 13 million.
How about she stayed calm after every bad beat, kept collecting the chips, kept being aggressive, kept using her chip lead, played well post flop. So nothing too much to worry about just
Raise
yet.
6.
Yeah, absolutely. Matthew Gray back in the Raisin Streets. King Queen on the button.
Fold.
Between 9 and 10, 9.5-ish, I think.
Fold.
Does pick up 2 quick folds.
One more, that was like throwable call if you should. Said that hand was like the throwable call if you should.
Yeah, she asked again for the chip count before folding her hand. She doesn't fold very often, but when she does, she wants to know the chip count.
We can still do that then. I wasn't planning on it. I wasn't planning on it.
Guys, everybody in the YouTube streets, thank you so much for joining us this evening. All the comments have been a lot of fun throughout the night. Hong Pham getting a lot of love in the chat. Lots of people want to see her take it home. Is
Fold.
battled back from the adversary back into the chip lead.
I think I might sleep 2 days.
Battle of the jacks and fives.
Raise.
I won't sing again,
900.
Manuel. Not this time. Hong continues the aggression.
Fold.
Up another pot pre.
Well, that was ABC, easiest 1, 2, 3.
I'm very proud of you, my friend, but please don't do that again.
I had to. You said you're not gonna do it.
That was strong, mate. That was strong. I'll give it to you. Very nice use of the ABC. I'm not going to lie. I didn't have that one in the locker. All right, Hong on the button with the king 8. Continues this aggression.
50.
Matthew with an interesting decision in the small and the suited ace.
Have you seen him take these 3-bet spots before? I don't think he's going to shy away from this one. You've seen Hong being fairly aggressive. She has been flatting quite some of his 3-bets, so maybe that plays a role now that he might just call this.
Yeah, it does come with call. I think it's very reasonable. Obviously, Jonathan down at 12 bigs. We don't want to inflate the pot here.
Players.
Potentially risk busting.
Check.
Does come Jack 10-4. Both players brick.
A board that typically connects very well with a small blind flatting range. Of course, there's some suited ace-x in there and some pocket pairs, but also all those broadways either hitting this flop or surrounding it.
Fold.
Yeah, and Hong continues her aggression, picks it up. Again, showing the power of the c-bet, Manny. She really has been extremely aggressive post on the flop, working out very nicely, back up to 14 million.
Oh, shit, my phone.
Loving that comment in the chat. You know what? You gotta get on board with it. I love the trolls. That's pretty good. Hey, sure, I would nominate us. Why not? By all means.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think the day you are going to be able to nominate us for the Poker Watch, that's the day we're actually going to win it as well.
Attaboy. Now John McCann with 12 bigs has the ace deuce off. Saw him send it before and he is gonna rip it again. Does jam for a shade under 12 bigs.
Three, 4, 7, 5.
Hong wanted a call, wanted a count of the stacks. That normally means she's going to fold her hand. Matthew also with a 5 high. Jonathan is going to get this one through.
Fold.
Keeps himself afloat. Has it been short multiple times on this final? John referencing the old ask for the count and fold.
I did it to one of my friends before. It was on like a stone bowl, just like a local one. It was like the big monthly one or something. And he jams the button on my big blind. And I'm like, I ask for a count. I tank for like 2 minutes. I have no intention of ever calling. All just because it's my mate. Like, that's just funny. And then it turns out he was sat there with aces, so he wasn't really getting put through at all.
Matthew in the small with deuce 3 of diamonds.
Check. Heads up. Two
Does
players.
limp. John McCann checking back with the 8-6.
Check.
What a flop for Matthew Gray. Flops trip threes, quickly checks it over. John, hope to not improve. And he does, Manny. This could be trouble.
600.
Turns a pair of sixes.
Yeah, Matthew very balanced with his checking range on the flop. He has been checking very quick when he had nothing. Now he checks his trips very quick and going for some value on the turn.
And John doesn't know it, but a good river for him. 7 of spades. Could have been in some real trouble on a pure blank.
6.
Probably
no call.
one of the worst cards in the deck for him on this river.
In.
7 of spades. And Matthew is going to put him in. All in for...
Yeah, not that many bluffs here in Matthew's range. Also, we have a lot of stronger hands to call with. So he finds that laydown.
Really?
Does make the fold. Matthew back over 10 million. John gonna need some heat. Down
Good
to
luck.
8 big blinds.
New dealer.
That's why you folded. You knew you got your favourite dealer next time.
Yeah, I know.
Should have been like 5 if John just says call. But... She said how much do I have? I said should have been like 5 if you'd said call. Fold.
And Jonathan very short now, down to under 8 big blinds. Of course, going to send it here from the small blind with the king 10 offsuit, recovering a little bit. Are we
Will
gonna
Hong
get the
ask
count
for the
again?
count? Not this time. Does just let it go. John McCann refusing to go anywhere. Very tough customer to get rid of. Down to 11 bigs.
It's a weird spot. I had a 3.
Hong and Matthew over 10 million.
Certainly not pre-flop.
John McCann looking for the spin up. You are just joining, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. This could be it, Manny. John McCann gonna send it. Almost certainly 11 big blinds, ace 10 on the button.
All in.
Question maybe about to be answered, Manny. Can Hong win an all in?
Yeah, we're gonna see it because she's not gonna fold king queen here to the 11 big blind shove. She has been making the correct calls all night long. This is a call as well, so she's gonna make that one as well, I expect. And maybe she can get lucky this time. There's a king that Matthew holds. Obviously not great news for her.
And forward. Okay,
Hong does make the call. And we have a pot of 7.9 million. Ace 10 for John McCann against the King Queen of Hong Pham. If John holds here, Manuel, could basically be 3 even stacks. Here we go. Flop is 9-6-3. No heart for either player. Board pairs 9s. John looking to hold against a king or queen. Does it again. Doubles up. 7.9 million. We have Manny almost a neck and neck behind the game.
Yeah, Hung, I think, losing now the 4th or 5th all in a row. Very unlucky again. She's still up there, 9.5 million. And I think this is as even chip stacks as we've had it all night long.
Big blind,
Jeez,
please.
here
Literally.
John's rail goes wild.
Yeah, literally anybody's game now, but he does have the home advantage. Jonathan does have the rail.
Yeah, it's all pretty even again.
Really has been an unreal grind. This last 3 players neck and neck. Matthew in the small with the Jack 4. Is going to elect to raise this time. Makes it 900k to go. John with the 10-8 off.
Cool.
Does defend. Pot of 2.1 million. Both players essentially brick the flop. King 7 deuce.
550.
Matthew is going to continue for around about quarter pot. Some potential float possibilities for John. Does let it go.
Yeah, one overcard, backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw against a player that's gonna stab this flop very often. With the range, we can definitely attack on later street. Would have loved to see a call there once, but I can understand the fold, of course, as well. Calm your nerves, just want another all in. Breathe a little bit, and then get right back in the mix.
Does let it go. Matthew gonna come in for a really wide open Jack 3 suited into the big blind of Hong. He does have the chip lead now. Looking to try and take advantage. Hong with 9-6 of clubs in the big.
Cool.
She does defend. Ace, Queen 3 with 2 clubs. Flush draw for Hong. Matthew does flop bottom pair. Would expect him to c-bet this board very often.
450.
Yeah, and Hung definitely not going anywhere with a flush draw. Especially versus the typical small size on this board. Very clear continue. I don't think we need to be check raising many of those ace queen 3 boards versus the chip leader here.
She is going
She
for
has
it.
other plans.
Really has played fearlessly at this FT. And we can see Matthew put in an awful spot now with just bottom pair. Really only beating naked flush draws. Some potential king jack, king 10s with a club. Something along those lines. He is really, really being put into a tough spot.
3.5.
And he makes it 3.5 mil, Manny.
Oh, just realizing that Hong should not really have ace queen, and with a 3 blocker we do block the queen 3 ace 3 type of hands. So just clicks it back with a nice little blocker play here, using that 3, realizing ace queen should not be in Hong range at all. Aces and queens aren't either, so yeah, what is there left? But Hong does not go
Wow,
anywhere.
she makes the call. Massive pot brewing here. potentially tournament defining. What do you do as Matthew cannot be thrilled with this development?
Check.
And Hong with just about half pot back.
Pushing forward so I can see. Thank you.
Matthew recognizing blocks queen 3, blocks ace 3 suited. And Hong gets a free one. And is she gonna send it in?
Hong,
Is she gonna send it?
I believe she is. She's shown so much that she's not fearless at all. She has been bluffing the rivers already before. I know this is going in, right, Andrew? Do it, Hong.
I hope she does it. We have seen 3 incredibly interesting pots with Hong down the streets. Can she find it? Tournament defining pot in progress on the river.
Well in.
She's done it. She has
Matthew
sent it.
hates it.
Hong Pham, take a bow. She has ripped it for 5.1 million with the 9 high.
And he has not folded yet. He is smelling something.
He said you have to have a flush draw. Oh, if he makes this call, Manuel. Not many time banks left for Matthew Gray. And he lays it down, and Hong Pham, unbelievable play, takes it down again. Back to 40 million once more. Manny, you have to tip your cap and give her massive respect. Has run 2 huge bluffs at this final. Gets it through and back to 40 million. What a hand.
I know I have to speak, but I am a little bit speechless here. That's the second huge bluff that I did not expect. Very, very well done. This is so much fun to watch. She's just putting regular after regular into the grossest spots. She's battling one of the top regulars. She's playing against people with $1 million winnings, and she's outplaying them. Absolutely beautiful to watch.
And I know we are supposed to be impartial in the booth, but I gotta put it out there. What a boss, Hong Pham, finding 2 outrageous bluffs at this final. Wow, that's such an interesting hand, and
Cool.
I like Matthew's flop play, Manny. Sniffing out, blocking the most likely 2 pair hands, but Hong just calls anyway and sends it on the river. Absolutely fearless.
You gotta give credit to Matthew as well. He has found an amazing bluff with Jack 10 suited earlier, where he block bets raised the river, and now he almost sniffed that one out with Jack 3 on that board. So I believe if he has more time banks, maybe he finds the calls, but not today, not in these tournaments anymore. We have the time bank cards, and you don't get many of them. No more 8 minutes tanking and calling.
What an outrageous hand. Hope we can clip that for the future to see the whole hand play out. And Hong Pham, for about the 3rd time, back to 15 million. And back in pole position, Manuel, to take down the title. As you guys see the clock, all 3 players with £45,500 locked. 100k up top. I'm still in shock at that hand. Incredible stuff. Hong on the button, ace-5 of clubs. Getting to that stack depth again now, Manny, where there could be open jams as an option.
Raise 750.
Both her opponents sub 20. Does just decide to 2.5x. Look at Matthew's face, Manny. He's still in shock at that hand.
Worse than the 5-4, that.
I mean, So annoying this
I
spot to
think
be
he
in.
knew. I think he knew she was bluffing. But as you said, not enough time to accurate decision. Unbelievable stuff. And just like that, she has 60% of the chips in play once more. Now, Matthew looking to recover with pocket nines on the button.
3 million? 3 million. 3 million.
I believe he said 3 million, deciding to just run this. And Hong has the ace-jack of clubs, Manny.
I think I have like 5.5 total.
Don't imagine that she's going to lay this down.
3, 4, 4.5. 5 million total.
Yeah, she's gonna run this with ace-jack suited. We've seen her make some thinner calls than this one. Fairly clear get in here versus Matthew's open shoving range.
All in.
And here we go. And can Hong Pham win an all-in is the question. Ace-jack of clubs up against the nines of Matthew. Another massive pot, 12 million in the middle. Here we go. And the 9 right in the window. Matthew, great flops, trips. And the 5 on the turn changes nothing. Unbelievably, we go on. Matthew Great doubles up back to 12 million. I'm not sure it's possible to run this badly as Hong has in all-ins, Manny.
This must feel disappointing. You outplay everybody left and right. I mean, and doing it in style, and then you lose 5 or 6 all-ins in a row. Feels a little bit unjust at this point. I hope she can recover once more. She has shown it so often. I mean, her red line must look absolutely amazing. The non-showdown winnings. She has been beasting this final table. She's just very unlucky in the flips.
5.25, yeah?
Yeah, looks very unruffled, but Matthew Gray doubling up back into the chip lead again. An incredibly swingy final 3 players. There you go, Matthew Gray out in front, closely followed by Hong Pham. John McCann with 19 bigs in third. Been quite the final table to rail, Manuel.
I mean, Matthew cannot even celebrate winning this flip. He's still shocked from the Jack 3 hand. He's still shaking his head. It's amazing.
This has been a fantastic final table. Anyone just joining? This is the World Series of Poker Circuit Events final table, coming to you from Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. And we are still 3-handed in the hunt for the crown. £100,000 up top, guys, and the World Series of Poker Circuit ring. Still, we are no closer to finding out. It's anybody's game. Oh, and here we go. John has open ripped ace-10.
Cool. Showdown,
And
please.
Matthew Gray finds ace-king off in the big. Here we go. This could take us 2 heads up. John McCann gonna have to find some more of that all-in magic. He is dominated. Looking for one of the 3 remaining 10s. When the flop is king, queen, 10. There are some chop opportunities.
Feel like you're hitting the jack.
A jack would be a split. John McCann needs a 10 to win the pot. For a jack to chop, or he is out in third. And he is the 3 of clubs on the river. Fantastic performance, John McCann. Another major final table.
5.7
From in third place. £45,500. Well played, John. Another fantastic run. It felt as if it was
thought such a
almost
call, but I better
destined.
look
We
first,
are
isn't it?
heads up.
Are they stopping to set back up
Any
or anything?
break or no?
It
So
is
it's just
Hong
a
Pham
second, is it?
against
Do you
Mr.
want a quick
Matthew
break?
Gray.
I thought you'd be setting up or whatever. I thought it'd just be
Yeah,
like a basic
GG
setting up,
to
yeah?
Jonathan. Well played, 45,000 pounds locked up, and we have the battle that we want. We've seen them go at it
Game. Don't
so
play
often.
power.
I'm really excited for this heads up, Andrew.
Yeah, indeed. And if you guys can still hear us, we are going to go on a short 10-minute break now. Whilst we get the cameras and photos done for Heads Up, please come back and join myself and Manuel for the Heads Up action. Back in 10 minutes, guys.
The one where you raise the flop and I re-raise the flop.
You will fire on us too. We still play time.
Okay. I was going to say what I had.
I don't need to know.
I think you bluffed. I just had a really bad hand, so I couldn't call.
You don't have any pair?
Yeah.
Oh.
One pair.
So. 3.
Yep, just 3.
Thanks.
Wonderful.
Right.
Dun, dun,
Which
dun.
box am I now then? This one. This one. Perfect.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are back in the mix. Heads up action in this World Series of Poker circuit event, main event final table,
Gosh, a
just
lot of
before
shuffling
the
in it.
break. Losing John
The
McCann
actual
in third
was
place.
a fold.
Another fantastic run from John, taking home a shade
You didn't have to pay
£45,000.
too much, just one action.
Here we go. Our final two is set. Matthew Gray in the chip lead with 16 million, recovering from at one stage 5 big blinds, 5-handed. And Hong Pham, the wild card, has put on an incredible performance. They are heads up. Hong with around about 10 million in chips, 33 big blinds, the effective stack. Manuel very much looking forward to this heads up. Should be fireworks
Raise?
based on
1
what we've
mil.
seen so far.
The purest form of no limit hold'em, heads up. This is what we're here for. And it's not only a heads up, it's a heads up against a tough opponent for both of them. Both players have been showing what they're capable of. It's going to be really tough for both of them to maneuver the stack sizes correctly. And it's not only a heads up, it's a heads up for over £35,000 plus a WSOP circuit ring. A lot on the line.
Yeah, amazing stuff. Both players have played incredibly well.
No answer.
Matthew hung around, showed so much heart, ground himself back into this position. We saw him run a sensational bluff against Steve Warburton with a Jack-10 of spades early at the final. And even that wild hand where Hong bluff shoved the river with the 9 high, Matthew made a very intelligent flop 3-bet with just bottom pair. Both have played brilliantly. Really looking forward to seeing how we go. Matthew wakes up with a premium on the button. Pocket 8s. Flips in, Hong checking the 10-4.
I think it's the other, is it the other one?
Nice.
Oh, it's the right one. My apologies, did not realise.
Flop is 9-6 deuce. Matthew's pocket 8s still good. Is it going to come in for a small stab? 300k. Hong does have an overcard to the board. Elects to get out of the way. Matthew winning an early pot. As we see around about a 2-1 chip lead for Matthew. And this is a very, a lot of money on the line, Manuel, in this heads-up match. Around about £40,000 of difference between first and second. And, this can sometimes play into the psychology of the players, right? When you're playing for such a large jump, 64.5k for second, 100,000 for the win.
Yeah, definitely. Psychology, a big factor here, especially when you realize that you've just won 65,000 grand or almost 65. Don't lean back. Don't be happy. There's so much to fight for. Forget about what you've won. Aim for what you're gonna win from this point on.
Absolutely. And Matthew with a decision here. Around about 30 bigs effective. Certainly an argument to jam this hand. Pocket 4s heads up. Certainly going to at least make a call. Yeah, not surprised to see him ship it.
Especially Hong using a little bit of a bigger open raising sizing that makes it even more attractive to shove. We're collecting 2.5 big blinds plus the antes instead of just one. So yeah, nice shove there with the pocket 4. So obviously great hand to do so.
Absolutely shuts her out of the pot, as you see there, guys. As we said, 64.5k for second. £100,000 and the World Series of Poker Circuit ring for the winner. If you are just joining us, guys, we are heads up in the main event. Been an amazing final table. Myself, Andrew Hedley, and Maunel Zapf in the booth, taking you through to the conclusion.
And Joshua asking in the chat, how much is the ring worth, Andrew? We couldn't tell, right?
I'm not going to lie. I have absolutely no idea, my friend. But it looks very pretty. Is that good enough? Sorry, Joshua. I know you expect more from me. It's a nice piece of hardware, right? It's more about having it for the bragging rights.
Exactly. You can't put a price on that, I would say. And it's not like any of the players who's going to win one is going to sell them. But also, we are just the wrong people to ask, because neither Andrew nor me have ever run one of those rings.
That's why we're sitting here and they're sitting there. What else can you say? So, strong start here to the heads up from Matthew. Quickly opening up some daylight. Hong with the deuce 4 on the button. Does give him a walk. See, Mr. Tom Sweeney in the chat, the ring is priceless to the winner. See, that's what we should have said, Manuel.
Well, just to correct myself, I wanted to say the ring is priceless to the winner.
Couldn't agree more, my friend.
Oh, and this could be a potential clash.
Oh, wow.
Cool.
Danger for Hong. Matthew finds the pocket kings. This could be extreme trouble for Hong. Wakes up with king queen off. Very strong hand heads up. Working with 27 big blinds.
1.2.
She does come in for a 4x ISO. Depending how fast Matthew plays this, could be over.
3 million.
Oh, 3, sorry. 3 million. Sorry.
Does make it 3 million to go. Can she sniff this out, Manny? In dire shape with the king queen.
Oh, I doubt it. She has been so sticky all day long, letting queen 10 out of position. She's not really folded. And now she actually has a hand with king queen. I think she's gonna see a flop here.
Yeah, perhaps something to read into just how quickly Matthew made that 3 million. And look at that Hong Pham once again, showing so much discipline, great instincts. He did limp make it 10 bigs extremely quickly there, Manny, and she just gets away from the king queen.
She has been
Bravo.
surprising me all night whenever I thought she's gonna take the approach, which is gonna be bad in the hand. She escaped from it and played almost perfect all night. So much credit to her for this performance tonight.
Super impressed, and she is gonna be rewarded. Gets away from a potential cooler and walks right into the pocket aces. Working with around about 24 bigs. Is gonna come in for an open.
750. Fold.
Typically is a hand we actually do want to raise. Don't want our opponent to get away in an uninflated pot, but unfortunately for her, Matthew finds the fold. That's gotta feel bad, Manny. You ISO the king queen, you fold, she doesn't know what he had yet, and then to get no action from the aces. Very unfortunate.
Yeah, but there's so much to play for. She's gonna recover from that pretty quick. She's gonna make good decisions here and gonna try to fight Matthew down. I don't think that's a big setback for her.
Absolutely has remained very composed and unruffled. She is
1
gonna
million.
ISO here with the king 8. Makes it 1 million. Matthew
And a
with
call.
just the 6 high is gonna take a flop. Somewhat marginal holding. He does flop best. Ace 9-5. Flops bottom pair with with backdoor straight and flush draws. Hong just with
600.
king high. Is gonna see bet for 30%.
Cool.
Matthew, after limp calling, gonna peel one off with bottom pair. Turn is a 7. Both players improving to a gut shot. Hong
Check.
with just king high does check.
Check.
Matthew content to check behind. River is the queen of diamonds. Hong must be aware that her king high is likely no good.
Yeah, very interesting to see if she decides to bluff this one, because usually king high bluffs in heads up is not a good idea. But here we really have little showdown value with this line taken. Matthew very happy to go to showdown here with his 5 and take it down.
Does indeed rake in the pot up to 20 million in chips. And quickly opening up over a 3-1 chip lead. Hong sub 20 big blinds up against it.
Yeah, great start to the heads up for Matthew. He managed to do what Hong couldn't do all night, to hold a hand against Jonathan, taking him to the chip lead and now having an amazing start to this heads up.
Yeah, all going Matthew Gray's way at the moment. Hong with the king 6 suited on the button. Is gonna mix in a limp.
Yeah, very typical for the 20 big blind stack size and heads up play. We're going to see a lot of button limps here. Not surprised to see her choose the king 6 suited as well.
Checked.
Flop is ace 9-6. Hong with bottom pair and a backdoor flush draw. Matthew with just the 5 high. This is gonna go 1 big blind and fold. Hong manages to stop the rot. Takes down a small one. You see Matthew with that chip lead, but any double up from Hong, they will be basically level.
Raise 7.
We are sweating this one with Matthew. Don't know what his holdings are. Comes in for a shade under 2.5x. Hong gonna defend with the 9-6 of clubs.
Yeah, once again, very standard call here, heads up with the suited 2-gapper.
Yeah, flop is jack deuce jack. Matthew is gonna bet just over 1 big blind.
350.
Yeah, another rainbow paired board. We've seen the superb small c-bet sizings on these boards. Very typical for it. Matthew finds it and takes it down with the mystery hand.
Aaron, could you move the mic away?
And Hong with just 9 high does
Just
mark.
breathing.
No one wants that.
Thank you.
This final has been a real war of attrition. Matthew now looking to land the final blow, opening up an almost 4-1 chip lead on Hong. Does limp the button with the Jack 8.
Check.
Matthew content to check this one with the 8-9.
Check.
Flop is ace 7-3 with 2 spades.
Check.
Yeah, big whiff for both here. Hung with a backdoor flush draw and both with backdoor straight draws. Definitely not going anywhere on the turn for Hung if Matthew would bet, but also not a great hand category here. 9-8 without a spade to start betting here on the turn.
Yeah, Hong does check back.
Check.
9 high.
Recognizes here that Jack High is going to have enough showdown a lot of the time.
That's right, thank you.
She does take down another small one. Some very quick play here, Manny heads up. Both players been grinding for multiple days. Sometimes can be a difficult adjustment when you get to heads up and you literally have to play almost every hand.
Yeah, definitely. Heads up is very special, especially for us tournaments players. We basically almost never play it. So it can be very tricky to sit here, especially for this amount of money.
Well, Hong wakes up with ace queen. Matthew continuing his button limp strat. Hong decides just to rip this one for a shade under 20. Matthew with the quick fold.
Ace queen, an absolute monster. Heads up. Think we could have made it just like 3 big blinds or 3.5 from the big blind. Maybe induce some limp shoves from worse hands that could potentially fold against our all-in. There's no ICM implications in heads up. We can play chippy V, so ace queen probably wants to induce here.
Yeah, I would agree. Now Hong with the king 6 of hearts once more on the button. Is it going to open it this time? Makes it 700k off 20 bigs. Matthew with the suited queen in the big.
Cool.
Yeah, very
Content to
interesting.
take a flop.
Really shows how much she's capable of mixing up her play. We've seen it before with the ace 4 where she open raised in one spot and limped in the other. Here the same thing now with the king 6, open limping the button 2 orbits before and now deciding to take this into the open raising range.
Does c-bet the ace, queen, 9, all diamonds board.
50.
Comes in for around about 40% once more. Quick call from Matthew with middle pair.
Check.
Turn is the 3 of hearts. We have seen Hong run some wild bluffs at this final. Can she find one more? Does knuckle back the turn. River pairing 9s.
Queen.
Yeah, Hung still beating some jack high, 10 high flush draws that might just check it down with a king high. Not deciding to turn this into a bluff.
Yeah, and so far this heads up, overwhelmingly going in Matthew Gray's favor. 21 million in chips. Looking to land that killer blow. Hong down very short now. 16 bigs. Of course, the price of poker going up substantially.
Don't worry, don't worry.
Matthew continuing to hold over her here with the dominant queen 10. Some considerations now, Manny, to start open shoving some holdings for 15 bigs.
Yeah, some holdings can definitely be in there, but I think we shouldn't see it too much. We see the shoving out of the small blind more likely when you don't have position post flop, so in a three-way or more scenario. Here I still think a lot of combos are gonna just open limp. Not too much shoving, but a few hands are in there, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the low pairs, some of the offsuit low ace-x would go in there. Some suited connectory types. Matthew limps, does flop a gut shot. And queen high. Hong still good with a pair of threes going to the 7 turn. Both players check. Hong does get the check mark. Will Matthew bluff this hand or not? Probably content to check it back. Has some showdown. But Hong is going to take it down with the pair of threes.
Yeah, just another example of how good queen high is in heads up. Matt here very confident going to the showdown, not betting in a limp pot. Ranges are very wide, so the high card value definitely goes up in heads up. So he wasn't good this time, but I like that he doesn't turn this hand into a bluff at any street.
Matthew continuing to wake up with strong holdings heads up with the king queen of clubs. Hong is going to limp with the 7 high.
You just have that one grey chip, yeah?
Cannot imagine that she's allowed to see a flop here, Manny. Very clear ISO spot for Matthew. He elects to just rip it in.
A bit surprising to see the rip here. Hand plays so good post flop that you could just go for an ISO call here. I mean, once you ISO, you're priced in anyways. But yeah, it does a lot for your post flop range to have that in your icing range as well.
Another hand that could look to almost induce. Obviously a monster hand heads up, but Matt does rip it in. Maintains that chip advantage. He is just looking, Manny. He can taste the 100,000, looking to land the killer blow. This could be it. You can see this going in, and he does send it. Jack 10 suited. Hong with ace high, Manuel.
Yeah, she's gonna call that. She's gonna find the call here. Ace high, far too good. You've just been talking about it. That there are some sort of hands that we jam for 15 big blinds. Jack 10 suited is in there. A lot of other suited connector type of hands. Some ace X that beat us, but not too many. Some pocket pairs that we're behind against, but we are flipping against deuces and threes, and we are ahead of all those suited connectors. So I think she is going to just find the call here.
Absolutely. Never thrilled to call it off with just ace 4. We are very shallow. Facing a 4-1 chip deficit, and she does make the call. And here we go. Jack 10 of diamonds from Matthew up against the ace 4 of Hong. And if Matthew can get there, he is gonna be our champion.
Diamonds, 10 diamonds.
Around about 10 million in the pot. Up is king 8-3, ace 4 holding for Hong. Turn is a 7, adding a gut shot for Matthew. Can Hong dodge the 9-10 or Jack? The river is the 10 of clubs. And we have a champion. Matthew Gray has won World Series of Poker Circuit Event Main, taken down £100,000. And a massive congratulations and commiserations to Hong Pham, put on a frankly sensational final table performance. Second place for £64,500. What a final table, Manny. It has been an epic one.
He made it, Matthew Gray, coming in as one of the short stacks to the final table, being down to 6 big blinds, Andrew, with 4 players left, and now winning after a tough battle against fearless Hong Pham. What a performance by her in this exciting battle for £100,000 and the WSOP circuit ring. I enjoyed being your co-pilot for this week, Andrew. Big thanks to the crew at this point for being amazing and making this live stream happen. And of course, thanks to you, my friend, my pilot, for flying the Nottingham WSOP circuit plane safely to its destination.
Yeah, it has been an epic week of action here from Dusk Till Dawn. And that is it, guys. That is our coverage done for the week. And all that remains to do is thank you, Manuel, for joining us. Excellent work all week, my friend. And one more time, we will give a big congratulations to Matthew Gray, taking down the main event for £100,000. Fantastic performance from him. Commiserations to Hong Pham, second place, taking home £64,500. And yeah, time to give our final thanks. Big thanks to the crew at Dusk Till Dawn, the dealers and the like, and a big thanks to our crew for setting up this stream. Been a fantastic one. And lastly, and most importantly, thank you to the viewers. You've been great. Wonderful stuff, guys. Keep your eyes out at the Dusk Till Dawn social media. Big projects are coming. Thank you for joining us, guys. That is a wrap on the World Series of Poker Circuit Event Series. We'll see you next time.